Hello, 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 hello. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hello, hello. Now, why don't I show everybody my beautiful face? I just woke up. I was asleep right after work. So, what's going on here? There we go. I'm in. Guess my thumbnail made a liar of me. Yeah. Go as far as I can. I'm not feeling super well. It wasn't a great sleep that I had. Although I guess in the end I'm a better man for it. A better bear. Where am I here? This is really beautiful. So it reminds me. Actually, there was a map that reminds me of Voss in Star Wars: The Old Republic. Not. That was a beautiful environment. Titan as well. I was super exhausted when I got home. I just snoozed and snoozed. I thought there was somebody up there. Where am I going? Alright, Charlie Ann. You might paper over your secrets with a veneer, but it's still just a veneer. This music reminds me of was about to say Earthbound. Not quite. If I remember correctly, if it's blue, then don't worry too much about it. Oh. Not glowing blue. It's not sparkling blue. Gotta do something about it. Drop off this forever. The foremost material archive in Charlie. I should love to explore its treasure shelf by shelf, but I fear we have little time for such indulgences. Are you caught in mist on your way here? The sprayers keep the air humid so the habitat feels as close as possible to a natural forest. Don't worry about me. I'm hale and healthy. In fact, I'm beginning to suspect that. Nay, let's discuss this later. The investigation demands our undivided attention. So what is going on with her? Behold the Archeon. As known, Menon serves as Charlene's literary archive, so does the structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. The building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vaults carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records which describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Charleon's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Well, you won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed in the main building and speak with the custodian. Oh, Matt Traveler, might I interest you in a chocobo porter? Stand in water. Oh, I guess they didn't make me. I'm terribly sorry to bother you, but might I ask a small favor? I just saw the gleaner I'd hired for a job, and he seemed awful, well, jittery, I suppose is the word. And when I tried to ask him what the matter was, he met my eyes for a moment, then bolted out of the room. I should like to catalog the items he was meant to bring and get them safely stored, but I refuse to play this ridiculous game of kill and mouse. Would you mind tracking him down for me? The last I saw of him, he was dashing off towards Passamon, Pastor Ponix. Okay, yeah, just maybe I'll save these side quests and stuff. In the market for something on the rare side. Got a whole village worth of surplus from the Archeon. Some of which can even be yours for some bi-color gemstones. Greetings. We're here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Valdesian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us then, I suppose. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time, it will be too late, and we were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step aside for the moment, shall we? Students of Valdesian. The forum must be wary of exposure indeed to so heavily restrict the use of public institutions. If they're going to close off facilities, then they ought to announce it. The students must be furious. Labyrinthos is constructed in the shape of a mortar. This upper layer is called the outer circuit, and the medial circuit lies one tier below us. We are at an impasse, as we have no other leads. I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. It is likely that the people in this area are involved in a restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. What's that? Take you down and lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day. Only now I finally found a spare moment to rest. I did see a leaner fellow heading out the gate there, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever he's doing. Am I taking a lift? Oh no, we're just students. They won't let us into the Archeon even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no record of such a creature anywhere, but it was wandering around Tranquility, so we thought to donate it to the vaults. Squeal. Not a slow squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. At first we thought it might have escaped from one of the research laboratories, but then when we reported our find to the studio, they were just as dumbfounded as we were. If it truly is a newly discovered species, we could have our names appear in a gazette. Curious. Beast trap? Maybe. Pack bearing gleaner. I was thinking it was gonna be pot licking. I'm not feeling so well. How do I get up there? Quiet, you'll frighten it away. It's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The cloudkin I need to capture is close, very close. Wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, two hunters are generally better than one. Very well. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, and its cry a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. The effects are short-lived, so lie in wait down by the riverbank to claim our quarry. Be sure to hit the right one. I'll just shoot everything. I'll shoot other players too. Search the surroundings for the hornbill. As well as zoom in and out. Target the hornbill and use the blow gun with green bird, which caws. Whack, whack. Coo, coo.
Fair shot. Nicely done. Let me truss this one up, and I'll make my way over to you.
I'm just having some Coca-Cola. Some cola.
There you are. Any new revelations? So you met with that gleaner again, this time to capture a hornbill. I understand catching and bringing in creatures from the outside, but what's the point of chasing after ones already here?
Oh, it's a simple thing, really. Occasionally, we remove specimens no longer needed for study, or those we've had difficulty raising. But we can't simply turn them loose. Safely returning such creatures to their native habitats is another facet of a gleaner's duties. But not in this case, I'm afraid. I've been asked to bring the bird below.
The restricted section in the lower levels of Labyrinthos. Open only to a select few researchers handpicked by the Forum. The projects down there are the subject of rumor and hearsay. Forbidden magics. Advanced technologies that can never be allowed to fall into outside hands. Even Archons are not privy to the truth. Those who are, the researchers involved in this secretive work, are not permitted to walk freely in the city, and are instead required to live in isolated quarters.
What could a facility subject to such strict security protocols possibly need with a hornbill? An experiment?
Possibly. I wasn't afforded an explanation. But judging by the requisition list given to me and my colleagues, I doubt it's for any kind of advanced research. I'd be more inclined to believe we were making preparations to migrate to the south. Mericidia or thereabouts.
What? Why would you say that?
Much of the flora and fauna we were asked to procure could serve as reliable sources of sustenance. They're comparatively hardy species, too, able to endure harsh climates. And among them are specimens known to be effective in improving soil quality and purifying water.
Said I'd taken a look at already.
When you put it that way, migration does sound like a reasonable assumption.
That's all it is, though. An assumption. Through our tasks, we gleaners glimpse only bits and pieces of the Forum's plans. Our prime concern is that our requisitions, be they living or otherwise, are properly preserved for the knowledge of future generations. Now, I really must be going. I regret that I cannot reward you as you deserve.
Perhaps you might reward us after a fashion then. It is imperative that we reach the lower levels. And seeing as you are already set to descend with your assigned cargo, mayhap we could accompany you as your assistants.
I'm afraid that won't be possible. Once the animals have been prepared for transport, we send them down separately via the lift. I will of course follow after to make my report, but I can hardly pass you off as porters when there's nothing left to carry.
Indeed. Pray forget I said anything.
Uh-oh. She's got a plan.
How do you feel about climbing? If you've strength and the courage to brave it, then there is another way down. This path leads to the 33rd facet, a mine shaft excavated during one of our expansions of Labyrinthos. While I cannot guarantee that the passage is safe to traverse, it should provide access to the medial circuit below.
Why does it look well trod?
I never even knew such a place existed. Thank you. This is the perfect solution.
You're quite welcome, but consider yourselves warned. If the going proves too treacherous, you do well to turn back. I bid you good day.
What? We run towards danger. Never from it.
Well, turning back is hardly an option, not when we've come this far. Let's go and take a look at this mine shaft.
Woohoo! I didn't even bring my pickaxe. Well, I wouldn't even be able to mine anything anyway. My miner class is at level 60 or something. Level 57. Certainly isn't. I was planning on stuffing us all into the lift. I never would have noticed this cave on my own. Thank the scholar that Aaronville knew of it, and that you were there to persuade him to share. I took a quick peek inside, but it's awfully dark in there. The medial circuits which Aaronville mentioned is the tier directly below us. Unlike the lowest level of Labyrinthos with its rigid security, one can usually roam the middle layer quite freely. Let us see what we might find. This must be it, the entrance to the mine shaft. It is faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slaver and beast aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again at the other end of the tunnel. behind this guy. Oh, you got it. This little purple spot here. That way or that way? I prefer this over what it used to be. Yeah, I prefer it just to be stacks rather than trying to Here's my destination. Grade 7, the Bronco. Javania, the caverns underneath. Them. So we've smuggled ourselves in. What next, I wonder? That mine shaft was infested with mithrocaps. Some sort of research project, I wonder. I suppose they are a most unusual creature. Why did they develop such long limbs when all they do is shuffle about narrow tunnels? Better to capture their prey, perhaps. I was being careful, I swear. The slope was steeper than I thought, and I lost my footing for a moment. That's all. I'm not injured, if you don't count my pride. Thackeray, did you know? Kryl almost took a tumble back there. She can't possibly still be dizzy from the lift. Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural production. If Aaronville's assumption holds true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. My memories of this place are a touch hazy, but if we keep to the path heading north, then we should eventually arrive at a farm of some kind. That can get grabby, of course. There you are. That's a leafy flan, I guess. Yeah, baby. Aha, now I know where we are. This is Mariol Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies on cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is this facility which coordinates and oversees those efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed their Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name. Only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet those workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? See what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same or cast about for useful clues. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with the use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here anyway? Well, my chap, you say? Oh, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields. But I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a long. Massive yet detailed requests. Literal wagon loads of crop samples. Hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Nothing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation, and was met with vague assurances that all would be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. Do I have ought to be taken down below? More than I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some has been earmarked for aerial transport. Hence the stack of crepes atop that hill over there. Gods, hauling the lot up that slope was a job and a half. What would that be, I wonder? Mammoths. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthos is modeled. A region in the south of Ilsabad. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for a myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly prairie peaks in the north gives way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transition to a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory is never contested as you might expect. It used to be called Corvos before the Imperials renamed it Locus Amanus. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climates we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. The stack of crates on the hill is going below. That sounds promising. I'll gather the others and join you there. Level 80 quest. Nothing else to click on here. The labels on these crates tell the story of their contents. Bundles of common seeds and saplings, accompanied by sheaves of reports.
Hard to look away, isn't it? But they're more than pretty flowers. Heart blooms are attuned to ambient emotion. You don't seem convinced, but believe me, it's true. This ashen grey, for instance, it mirrors the anxiety and urgency of those working nearby as they rush to fulfill sudden orders. Intense feelings like those spur the petals to change colour. Bright glowing hues in the presence of joy, dark, subdued shades for frustration or despair. Yet even with the collected wisdom of Charlian at our disposal, we've yet to identify the underlying principle of this empathic effect. And there are other mysteries besides. Although the flower is extraordinarily long-lived, its low reproductive rate has made it difficult to find younger populations growing in the wild. With too few sightings to map its distribution, and no closely related species to track, we've been unable to pinpoint its land of origin.
That's a flower that survived since ancient Assyrian times.
To further complicate matters, every culture, even dimly aware of its existence, has given it a different name and mythos. Our attempts to study it via the historical record have been an exercise in frustration. As an avid botanist myself, I should one day like to unravel the Heartbloom's secrets. But I'm afraid other duties must take precedence. I will leave you to your thoughts.
If it's an ancient flower, it may have been a flower made with creation magic. Matoya?
Have you learned aught of interest? A flower that reacts to one's feelings? Strange. I must say, I have never heard of such a thing.
This is all very fascinating. But as it stands, we fail to gain any significant insight into the Forum's undertaking.
Indeed. While there is certainly enough activity to support Erenville's supposition that a priority has been placed on improving food production, unfortunately for our investigation, these workers were never informed as to how their duties serve the master plan.
But
If only we could interrogate the Forum members directly. Isn't that the entrance to the Arcane?
hey, Erenville managed to get
Look,
that.
there. I think that's Erenville.
A little difficult to tell from here, but I think you're right. He did say he was coming down to make his report.
Erenville receives his orders from the Forum. Would it not follow, then, that the superior to whom he reports is a Forum member? Or at least a close associate?
You mean to eavesdrop on their conversation? What of the risks?
Ours alone to bear. We won't interfere with Erenville's work, nor will he be implicated as an accomplice. If you're not comfortable taking part, I can do this alone.
Maybe transform into a ninja, and I can
Nay.
help.
I said myself that I wished to know Father's intentions. And no answers will be forthcoming should we simply ask nicely.
We can apologize later, should it come to it. Right now, we need every crumb of information we can get our hands on. Consequences be damned.
I think we should observe some.
It might be best if you came along as well. In fact, we should all... Cryo?
Oh, yes. That certainly sounds like a plan.
I'm glad you agree.
Quickly! Erenville is on the move. We need to get closer before we lose him.
can almost reach you.
Maybe Kyle is hearing part of her sundered self. Much like we were haunted by Aardvark in the first. Let's get after him already. We've waited too long as it is. It feels wrong to spy on Aaronville, helpful as he's been, but what other choice do we have? Forgive me, my attention has been elsewhere. We were following Aaronville, weren't we? Is Krya still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving too. We cannot let our query slip away. Did you see which way Aaronville went? I imagine he just followed the main road. Alice is not about to let Aaronville out of her sight. Aaronville was headed westwards along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still catch him. Yow! The full report. What you know? This is still just a level 80. That once we blow the lid off of everything, those things don't have quite the same amount of aggression as the mushbooms in the cave. See, Aetherite shard in there. Aetherite crystal. The full thing. I've discovered the new town. I seem to have a turn off somewhere. Here comes dinner, or here comes death. In either way, it is pissed off. And that's a line from Night Watch, but I can't catch it. In regards to oxen. It seems Chistola wishes to have a word with us. We've fallen too far behind, and this damn mist won't help matters. I can still hear it. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos' climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. If I were an agent of the forum, would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Aaronville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. Goodness! Unaccustomed to transfiguration. Worry not, it will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Aaronville. Should you feel the magics returning, return to me and I will refresh the enchantments. And what am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd as likely leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Which reminds me, where are the creatures thereabouts? In that form, we were essentially defenseless. Get out, get out, get out, get out. You must remain transfigured in order to progress with quest objectives. You will return from your transfigured status if you move too far away. Look to your map for the transfiguration's area of effect. Speak with the Stola to restore or prolong the transformation. Ribbit? Nope. I would have enjoyed being a toad for a little while, if only for the change of pace. But your Stola is right, I am too preoccupied with other matters. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit! Alpha Toad and Ali Toad are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can leave your quest... Stand still and I shall request a spell. The transformation should last long enough to allow you to find and spy upon an anvil. Hippity hop. Hippity hop. Yeah. Wow. Can't breathe fire though, unfortunately. Essentially defenseless at this one. Look at that. Now I can see eye to eye with the great serpent of Bronca. There's... Actually, wouldn't it be incredible if, look at this.
I trust you will find your compensation to be more than satisfactory. We wish to make clear that we are pleased with the efficiency and thoroughness of your work. So much so that we have come bearing new tasks in need of your competent hand.
Another lengthy list. If I may speak frankly, the Gleaners have been pushed to the point of collapse by your unending demands. We are not familiars to be exploited. We are Charlian scholars, and we deserve an explanation for this unseemly treatment. What warrants such urgency?
In an age long past, Charlian was charged with a momentous duty. And now that word of the final days hangs heavy in the air, the time has come for us to fulfill that charge. I can say no more, but I promise you this. All will be revealed in due course. And when it has, you will understand that your toil was in service to the greatest good.
Then I will do your bidding. For now. But unless you wish the Gleaners to rise up in protest, I advise you to offer tangible improvements for our working conditions. Your promised revelation does nothing to address present circumstances.
A fair point. Your concerns will be conveyed to the Forum.
Cooper?
I hope that was informative. You may consider my debt to you repaid in full. While I do have my reservations about the Forum, I want to believe that they have our best interests at heart. Which is why I'm reassured that you're busy sniffing out the truth of things. We can ill afford to place all our eggs in one basket, this master plan of theirs, without first understanding the risks involved.
Wait! How did you know it was us?
No, they probably don't have frogs.
If you mean to impersonate a toad, try studying the real thing. And don't try to fool an expert.
One doesn't need the power of the echo. Our toad performance needs work, apparently. I'll have to pay more attention to the next... I'll have to pay more attention the next time I see one. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle, this momentous duty the Forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. So, I imagine that Fandanio has planned this for a long time. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. So, playing both sides. Well, not really both sides, but anyway. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they even have sufficient importance to disrupt all the labyrinthos. Not to mention the ARC's request for aid. If we happen to cross paths with Erenville again, I should like to thank him properly. Alice is staring off in the direction Erenville departed, a thoughtful look on her face. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum in the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the Gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Yustola and Krile for a moment and see what they think of this. Yeah, well, if you create your own prophecy, you might as well see the means for its execution. It's much like in Small Gods, where It doesn't matter if you just made that prophecy 5 minutes before. The prophecy is still a prophecy. Yeah, no, it's a checklist, I suppose. Were already what you were doing. So let's say Van Daniel's original unscented, part of Van Daniel's self. Maybe he understood his own intent. So he wanted to prepare for himself. Where is Cryle? It's funny how normal the forest seems now. As a toad, it was all so much more ominous and threatening. Welcome back. I trust you found Erenville then. Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Cryle and discuss how we'd like to proceed, assuming we find her back at the farm. She was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best decision in hindsight. Do you mind checking near those flowers you must sow in transplant? The rest of us can survey the more distant areas, just in case he decided to wander. Cryle like this.
For you. The spell will keep it from wilting. She said you would need it for the journey ahead.
Heidelin, eh? Or rather,
Will you speak with her now? I cannot hope to match Minfilia's clarity, of course, but...
Thank you. Do not worry. She has lent me her body for only a moment. Just as I could not save the first from the flood of light, it has become arduous for me to interact with the physical world without assistance. Though I might converse with you for a time, the incorporeal form I assumed on the ship would be incapable of casting even the simplest enchantment. It is in the depths of the ethereal sea, the place to which all life returns, where my influence is greatest. After Menphilia's sacrifice on the first, it was to the sea, here in the source, where I ferried her soul. I wished that gentle spirit to find rest in the world she loved so well. Her, and another who may yet have a part to play, though that will depend on you. Take the flower, walk free, for you are free to go where you wish, to believe what you will. That bloom will be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow. Together, raise it aloft and let it shine, till the end, blinding and radiant.
That was all too brief. Already she seems so far away. My apologies if I startled you. Ever since we began our descent into Labyrinthos, I had sensed another's will, straining to reach out. Even with my particular talents, though, I was unable to make a connection at first. So weak and tenuous it was. Once I took hold of that wispy thread. Imagine my surprise to discover it was Heidelin herself. Needless to say, it seemed wise to learn what we could before letting go. Her answers were more cryptic than I would have liked, but at least she left us with a guide of sorts, that unusual flower. Yes, we are definitely making progress.
You can't be serious. We've done nothing wrong.
Master Fortuno, what business has the Forum with us?
Obstruction and suppression, apparently.
Mistress Baldessian, our records show you facilitated the Scions' entrance into Sharlayan by claiming them as assistants for your organization. We are aware of your investigations. After alerting the major institutions to the presence of potential troublemakers, we received word from an Archean custodian, a group operating under the auspices of the students, skulking about Labyrinthos and engaging in clandestine behavior.
Clandestine? We may not have entered Sharlayan as Scions, but we did naught to conceal our identities. Our only purpose in this city is to seek the truth. I can think of no reason why our actions should warrant the Forum's intervention.
It is not our way to discourage the pursuit of knowledge, but the timing of such pursuits must be considered, not to mention their potential impact. With the world in chaos, we, the true caretakers of wisdom, have committed ourselves to an undertaking that demands the utmost discretion. And we will not risk its success by turning a blind eye to disruptive foreign elements in our midst.
What then is to be our fate? Will you put us on a ship back to Eorzea?
The Forum will convene to examine your case. The results of said inquiry will determine your future in this city. As for your absent companion, he has already been detained.
Our absent companion?
Graha! But why? Is reading a crime now, too?
Reading is encouraged, celebrated even. Not, however, of the volumes shelved in the restricted section of the library.
Huh, how do you get in there?
Refusing to comply will only make matters worse. Let us instead treat this as an opportunity to open a dialogue with the Forum.
Silence is often one's best defense. I would advise against prolonging the proceedings with frivolous discourse. But enough. This is not the place for debate. The rostra await.
Forgive me. I was careless.
We would have been detained regardless. This way, at least, we managed to stay together. I trust your time within the Forbidden Archives was well spent.
The Forum will come to order. This inquiry is now in session. As Speaker-elect, I will be presiding over the day's proceedings. Master Fortuner, would you be so kind as to restate the matter which compelled you to summon your colleagues with such urgency?
As you are all aware, we recently denied Eorzea's request for Sharlayan assistance. Since then, certain individuals, dissatisfied with our decision, have taken it upon themselves to interfere with our work. They entered our nation masquerading as associates of the students of Baldessian. But these malcontents are better known as the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. These militants wield influence with both the Eorzean and Eastern alliances, and are inextricably involved with the crises presently afflicting the world at large. Loose in our city, these warmongers sought to meddle with and expose matters of state secret. What are they, if not a dire threat to be expelled?
You have tarnished the good name of the students. Galuf would be ashamed.
Galuf Baldessian was never one to forsake his fellow man. Even if this nation closed every door and retreated from the world, he would have found a way to help the Scions, help every soul of this star fight back against the coming doom.
terrible enemy stands poised to lay waste to all we hold dear. In the face of such madness, Eorzea reached out to Sharlayan, a respected ally, in the hopes of forming a united front. Was your curt dismissal truly the best you could offer? Or are you so preoccupied with your momentous duty of an age-long past that even the end of the world is unworthy of your attention?
Whence came this revelation?
From the mouth of a Forum member within fortuitous earshot.
Then it seems your findings support my own. The reason I visited the restricted shelves was to study records of the Forum's policymaking process, to better understand the historical trends underlying their most major decisions. At first glance, the positions of neutrality in war and the accumulation of knowledge above all else appear constant and consistent, the unchanging pillars of Sharlayan society. And once upon a time, I might have left it at that. These days, however, I am more attuned to the subtleties of governance, and so I noticed something odd. From a particular point in time, the purpose of these policies shifted. No longer was knowledge preserved for the benefit of society. Rather, society was to be gradually reshaped to ensure the preservation of knowledge. The most conspicuous and telling change was the one which befell Labyrinthos. Once little more than an oversized storehouse, an enormous allocation of funds saw it transformed into an advanced research and archival facility. I also discovered a fascinating account on the finances of our Dravanian colony. The settlement attracted students from far and wide, and the connections and tuition fees thus acquired were funneled into further improvements for the archives. Now, there is no question that our nation's progress is tied to the acquisition of wisdom. Nevertheless, the vast resources diverted for this purpose borders on the obscene. But returning to the matter of when, our change in course appears to have been made some 270 years ago.
The very same period when Sharlayan scholars in the hinterlands began a formal study of the ethereal sea. You found something, did you not? And whatever it was, gave rise to your oh-so-important duty.
Mind your tongue, Archon. If you had seen...
Yes. We are bound by a duty we cannot ignore. Knowing this, what would you have us do? Abandon our vital work and join you on the field of battle? We will never choose the way of the sword. We will fulfill our mission, not through strife and bloodshed, but survival. Come what may, we shall live on. We must.
Do as you must, then. But we Scions will fight until the heavens fall, until our last breath.
Such misguided zeal.
Father, Master Fortuner, I fail to understand the stance you have elected to take. But by the same token, I have yet to find a compelling argument to counter the challenge you put to us in Gridania. still in the midst of my uncertainty. I must trust in myself to do what is right, as others have chosen to trust in me. So I will continue, as I always have, weighing the consequences of my every action, and allowing my hope for the future to inform my decisions.
That's quite enough. Have you all forgotten the reason for this assembly?
Skolok Monteshane. He's the head of the Studium and an old friend of my grandfather's.
Honestly, every discussion devolves into some interminable debate. Terrible habit. Let's return to the topic at hand, By their own admission, these scions have resolved to fight alongside the Eorzean nations against the doom which swift approaches. But there exists no evidence of an attempt to incite our citizens to do the same. Furthermore, while our decision may well have been the correct one, we cannot simply bull our way through these disagreements without inviting doubts or objections. Put yourselves in their place. Who among you would leave a tome unopened if an elder forbid you read it with no reason given? No. If we're to quell further discontent, then we must conclude this matter with a fair and even hand.
Order! We will have order! Master Monteshane raises some valid points. Keeping such concerns in mind, I propose we enforce the following measures. Until further notice, the students of Baldesion are to cease any and all activities within the domain of Sharlian. You will also refrain from any further investigation into the Forum's decisions and duties. Failure to comply with these restrictions will result in the immediate expulsion of your Scion associates. Let us put this judgment to a vote. All in favor, raise your hand. I count 51 for and 48 against. The proposal is passed. Students, scions, you have heard the Forum's judgment. Pray abide by it, or face the consequences. Honored members, I thank you for your time. This inquiry is concluded.
Thank the gods for Scholar Monteshane. I am absolutely loathing arguing in circles. My father may be right, that I am still groping in the dark for answers, but I needed him to know that I would never stop searching. I owed that much to Ehrenveld and myself. You may encounter some raised eyebrows, but do continue to claim the students as your sponsor whensoever the need arises. I am believing in the guiding principles of the science, and I know my grandfather would have as well. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. I was pondering the significance of what I had just read as I left the restricted section. I knocked over the security mammoth on my way out. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city. And our endless investigations have not been in vain. We know now that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn aught more of substance here in Charlian. Oh, hi. Alice has a look of dissatisfaction. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but that's in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs. Why are they so reluctant to explain their action in plain words? Survival, come what may. Is Father's work so vital that it takes precedence over his own family? Alphonor, Alice, it is you. Their mother? When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I am so very glad they allowed you to stay. Mother? Alliance Levelier, at your service. You fine people must be the scions of the Seventh Dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches Father that you were here. Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortunal are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. You will come by the house, won't you? I have gifts waiting. The timing couldn't be better. As matters stand, we shan't be going anywhere until we discuss matter with Thancred's group and reconsider our options. Go, visit your home. We will be back at the annex when you are ready to rejoin us. I'm not sure Dakali, what do you think? Dakali? The Dakali Mirala? What a splendid day this has turned out to be. Champion of Eorzea, I insist that you join us. But we must be quick about it, not for my own benefit, but should my husband return and find you enjoying our hospitality, the servants will be made to suffer the consequences. Dakali, if you would be so kind as to escort my children to the estate. And then she was gone, and with her any opportunity to protest. Indeed, the matter is settled. Enjoy yourselves, you three. I'm sure Alphonor thinks nothing of it. He invited classmates over all the time, but I wasn't the most. It was a difficult time for me, alright? I apologize. My mother is not one to take no for an answer. Still, I am glad, relieved even, to see her in such high spirits. What say you, Dakali? It seems we shall have little enough time to enjoy it. Will you accompany us on our visit home? Fine. If we're going, then let's get it over with. But be sure to stay in the entrance hall. No peeking into our private chambers, thank you very much. Why ever not? Your room was always perfectly neat and tidy. Everyone has things they'd rather keep to themselves, don't they? Cherished mementos you can bring yourself to throw away, childhood toys. I mean, never mind. Levelier estate is that way, straight down the stairs. Come on. Okay. That's the way, then. When Alice and I were little, this bridge was as far as we were permitted to wander alone. I say alone, but my mother or servant was always somewhere nearby, keeping a watchful eye. And now look at us, traveling to different continents, different worlds even. As children, Alpha and I would often wait here for our father to come home from work. It must have been a day when his meetings ran long, because I remember growing restless and leaning out over the railing to watch the water rush by. Father, of course, arrived at that exact moment. Came pounding down the path in a panic, crying out my name. And here you are at last. Please do come in.
Welcome home, my lady.
I want to go to Daphne.
What? What are you gawping at?
Just admiring the craftsmanship.
Oh, I suppose I never gave the decor much thought. I'm glad that you approve, I think.
Lord Fortuneau is not to hear of this visit. And I should also like the children to have their gifts, ere my husband makes his return.
As you wish, my lady.
Master Alphino, Mistress Alice, if you'd accompany me upstairs.
We shan't be long.
But at the same time, I'd like to do all the side quests for Charlie.
The twins have been sending letters home from time to time, recounting their latest adventures. I am sure they withhold certain details, of course, if only to keep me from worrying. Yet a mother worries all the same. In the early days especially, I tried to support them as best I could, sending the Scion's coin and other such donations. Fortunately, they have found the strength to overcome adversity time and time again. Their words grow more confident with every letter, their depictions more vivid. The triumphs and defeats, the joys and sorrows. It is clear that they have come to find value in every experience. But of those they treasure most, it would seem that meeting you might be the most impactful. Why, since that fateful day, I do believe there has not been a single missive in which you were not mentioned by name. 'Tis plain they care for you, and I am glad they have such a steadfast companion watching over them. Under normal circumstances, I would offer you tea, but alas, these are anything but. In any event, why don't you keep me company whilst we await my children's return? Perhaps you might regale me with a tale or two of your exploits.
you mentioned gifts, I wasn't sure what to expect. Mother,
Oh, look how well it fits you. And the style is to your liking?
She looks ready for combat.
It's perfect. Exactly what I would have chosen. But please, tell me you had something different made for Alphino.
Naturally. You are hardly little children anymore. And while I shall miss dressing you in those precious matching outfits, I must respect the individuals you have grown to become. See for yourself.
Thank you for the splendid clothes, Mother. Stylish, comfortable, and eminently practical.
I am so glad you like them. They are, however, missing one final touch.
If you'd allow me, Master Alphino.
Oh, yes, sage, sage, sage.
Wait. Are these...
A sage's tools of the trade. They belonged to your father. Though he may as well be chained to his desk these days, as a student he was often called upon to venture into the field. He wielded those armaments, both to heal and to harm in no few battles. None so fierce as those you two have braved, perhaps, but battles nonetheless.
Hey, wait a minute. I was just thinking about what they may have seen in the Valdez, or in the Ethereal Sea. Something that may have tempered them just a little. Some sort of protective primal there, perhaps?
Thus did I pull them out of storage, to show you that he was not always the man who stands in vehement opposition to you now. And also because it would be a terrible waste of ridiculously expensive House Leveilleur commissioned artistry.
But wait, no, that can't be possible, because the forum does almost nearly half oppose it.
I am told these devices are quite difficult to master, but someone of your extensive experience should soon have them darting about with grace and aplomb. May the wisdom in that crystal serve you well. And please, try to find common ground with your father, that you might come and go without need for this awful subterfuge.
We will, Mother. I promise.
My final gifts to you, before you run off, are an observation and a suggestion. Firstly, Fortuno has ever been a serious man, but it was only after you were born that he truly lost himself in his work. I may not know the Forum's inner workings, but I know your father's. The timing of that change in him holds some significance. Secondly, do not seek to best your father with words. Far better that you simply show him. Let him discover the merit of your actions, after they cannot be undone.
Oh, Mother.
We shall take your wisdom to heart. Thank you again for these gifts, and farewell for now.
Safe travels, my children. Eat well, stay warm, and keep your friends close.
was that? Only the gods know when we'll be back again. Thank you for indulging Mother's request. I can see it meant a lot to her, and I shall refrain from inquiring as to the content of your private conversation. Our visit was all too brief. For now, however, it will have to suffice, as will these tokens of home that we carry with us, these gifts to help us remember who we are and whence we came. But enough sentimentality. Let us return to the annex and rejoin our companions. Learn I learned this city eventually. This place, I wonder. Maybe it has something to do with me since I can't craft yet. For us to feel responsible for the schism of House Levelier would be pure hubris. After all, we are merely on the outskirts of what is, essentially, a family affair, and yet neither can we claim the indifference of strangers. To hear their mother welcome them so warmly was a joy and a relief. As curious as I am to learn the truth of this duty, I wonder what else the farm is hiding. A calamitous secret whose origins lie in the ethereal sea. Duplicity aside, however, I do not believe Master Fushnot means us ill. Even the harsh words he had for his children stemmed not from anger, I think, but desperation. If I intend to master these sages' armaments, that will mean learning to imbue them with the same aether that I poured in the moonstone and obsidian. It is difficult to grasp the essence of such an entity. For me, it will help to think of the Nolets as allies in battles, simply a new form of the energy which went into manifesting my carbuncle companions. Don't think for a moment that I'm jealous of Alphinone's new weapons. They're far more suited to him than me. We left for Eosian matching outfits, but our styles, both fashion and fighting, have long since diverged. If anything, I'm proud of the differences between us. Actually, this reminds me of the airship before Avalanche. Alright. I believe that's everybody so far. Enjoyed your time with the Leveliers, I hope. I would ask how the twins fared, but their neat outfits tell the tale. I only hope we can help them to reconcile with their father, that they might return home one day with their heads held high. In the meantime, we edge ever closer to the secret the forum strives to hide, and a flower bequeathed to you by Hydeland is sure to guide us going forward. I'm confident that once you've scouted out the situation in Thavnair, we'll be well equipped to plot out our next move. Speak to Urianji since she's the eldest. First, though I have read much on the subject of Rat-Tag, this visit shall be my first. It will be interesting to see how the Honish men mean to contend with the tower, different as their magical and technological disciplines are. So it's back to Thavnair. Had I known earlier, I would have considered more suitable attire. Thancred is eager to set forth for Thavnair. I have Krau's instruction in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Have you been to Thavnair before? Having been to Thavnair before, I can travel by Aetheryte, but what of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Krau is of the same mind and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. The Confluence, thou sayest. I'm afraid so, my friend. Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee, owing to the knowledge of our comrade Moen Breda. Moen Breda was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending them that fateful letter. Neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, thus have kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. Or Kite. Better be a Mikote with that kind of name. It's wonderful how a garment given in love so easily changed one's whole outlook. I remember when I was still coming to terms with my talent in the Echo, just being wrapped in the robe my grandfather gave me somehow made everything less daunting. I really should finish the storyline in Eureka. Not tonight, though. Not tonight. I wonder how long I can go. I've been going for 2 hours nearly. Confluence. Which way to the Confluence? How do you get there? Where am I? Right here in the Confluence is that there bound the hologram. Here, okay, so I turn around and I go this way. Maybe I can go this way. Oh, I don't know, up here? Oh, where that building I was just at then. Well. Not a Mikote. Then why are you called Kite? Well, now, this is rather a lot of stern faces, and my library books... Are my library books overdue again? Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kyle of the students of Aldesian. We seek passage to Thavnair and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects? Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years, we've labored to make such travel possible that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. While my language may have been a bit misleading, the user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Charlia, and the other over in Yedlemad, a port town in Thavner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radza'an, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to the contribution of their alchemists. So, to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. How fortuitous for you. I should maintain that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magic imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift out listening to the live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. But it's plain that you aren't most people. Master Skryl truly knows how to pick them. Well, I've done it before. If I might change the subject, are Master Wolfson and Mistress Blueda not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their post. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project helmed by the Forum itself, as I understand. But I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. In case you were wondering, the Aetherite still functions like a normal one. It's just been upgraded to allow unattuned travel. I'll see you there shortly. Though words unsaid yet weigh heavy on my heart, I shall devote mine all to our task in Thavner. Given my experience with teleportation, I'd be lying if I said I didn't have reservations, but I will trust in Kryl. I shall teleport the tried and trusted way. Good luck.
Just the 4 of you, was it?
3. I'm already attuned to the crystal in Thavner.
You are? Oh. I would have preferred more test subjects. Oh, well, never mind. If our 3 travelers could line up here, please?
is fine. Take a deep breath, and I'll soon have you soaring through the ether. Oh, and one last thing. You might experience a teensy-weensy touch of violent ethereal sickness. Good luck!
What? You might be experiencing a minor case of severe head trauma. Definitely a reference to Portal 2.
Thavnir, home to city-state Rads Athar. Rising from the southeast waters of the Bounty, this Isle of Plenty served as the battleground for a conflict between two peoples. Their cultures bled into one another until a unique amalgamation was distilled from the chaos, in a process not unlike their precious alchemy. Once solidified as a single nation, an adamant stance of neutrality would hold invaders at bay. For a time. Now across this vibrant isle creeps a fog of malice. What choice do you have? What chance? Against such an insidious foe.
Wonder how long this debuff will last.
I've seen fairer faces after a bout of bad shellfish. Let me bring you something to drink. That should help settle your bellies.
There was a note with Kryle's instructions. Don't let Estinian roam the markets alone. He's alarmingly bad with coin.
You managed to will yourself to your feet, but given your condition, will you be able to reach Estinian in time? Huh, no stopping our champion. Now quickly, find Estinian before he... You there, I need 3 drinks. Something that helps with aether sickness. Mother Amancia, traveler. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. Your wise good sir to come to me. My special armor lassie, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By the way of a warm welcome, by way of, please offer you for a glove. Stand before. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? Wait, I shouldn't bite a lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Ah! Sincerest apology, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for the 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I wonder if I can drink mine right now. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Next the closest. Praise be to the 12. My stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heart felt thanks to thee, Estinian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us Tatler's wrath. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. Right. I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. The hair. I have found it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavernian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alphinaud could hold a candle to you. I expected the Azure Dragon to put up more of a fight. On that subject, I shall refrain from making comment. Yet I cannot help but observe that the merchants seem overzealous in their pursuit of profit. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Raja Ad has long thrived as a hub of commerce. In the beginning, there were the Arxodara, a Matanga tribe indigenous to this island. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over. A development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All this hath combined to make a trading power of Raja Ham, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travelers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so, that opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it would be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical, eh? We've not to lose by learning more. So ere we seek out Krau's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlimad? Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. Be thou assured that I am quite recovered. Lassie is truly a boon for unruly stomachs. Is it truly so amusing to see my hair bound? 'Tis how I used to wear it, a functional fashion. Perhaps you were confused how you found me following Nidhogg's demise. It had fallen loose after the Chirurgians removed me from my armor and put me to bed. I simply decided to leave it that way for a time, seeing as I would not don the Azuri Dragon's helm again. Your stomach behaving once more. Thancred is ready to get to work. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Beckley, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetherit, putting though the near side of it may be. Welcome, traveler. That's right, we are open for business again. Can't sit wallowing when there's sales to be made, am I right? So got any bi-colored gemstones you're willing to part with? Gazing out from the pier, we spy boats moored off nearby isles, with the silhouettes of larger seafaring vessels farther away. Compared to other ports we have visited in the past, there appears to be very little activity. The crate is laden with fruits, but the birds are spoiling as if they have been left for too long. Well, if it isn't a traveler, you're a rare sight in these unsettled times. People have been giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared in Narnia. If it just stood there and loomed ominously, perhaps things would be fine after a fashion, but no, I had to spawn fell fiends as well. We still have our lives thanks to the radiant host, but business is as good as dead. What'll become of us only the gods know. Maybe there's someone that I missed. What am I doing? Oh, recording my sales. Still do it daily out of habit, though I don't know why I bother. Hardly sell anything these days. Business has never been this terrible, but I suppose things could be even worse. I could have a consortium to keep afloat like Kazal. I don't envy his position. Better to be alone with my little operation, I've come to realize. You're a traveler by the looks of it. If you have a moment, perhaps you can pay Kazal a visit. He'd be glad for tidings from abroad. I guess not. You'll find him at the Saltwind Sails, the harbor guild, building across the water from here. The Dalmaskins aren't coming. We already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All that I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known that this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defenses, but we've been afforded no protection out here. We can't blame foreigners for wanting to take the risk. Gah, but this will be an enormous loss. Oh my. Alright. Forget about the Dalmaskins. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines, all the perennial Hannes favorites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest ware. Quality is guaranteed. I know all these things, Kazal, I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant. Please tell me you're a merchant. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me. My name is Matthew, and I'm here to see Kazal. Well, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. He seems... I should follow him, talk to him. Yes, can I help you? I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kazal too, did you? I'm Matya, a fisherman of Avakiali, a nearby village. I sent my catch to Kazal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. Matya regards me nervously. Well, if I may ask, what is it that you do? An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world helping people. Then, that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? See, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I wanted to sell them, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kazal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my tongue to the twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? If you're willing, please let me know, and we can begin at once. The events to follow cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder ritual. You'll do it then. Show me how to deal with customers. I'm in your debt. Right, please try peddling my fish to, shall we say, 3 people here in Yedliman. I will observe you and learn. Matsuya is now accompanying you. Keep him at your side in order to proceed with quest objections. Yeah? Greetings, friend. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. Suppose I'm well enough given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing what they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back and continue with my life such as it is. Whether or not it was the right choice, only time will tell. There's no place like home without doing anything dangerous, eh? Oh, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I head to the I heed the Radiant Host instructions. I hope to deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives. To the days when you could earn as much as you gave and tuck into a meal satisfied you did good work. Speaking of meals, why not have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how could I not bite? Right on, give me some of your fish. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Swallow's cod, delectable stewed in coconut milk or baked with a sprinkle of salt. Succeed in making a sale. Plus I got lots of information too, so win-win. 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 And now that I think about it, I'm starved. Should I say that this is my home point in town? Guy, do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some armor. Let's say it doesn't. You don't need to be expert quality. What do you need so many armor for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I'm a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself constantly hungry. I know how you feel. Thank you. A pity you don't sell fruit, but I enjoyed our little chat. It took my mind off my troubles for a moment. Oh, I ended without a sale. Never mind. If nothing else, you left her with a positive impression. Let's move on to the north side of town, shall we? We might only get that one sale. Well, I guess if I ever do a new game plus, It is a storehouse like any other at first glance, yet in contrast to its scale, there is distinct active activity. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh God, my stomach. Ugh. Ate your sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. Just take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. And so I'm working as hard as I can while I still can, the better to be prepared. demonstration anywhere. Well, it's not like I'm trying to impress anyone. Well, if you excuse me, I must be getting back to work. Take care. Huh. Thought I would've... Bet we could make a sale, but we did manage to build something of a relationship. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. Thank you for showing me how to talk to customers. I managed to sell to one of the 3 people you approached. It was difficult, but when you put your mind to it, you succeeded. Though you did fail too, but there are lessons to be learned in both success and failure. By applying yours, I'll endeavor to become a better peddler. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kazal soon. I thought I heard a familiar voice, and who should it be but Matsuya? Kazal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me, try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options at this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matsuya, I truly am, but for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. I want to help you, I do, but as it stands, I can barely help myself. I poured all mine into Consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I have my friends and family depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kazal. No, not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage somehow. Well, I'd best return to my village. My thanks again, and please take care on the road. It would have been nice to make 2 of 3 salesmen. Not necessarily a salesman at heart. I'm not necessarily a salesman cote at heart. Somewhat of an idea on the state of matters. Mayhap owing to the island's small size, Tower's impact upon the people's lives doth appear more pronounced here than in Asia. There you are, gotten over the 8th through sickness, have you? I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or 2, I trust. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers, and as before, they mainly use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth the lunar primal. Business as usual for the Talaferoi. Having a struggling fisherman you've only just met to peddle his catch, yes, he would do something like that. Mayhap owing to... Oh, I've already spoken with him. Judging by his furrowed brow, something important has occurred to Estinian. That Machio fellow you were helping. He's Arxodara, is he not? apparently 'tis almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? If something is this perpetrator's aim, it does stand to reason that XIV would be the primary targets. For 'tis the faith of their ancestors that prevaileth in this land, and many are without devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. After lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Quao's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. Ori girl. I'd like to help you, man. You do not see Matthew nearby, but the elevator ground ahead may provide a better vantage point. It's a Twiddle! I should make some noodles. I'm starved. Oh, it's 3 a.m. Wow. I'm feeling a heck of a lot better than I did earlier anyway. Is that him? No, that's just an elephant. I do not see Matsuya from here either. No! Leave me alone! Somebody help! I came from the north. Huh? Where did they go? Why are you here? I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me. I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest, think about what to do about, well, everything. And then these men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that XIV were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. You've considered me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see, that's your decision to make. But you should take care not to travel alone. A question, if I may. 'Tis our understanding that the strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst you tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities in the old tongue it means. But they're not true to divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us. Really? To think I had you peddling fish? But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. We, I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please come to our village. We're good gods-fearing folk, all of us, and we'd be honored to share our knowledge. And fish. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Aculi? Wonderful. Just follow the road west and down the hill. You can't miss it. So, 'tis the simulacra of the Vanian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be done now. The kidnapped Hannish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Though, indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. Aye, as you said, we do well to study their religious traditions, the Aculi. I think I have somehow managed to go the wrong way. Discover a new locale. Familiar though I am with the myths and legends of this island, to hear them spoken by heirs to the story heritage giveth them new life. Welcome to Aculi, my friend. The name means white beach, and there isn't much here save that, but please make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. Anyone else can tell you about our gods, but you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Rasfeda. They're free at the moment as that happens. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups: the Mansia, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and the Myria, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities, their forms and personalities many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight, and by heeding their teachings we strive to be better people and live better lives. Charming little village. A shame about the hideous tower. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Pick up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Mansia and the Myria, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Mansia, the Myria cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Mancia coveted the might of America, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus, foreborn new gods possessed both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Mancia have worn animal faces and Mirga the limbs of men. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll, which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, you should like to see it. Fair Mancia. You heard about them already? Yes? 3 sisters. The center one is the eldest. Senderuva, a goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Senderuva. As a goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Menderuva, the youngest sibling. She provides over the crafts and is so beloved by weavers. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. In like fashion to the Mancia, the deities of Eorzea preside over myriad aspects of life. And what of the Mirga, if I may ask? The Mirga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a god's head. He is venerated as the progenitor of the Arxodara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? Said that an ancestor of the satrap, that's the ruler of Arad's at hand, forged a covenant with the dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the satrap. Legend holds that if ever the satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Dragon ally. You claim to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. It is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I will pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sought out Krau's acquaintance, an alchemist by the name of Lidhana. According to Krau's notes, we are to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Mancia has a shine in his eyes that wasn't there before. Did you say you're going to see Lidhana? Oh, how I envy you. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes, when you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Further north. The heck's going on up here? What the heck is this? this cave here. What the? Oh,
What happened here?
Their dress marks them as alchemists. I see no evidence of injury or poison.
Thinkest thou they but slumber?
I believe so. Whether it is by choice is another question entirely.
Oh, we have guests. You must excuse the poor welcome. Long days and longer nights have taken their toll, as you can see. I am Vashan, servant to the satrap. My task was, in fact, to wake these good men and women, if you will allow. People of the great work, I come bearing new scales.
Scales? We have new scales?
Yes, my friends. Gather round. I have them right here. Now I can continue my experiment.
Many thanks.
One for me.
Those are dragon scales.
Yes, such materials are vital to their most pressing research.
And we are fortunate to have them. Our experiments are so close to bearing fruit.
I'm guessing this is
Soon we will have a talisman capable of nullifying the etheric emissions from that accursed tower. Did I say something wrong? Are you not here with Varshan? Wait, who are you people? Of course! You're the one Kryl sent. The warrior of light we've been waiting for.
Oh, this is a day of celebration. Praise be to Cinderova!
The winds have shifted. I feel it. The end to our toil is near.
I feel it too. My head hasn't been this clear in days.
Tell me, how did you acquire those scales?
Curious that it concerns you so. But worry not. They were freely given by the dragon with whom our satrap has forged a lawful pact.
That is well.
You must be quite familiar with Dragon King, yes?
Is this their congealed blood I see on your weapon?
Speaking of dragon blood, you yourself have been infused with it, have you not? I should like to draw a file or two, if so. Now, see here. Come along, come along. I must insist that you visit our laboratory. See
What's your shoving? Or so help me.
Yes, pray for his soul, I suppose.
Oh dear, your poor companion. What with the new scales and your timely arrival, my colleagues are a little giddy with excitement. No harm will come to him, I promise. Meanwhile, shall we find a quiet place to talk?
No great harm, hopefully. A little harm is alright.
As you may have guessed, I am Nidana, the alchemist who sent the request to your Mistress Cryle. We have workshops across the nation collaborating on this research project. But it is here, at the Great Work, where I collate our results. Come with me, all of you, and I can explain the crux of the situation.
Here, just in case. Sean. Pray pay me no mind. I am here that I may be of service, nothing more. Oh, for the days when I enjoyed such fervent adoration, but on this occasion I am glad to entrust the burden of popularity to Estinian. It is said that shellfish is ideal for those who have suffered blood loss. Mayhap we should have acquired some from Matsia. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. But Cryle herself is tied up with another investigation. Dekali is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, you seek to make talent spans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of aether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that will allow our soldiers to venture into the tower even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we are still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to the etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we have been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we will be ready to conduct a field test. And here is where you and your blessing of light come in. Whatever it is, just leave it to me. Thank you. Lest you wonder, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I will explain in greater detail later, but you will be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. In that case, Irianse and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you could provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the Great Work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I will meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Good luck with the test. I shall remain here to assist the other alchemists. How can I get out of here? What is this? See, Latin designed in local style. I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night, the drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from this tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. For your test, you will be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Please begin whenever you're ready. I shall be observing from a safe distance. Commencing etheric exposure testing. Repeat, commencing etheric exposure testing. Retreat to a safe distance if you are not the subject. Follow the drunken Deepa's lead and try not to fall behind. This reminds me of chasing after that gravekeeper in Legend of Zelda, right? Readying ether. Please stand back. Back then? Ready to start. Power will blast the ether that suffered no. Subject has no irrepressible urge to empty their stomach. Confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow. Room. Still no ill effects. Septic and stomach bowel integrity holding confirmed. Returning test. Resuming test. Please follow. Subject fortitude rated impressive. No irregularities confirmed. Resuming test. Please follow and brace for final discharge. Working ether, please stand back. struck by the strongest blast of aether yet but survived completely unscathed. Etheric exposure testing concluded. Please collect and deliver me to the supervising alchemist. Congratulations on retaining your composure and your humors. Ah, you've returned and not on your knees. A promising sign. But come, let me take the deep off your hands. Having exhausted all of its aether, the drunken Deepa is now having a well-earned rest. Thank you. I shall replenish its aether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine? Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your aether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. Did Hannah regard you with those eyes that you could drown in? You are a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink, but we have exhausted our stores for a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arxodare will travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I would compensate you for your troubles, of course. I'm in near debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kadiadz's footsteps. It is situated on a road which runs east of the Great Work. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Look out, Dakali! But that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work, thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You're all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now, just through these pillars and up the rise. kind of like a manga. And here we are. Kadjaya's footsteps. Kadjaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. The happy benefit of this is that spirit wheat grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting at once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. Since you're looking at me in a funny way.
Yes, that would be Radzad Khan. Hardly anyone has been allowed in or out since our troubles with the tower began. The faithful citizens huddle inside the city walls, and commerce has all but ground to a standstill. I pity the satrap, the trials he must be facing. Well, he is the most important person in Radzad Khan. Long ago, this island was home to two tribes of Matanga, the Gajasura and the Arkasodra. When the Aura came to these shores, it was the Arkasodra with whom they joined forces. Together they defeated the war like Gajasura, forcing them to flee Thavnair altogether. Peace and prosperity reigned for a time, until a clan of Hjord from the mainland decided they wanted the island for themselves. It was a direct ancestor of the present satrap who arbitrated that conflict and welded the warring factions into the nation we know today. And ever since, a member of that esteemed lineage has inherited this somewhat unique position. You see, by and large, the state is run by the people. But when problems arise, it is the satrap who mediates a solution. The stability provided by the satrap is what has allowed Radzad Khan to thrive all these years. And it was the satrap himself who entrusted us with this duty. We will not fail him, nor our countrymen.
What is the delay with the vessel? I told you I need to adjust those ratios.
I come all this way to admire one of my splendid towers, and what do I find? Fools attempting to ward off its tempering influence with magic trinkets. I seem to recall a similar experiment in ages past. What was that man's name? Oh something? Oe?
Another body, another time. Who could be expected to remember every trivial detail? Allowing them to construct such handy talismans would be counterproductive to my plans.
Doesn't seem very
And
stable.
yet, I find myself deathly curious. How will they manage this feat with the limited knowledge and resources at their disposal? Complications be damned, for we cannot escape the nature of our souls. And I, as ever, am my own worst enemy.
So it seems that, so there must be one floating around somewhere, another, his sundered other self. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work, shall we? I wonder what that be out there. That'd be interesting to climb that. Ain't that an interesting looking bear? Is that a Spriggan? That was an actual Spriggan, wasn't it? It wasn't just a Lalafell wearing the head of a defeated Spriggan enemy. But an actual Spriggan, at heart at the very least. So glowy. Sure, they must be a distraction to their own selves at night. I cannot sleep. Well, turn off your light. I can't. It's part of my nature. Luckily, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Little does Nidhana know that she is about to send you on another errand. If you will excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nidhana. It would seem that the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Urianger told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain, but we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Luckily, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask you to fetch the Giant Skull? In case you're not familiar, Giant Skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, It has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. The quarry where it is found, aptly named Giant Skull's ground, isn't far away, so it shouldn't take much of your time. May we impose on you once more? Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainuha. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of hamsa, Mistress Nidhana? By all means, do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Here are our Hamsadactyli. If the creatures look familiar, it is because they are close kin to your Eorzi and Dodos. Hamsa have long been kept as livestock in Tavnair, and many a hatchery may be found here. Alas, the largest of these was recently raised by monsters from the tower. On account of said hatchery being situated near the tower, the Radiant Host repurposed its remnants as an outpost. That is where my errand takes me, and your own destination is but a stone's throw away. If you have no objections, let us first make for the outpost. We set forth at your word. You are ready, then let us depart. You need only ride and relax. My bird and I will take the lead for yours to follow. Let us be off. If you haven't ridden Dodos before, be warned that they have a wobbling gait. King now. That spectacular formation stretched out over the water is called Kadra. So it's whole legend that related as it was cast down at conflicts in the word between sword. The legend requiring no introduction is the tower. As you can see, it straddles a small isle. Almost there, though the main part of the hatchery is atop the cliff. The outpost itself is on the beach. Huh, I wonder if it was Owen. Owen Darnell. Owain from Ivalice. That was Fandaniel's opponent. Perhaps his sundered other self. Perhaps he got cast into the sea. Manned by the Radiant Host, this outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. Well, who should it be but young Barshan, on an errand for the satrap? I am. His Excellence bade me to come collect your report. He also wished to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty. but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor, too, often traveled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the satrap is unwavering. But still I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you, for you are a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nappy. Thank you. I wonder if he is a glamour. I wonder if this is a glamour. And who might this be? Not Hamish, by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Dakali Mirla of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea, given the unprecedented nature of the threat. Some of ours are understandably anxious. We would be glad for any tidings you could share. You two, bring Bursa on the latest report and answer any questions he may have. Well, it appears quiet with the tower at the moment. I dare say the soldiers won't mind if we approach them. It occurs to me I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve the peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we have struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on the 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. I've heard about you, the visitor from Eorzea. Is there anything you can tell us about the Lothroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower and that they declared war on the whole world. Well, why are they doing this? What is it that they want? This we don't understand. What? They want to die? And take everyone with them? What madness is this? Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have for our Eorzea and Far Eastern brothers. You wish to know about the tower? To be honest, we know little and less about it ourselves. The Tower of Zot, as folk have taken to calling it, suddenly appeared where it did on the island on Narana. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far in the water and it expose itself to its corrupting nature. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. Talismans, 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 talismans. Ivolus, the crystals of Ivolus, the ones that... Owain, yes, those. Them thingamajiggers. Yeah, I think I know. So those crystals are meant to keep people safe from... But then, Fandaniel must have did something to corrupt that. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and Trub hub both, Rajat Hander ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Alas, the stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming. Amidst the dearth of information, everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand. As mine will keep me here a while longer, however, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa, you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together until we meet again. Imagine that Barshan is a glamour. Holy. Well, the hamster appears to want to return home and reluctantly offers you its back. Should you become separated from your steed, speak with the Radiant Peacekeeper at the Hamsa hatchery to mount it again. I will become a Hamsa Knight. Riding into battle on my trusty steed. This is indeed the Giant Skull Grounds, and I am Zen. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemist, you see. But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. You are a sack of the pierced giant skull. We always set some aside for alchemist friends. When you deliver, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. If they need more, they need but ask. Oh, look at that. Grab it. I'll snaggle it, right? Meow. Can I even get out of this water? How would I even, I should be able to jump that high, right? Oh yeah, just barely. Barely. Doing well, doing well. Oh, I suppose I could. Yeah, I could probably just teleport there. Go back here, right? Great work. Ah, welcome back, Natalie. There, I hope you have the giant skull. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you so much for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it will be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. The icons.
I see our taskmasters have allowed you a moment's respite as well. You have to hand it to these alchemists. They are determined to see this endeavor of theirs succeed. I've never been one for blind optimism, but I sincerely get the sense they're close to a breakthrough.
They had better be, or all this effort was for naught.
The peoples of Eorzea, of the Far East, of Thavner, children of this star united in common cause against a dire threat. Yet ere they succumbed to suicidal madness, were not the Telophoroi born of her body as were we? They who cling to life and the promise of the morrow's dawn, against they who desire death and an ending of their own orchestration. The victors of this war alone will hold the right to answer the question of existence, of its meaning, and its worth.
Poetic and ominous to a fault. That said, if it's an existential debate in nature, then our arguments might not be as persuasive as you'd think. Fandaniel wants to die and take everyone with him in an orgy of pain and suffering. An utterly vile and unforgivable idea. And yet, and spat upon by fate and wailing in the deepest pit of despair, who among us can say they have not entertained similar thoughts? There are nights black as pitch, bereft of hope, and no words of comfort can reach you. And it's all you can do to grit your teeth and choke back the bile.
The more you see and suffer life's injustices, the more difficult they become to bear. Vengeance is nurtured in similar soil. Though your anger has a broader focus, the sentiment is much the same. A fervent desire to destroy others, to see them drown in torment, as you have.
That about sums it up. The will to endure is not always as strong as the urge to burn it all down and salt the earth. Survival be damned. It's a struggle, often close and brutal.
Indeed. Well, I, for one, shall pray survival proveth more appealing in the end.
As will I. Besides, our chances are much improved when we've the company of others committed to the cause of life. Our vengeful dragoon here is proof of that. What is it? What did you see?
Fandaniel.
Fandaniel? Are you sure? If he knows we've been working on a countermeasure.
It holds. The vessel holds! This is the one!
At long last! Look! We have finally created a talisman strong enough to withstand our experiments! We've named it a warding scale for the time being. With this in your possession, your soul should be completely shielded from corruptive ether.
Afforded such protection, any one of us may approach the towers without fear. Thou hast mine admiration. 'Tis an invention of historical significance.
I thank you for your kind words. But I would prefer you keep them unsaid until we test the talisman's efficacy in the field. It is for the next stage of our plan that we summoned you in the first place, to accompany me to the Tower of Zot. Should the scale prove effective, as I very much hope it will, then you'll have little to do. But should the effect be weaker than anticipated, I must ask that you restrain me, or knock me senseless.
That joke doesn't come to that.
Either way, we are fortunate to have you with us.
Nidana, are you certain you wish to do this?
If others are to trust our creations, then we must have faith in them first. And as the senior researcher, it falls to me to lead by example. But should I fail to return, then learn what you can from this attempt and apply it to the next. Our work must continue. Is that clear?
We'll keep an eye on the place while you're away. Assuming Fandaniel is lurking about, there's no telling what mischief he has in mind for us, or you. Be on your guard.
Shall we be on our way? I'll have one of the soldiers at the hatchery prepare us a boat, and we can set out from the northern shore. I'll see you there.
Which way to go? Well, I can go north. I can get there along the shore, or I can go through the field. I wonder if that's somebody who fell asleep. Just ended up against the wall. I slept for hours after work. I could probably sleep for a couple more. Related to the cookies, eh? Ooh, Cerebus. Perhaps under the waves they spotted something. The Shandarians spotted something akin to worlds before. Just built upon and top each other. know what it is. It's turtles. All the way down. This is a rather finer work than I had expected, but I won't complain. All that remains is to board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever that may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Artificial blessing of light.
We should soon cross the threshold of the tower's influence. Any moment now.
Ooh.
It's working! And you are still yourself? Then I'd like to see how it fares closer to the tower if we could. So far, so good. The scale's protection appears to be holding. If we can just make it to the tower's entrance.
Oh, we better watch out for primals.
A few more steps.
Kind of nervous.
Praise be to the sisters, we made it! And the scale has proven itself to be everything we hoped it would be.
And it can probably be improved even further too.
Now we can focus on production. Once we've equipped and returned with an entire survey team, this menace will soon give up its secrets.
I'd get too hurt, actually. Get over there right now.
What?
This is obvious it's going to happen.
Let me go! Let me go!
Oh, do calm down. You'll only hurt yourself thrashing about like that.
Stop! Oh, you can't do this! Please!
A little late for heroics, I'm afraid. The similarities are striking. My! Such hostility! Never before has my artistry so displeased. My patrons of old would have positively squealed in delight, though, between you and me, I find gushing praise exhausting.
Patrons of old.
Allow me to tell you a story. Surely you've yet to hear the one about Van Daniel, the sundered Ascian. I inherited the position and the soul of the Van Daniel who sat on the convocation in the time of the final days, theoretically speaking. Practically speaking, that fact is of no consequence. I was born and lived as, well, me. Eventually, I was recruited into the Ascians and imbued with the former Van Daniel's knowledge and memories, but I never felt that they were truly a part of who I am. How to explain? Perhaps if I told you who I was before my Ascian embrace, although that chapter too is a past I've long since discarded. I have it on good authority you've poked your nose into an Allegan ruin or two. Yes? Then I expect you've heard of me. The old me.
At your service. Imagine a nation of unbridled prosperity. Every need met, day after day of unbroken, unshakable peace. Existence fulfilled and ripe for decay.
You are a genius without peer, Amon. However do you conceive of such delightful experiments? That fool was beside himself with panic when he awoke with the head of a bull. Even his cries for help emerged as so much guttural lowing. Oh, the memory of it. My poor sides. My friends and I were so consumed by laughter we struggled to breathe.
No more than entertainment for bored wastrels ignorant of its worth. My all-consuming work. But it was not their only indulgence. For they were ever hungry for stimulation. Slaves to the slightest hint that amusement was afoot. Our nation was ailing, but I would see the poison purged. I resurrected a legend, our first and greatest emperor. And just as I had planned, he set our wayward empire back on the path of conquest. An inexhaustible ambition carried us onwards, always onwards. Yet, he who delivered to us such glory was not to be satisfied.
Heed me, Amon. No matter how vast one's empire, or full one's treasure vault, all is rendered meaningless by death. In the end, all is lost.
You know as
well as I that the Emperor stands to lose this war, and so I have come to claim you. For while your methods leave something to be desired, we cannot deny the results of your work. And as fortune would have it, the seat of Fandaniel, your rightful seat, lies vacant and waiting. Take your place amongst your peers, rather than die a pointless death amidst the ashes of your doomed nation. Send one of your clones to the Crystal Tower that you might see for yourself. See what lies ahead.
The fall of the Empire affirmed the truth. Majestic and tragic, as the Emperor foresaw. Scheme as you like, build as you will, nothing endures. What is life but a brief jaunt ending in emptiness?
So easily distracted. Why, I almost left without saying farewell. As for your friend, you needn't worry. These pawns are far more useful to me alive as fuel for the primals. If you attempt to pull them free, they will die. So, enjoy tackling that conundrum with your comrades. We shall meet again! Not in one of these minor spires, oh no, but somewhere more suitably grandiose. Your favorite playmate is ever so eager to see.
Hey, I wonder if Xenos maybe then is a, in some ways a clone then of the Emperor of Alec then. Matthias? So still alive and possibly sane, but you are returned, but where is Mr. Snidhana? Captured. Man, Suya preserve. Just when he had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Please Meanwhile, please return to the great work. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure he wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidhana and the other captives. Anchored is wearing a grim expression. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidhana's colleagues included. I'll call them together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. Oh, Nidhana. Can you answer me this? Though Nidhana is trapped in a tower, she's still alive, yes? Those captives looks exactly like Ultima Sia looked like when she was captured in the mall, trapped in the mall. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidhana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. My friends, the satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidhana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would also discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Rajat Han for an audience with His Excellency? We should be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands could only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. This the way then? Oh boy. Looks like it's spoiling for a fight. Now that was one heck of a revelation. Daniel was Amon. In a sense, he still is Amon. give you a chance if I'm running this far. But if you still attack me at this distance, then you have no choice. Then I have no choice. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you have been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. Oh, I should have spoken at the Estinian and all of them first. I didn't even notice them in that crowd of people.
A vast rock squats upon Thavner, and to its stony surface clings the city of Rads at Han. Ye who enter here are subject to the scrutiny of gods, the gate's most watchful eye. The orb which beholdeth the truth of all things. Pass beneath its hot and piercing gaze, bearing down like a second midday sun. The fragrant haze, a mixture of sweet incense and acrid smoke. The cries of merchants mingled here with lively melodies accented by dancers' feet. Travelers seduced by vivid sound and colors were once swallowed up by patchwork streets. But no such scenes to savor now. To what somber present does that divine eye bear witness?
Here we are, Megaduta. It seems a shame to bring you here directly. Under normal circumstances, it would have been my pleasure to show you the sights.
And it would have been our pleasure to see them. Alas, it seems our tour of the city will have to wait.
I'm afraid so. Come, we should head inside. Your Excellency, may I present our honored visitors?
Ah, splendid. Most splendid. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ahawan, Satrap of Radzat Han. Our alchemists tell me your assistance was invaluable in the creation of the warding scale. Such deeds ought to be recognized in person. Thus did I have young Varshan convey you here forthwith. On behalf of my people, may I express to you our sincere gratitude.
Nidhana, she was taken.
A regrettable incident indeed. Her colleagues insist that we honor her wishes and trust in the talisman, that it will be instrumental in saving Nidhana and the others. I am eager to hear your opinion on the matter, so let us not stand on ceremony. Come, sit.
I think not. This charade has gone on long enough. Show yourself.
Forgive me, but were you expecting musicians, perhaps? There are no performers waiting in the wings at present, but arrangements could be made if you'd prefer.
Nay, he hath the right of it. The time for artifice is past. Raise the curtain.
As you wish.
You travel as assistants to the students of Valdesian, but you are known to me.
Oh, I thought those are just grammars.
Even here have we heard of the scions of the Seventh Dawn. I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode.
Vritra, of the first brood, sibling to Hraesvelga and Nidhogg.
Aye, mine elder brothers, of Midgard's Sorma's spawn. I was last to hatch.
Well, isn't this a surprise? We were told Radzat-Han had an alliance with a dragon. Not that a great worm sat in the Satrap's own hall.
A necessary subterfuge, as the true tale of our nation history illustrates most effectively. In the beginning, the rock upon which our city is built was home to Vitra, and Vitra alone. In time, the ancestors of the Matanga came to the island and established a foothold. But never did they dare disturb the worm's lair. Next to arrive with the Aura, adopting the example of their Akasodra allies, they too treated Vitra with reverence and respect. And for many years, an understanding between our forefathers and the Great Worm endured. Until marauding heroes from the mainland came, threatening to shatter our peace and tranquility. When it seemed all would be drowned in blood, Vitra himself came forth and quelled the rising conflict. A peaceful accord was reached, and oaths sworn in Vitra's name. Thus began the dragon's governance of the fledgling state, which was to grow into Radzat-Han.
But if Vritra is still here, then your position as Satrap is just...
a charade, yes. And one which my family has performed faithfully for generations.
Many envy the Great Worms their power. Were it known that I ruled here, then the fires of war would burn without end. I would not be the flame which consumeth my people. Those few who join me in laying our country's foundations were, perforce, sworn to secrecy.
Your eye. It was taken.
"'Tis here, buried within a semblance of flesh.
Eyes of Alec, almost like.
The body before thee is but a simulacrum,
Oh, okay.
Constructed by the finest artisans of Razatan. With mine eye nestled within, it doth serve as an inconspicuous vessel for my whim.
That would explain why I felt the presence of a dragon upon our first meeting.
I am woven with words fashioned to deceive such arcane senses. Though 'twas short-lived, it seemeth thy fusion with my brother hath left thee much altered, Estinian warmblood. From the very first, we sensed the nature of one another, yet did neither one of us bare his fangs. That is all I need know of thee for now.
With my secret thus revealed, I have for you a proposal. Not as a worm of the first brood, but as the ruler of Radz Adan. With all haste must we take in hand the finished talismans and breach this foul spire. Thence, should it lay within our power, dispel its wicked influence. Yet even with the assurance of the warding scales, the narrow confines of the tower doth limit the size of our force.
And thus denied strength in numbers, thou must choose thy soldiers with care.
Just so. Yet though our radiant host is formidable, I see a surer path before me. Thou and thy comrades have contended with a multitude of primal beings. Most recently, thou didst cast down false gods in Pagalthan and Cartanau, I am told. 'Tis upon that strength I would call. The Scions have proven themselves the most capable, and I ask that you serve as the tip of our spear. Talismans would, of course, be provided for each of thy companions, and should you agree to this undertaking, more will be provided to make use of as you see fit.
There's no denying it's a dangerous proposition, but the rewards may far outweigh the risk. Just think of what we might accomplish if we could equip all our allies with warding scales.
Okay.
I worry, however, that even the four of us may be too few for what you have in mind. Might we regroup with our friends first to discuss the matter?
'Tis no trifling task that I have laid before you. Go. Steel your hearts and hone your plans. Such time as you require shall be spent in crafting your protective charms.
It seems a quick trip back to Charlian is in order.
Wilt thou not lend thine aid?
Whether your request be made as a great worm or the ruler of Radz Adan, I see no reason to refuse, nor will I.
I am in thy debt.
That we should encounter one of the first brood in such a circumstance. If our course of action is decided, let's not tarry. Let's not tarry. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Charlian and muster a suitable crew for a foray into the Tower of Sun. Well, if you haven't already done so, be sure to tune the Aether right here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Boo! The Great Serpent of Ranka. Scream! His Wigglyth. The conflict between Nidhogg and I is in the past, and though they were brothers, it has no bearing on my view of each other. Above all else, he is a leader of men, not an enemy. He would hardly dedicate his life to this endeavor if he were our kind, any will. Future and his alchemists have prepared us for our foray into the tower. What we may accomplish within its twisted halls remaineth to be seen. That Arxodara languish in Telophoroi chains doth forewarn us of the nature of our foe. 'Tis the gods of Thavner who will be summoned to support us. Just as I was getting used to balmy Thavner and we're back in chilly Charleon. Take care not to catch your death, eh? We need you for the battles to come. Now then, everyone appears to be here, so let us take stock of all the development and discoveries. Crown glances at you with expectant eyes. Since there has been progress in both investigations, shall we share the findings from our respective locales?
Your time in Thavner has certainly been eventful. In my opinion, carrying out Vitra's request and assaulting the Tower of Zot should be our highest priority.
I agree. While I still have questions concerning the Forum and their grand undertaking, we have all but exhausted our avenues of investigation. Simply pressing them any harder on the subject will almost certainly result in our expulsion. Therefore, I suggest we explore the ethereal sea connection by way of a letter to Master Matoya, then make our way to Thavner.
I wonder, even with the protection these talismans afford us, what can we hope to achieve once inside the tower? According to Orenvold and Frodola's report, they were unable to free the Emulger. Worse, their attempts triggered the tower's defenses, which led to a summoning of Luna Efreet.
What does it tell us that the Spires even have such defenses? Simply pulling a prisoner from the wall is fatal, thus the direct approach is doomed to failure from the outset. Any further measures to dissuade such actions seem unnecessary. Unless, of course, there is a way to free the prisoners without killing them. Then it stands to reason that any intruders will be met with overwhelming force.
The towers appeared throughout the world in but the twinkling of an eye. 'Twas by magical means these structures were raised, I surmise.
It's like pulling a spaghetti out of a mess of meatball and spaghetti. Just gotta find the right one and pull.
A spire thus conjured must needs be maintained, and I suspect an arcane catalyst, some manner of core, doth lie hidden within. Destroy the core, and the tower ceaseth to be, thus liberating the captives without harm.
So we can hope. And I would prefer to enter the tower with a working theory than with no plan at all.
Assuming Ishtola's reasoning is correct, the chances of the defenses remaining dormant are small to none. Any primates will have to be dealt with, and defeating one will likely only lead to the summoning of another. Our every victory will only compound the prisoner's suffering.
May we not then divide our forces? Those proficient in healing will focus on sustaining the captives. That duty can be covered by Urianger, Kryl, Yostola, and myself. The remaining Scions will proceed with the search for the core. Admittedly, this strategy puts both parties at greater risk, but it should bolster our chances of saving the Archosaurus by a considerable margin. If you're to fight primals, then you'd best have at least one healer with you.
And I am more than happy to fulfill that role. I found wielding a sage's armament to be rather intuitive, and look forward to testing them against a more challenging foe.
It seems we have a plan. All that remains is to carry it out. I will inform Rads at Han of our movements, so let us make our preparations and regroup near the tower.
The military post in what's left of the Hamsa hatchery should serve as a convenient staging point.
That sounds perfect. And remember, the experimental aetherite at the confluence is there for those who need it, so there's no excuse for being late.
Hatchery. Maybe I'll... Yeah, maybe I'll do that. That away. And if I can catch a chocobo over to the Hamsa hatchery. Chocobo cheek. Guess I've... I follow the road and I follow the rules of the road. Ah, our friend of Eorzea, we've been expecting you. You and yours will lead the mission into the tower, I'm told. The warding scales will be delivered soon. Till then, please stand by at the boat we have readied. When your fellows arrive, I will direct them to join you. We pray for your safety and success. It's 5 in the morning. I should cook something. Waiting, waiting, waiting. If this is the future of Aetherite travel, I think I'll stick to boats. Aye, no warning, however emphatic, could have prepared me for that. On account of which we are a little late, but fighting fit. Mostly. My friends, permit me to thank you for accepting this mission. You must be, we should still call you Barshan, I suppose. Indeed, it would not do to confuse our soldiers. Very well then. For our part, we are humbled that you should see fit to entrust us with your warding scales. Please convey as much to His Excellency. I wonder if Barshan sees Fandaniel if he would call him Amon. Amon. They'd probably be death enemies. One for each of you. Please accept them with my blessings. Our thanks. With these we can go anywhere. Those with the blessing of light can go. Not only for this operation either, but all the ones to come. We can finally break your monopoly on primals. I've been waiting for this day. So have we, my friend. So have we. If everyone is amenable to it, let us review the strategy for good measure. As previously agreed, we will divide into 2 groups. Dakali and his band will break through the tower's defenses and locate its core. Meanwhile, the rest of us will tend to the prisoners who will doubtless want for healing due to their duress of repeated summonings. The primals which the tower bringeth forth shall be deities of the Varian myth. As we have no prior experience with such foes, pray exercise the utmost caution when confronting them. We commenced the operation at your word, my friend. For the people of Thavner, nay, the entire world, we must prevail. I don't mind doing this as a trust to begin with, I suppose. The Tower of Zot, now accessible. Although I don't mind doing this as a duty either, so... Let's see here. I think I can do this as a trust. Small talk. My warding scale is safely tucked away. I'm ready when you are, Dakali. I may not be the Azure Day Dragon, former or otherwise, but I guarantee that I'll give as good as I get. I may have taken up new arms, but my role is unchanged. I am a healer through and through. Yet knowing who once wore the sage's mantle, I wonder, when all is said and done, will I look back on the battles I chose to fight with pride? First this armor, blessed with Rataskir's power, now a Vitra's scale. Much has changed for dragons to show me such favor. And with Nidhogg with me, in spirit and in hand, no obstacle will bar our way. With Y'shtola keeping them company, the other party will be able to hold their own against the enemy if needs be. So we can tackle our own task without worrying over them. Come, let us be about it. This is the closest I've ever been to one of the towers. Such a sinister aura it exudes. It's been a while since I last took to the field, and I can't help but feel nervous. But with everyone at my side, I'm sure all will be well. Lest you worry, I've not forgotten my healing spells. Be it restoration or destruction, the sorceress can command whatever magics the situation requires. Aside from primals, within the tower we shall for certainty encounter enthralled Imperial soldiers. Defenders conveyed hither by means unknown, we will stop at nothing to hinder our efforts. Though our parties are separate, I will trust in you, as I know you will trust in me. Let us both give our all and add another rousing chapter to the saga. Looks good. Commence. I used to hate the Tower of Zot in Final Fantasy IV. Well, hate is a strong word. But it wasn't my favorite point in that game. Neat. A foul place. Let us proceed with caution. Ooh. Sense a great surge of aether as if a summoning hath begun. Look, those beastly masks of Levancia come to life. Oh wow. Ooh, look at them go, eh? Moshirai. Alright.
Underestimate me!
Didn't even hit your positionals, why don't you? Let Alphinaud attack for a little bit, or at least 10% of this fight.
You cannot stop us!
First boss! Haha! Whatever this being is, we can't let it stand in our way! Be gone from our tower. Be gone or become prey for the natives. What is this here, I wonder? Inkbuster! Yeesh. Musa, Greaves of Striking. Ew, look at these things, man.
You cannot stop us! You cannot stop us! You cannot stop us!
You underestimate me!
Yeah, it's like a living being, isn't it? This tower. did I come? I guess I'm going up. Up! That's where I'm going. Because I want to be... Sanjaruba. Oh wow. Tank was just kind of hurt for dungeon bosses, huh?
Give them a show!
See that attack again.
You underestimate me!
I alone cannot expel you. Someone needed more training with the spirit. these creatures which were...
This will hurt.
Bosses. Man, they just get more and more horrifying though, eh? Yeah, these are all horrifying. Another bosses. Dungeons and duties that I think it's because the music of Tower Zone always made me feel anxious. No matter the cost, we must protect the tower. Our visitors elect the Mega Sisters.
with heart and steel. With heart and steel. You underestimate me.
Nice. Ah. See what happens now, eh? From what I can tell is, some things appear to be no belief is sacred to these Talakarai. They were nimble fighters, I'll give them that. That seems to have been the limit of the tower's defenses.
Is everyone all right?
We fortified the captives with what magics we could. Have the defenses been disabled? All appears quiet for the moment.
Lower floors were disturbing enough, but this place feels wrong. The ether is heavy and thick, like wading through a quagmire.
I believe we stand in the tower's beating heart. What sayest thou, Stola?
I see it. Ether siphoned from the land runs up through the spire, flowing to a single point. This is the core we seek. Yet something is off. As large as this structure is, it siphons far more ether than is required to sustain it. 'Tis as if the core is feeding on the energy, consuming it. I need to take a closer look. Curious. There is something there embedded inside the core. A man's limb.
This is what we came to destroy?
Yes, if you would be so kind.
Closer to horror.
And that should be the end of it.
No, it's just the beginning.
What now?
My theory that the tower might come crashing down following the core's destruction doth appear to be correct.
Bully for you! And how are we supposed to survive the fall?
What of the prisoners below?
The floor beneath our very feet dissolves. Brace yourselves!
I pray I'm not too late.
looks like it took a lot out of Grahat, yeah.
Oh, what happened? Where are we?
By my reckoning, we're still on the island where the tower stood. But 'tis as if it never existed. Hardly a scratch. But how?
Huh, just asleep. I think.
Raha wove a levitation spell at the last moment. Large enough to catch everyone, it would seem.
That explains the lack of obvious injuries.
The expenditure of so much ether has taken its toll. He will need plenty of rest, but should otherwise be none the worse for wear.
Then the immediate problem is what to do with our new friends here. They'll be much changed for their time in the tower. Even if their bodies are intact, I doubt we could say the same for their minds.
Angelo and I will take care of that.
I have every faith in you, Alize, but there are just too many for you to treat alone.
We'll send at once to Eorzea for more Porksies, and call on the local mages to lend a hand.
Hail, Scions! We were watching the tower when it simply disappeared. What happened here?
The threat is banished, and thy people delivered. They are, however, in need of treatment, and we of a secure locale and helping hands to assist us in its provision.
You shall have all this and more. Come, let us convey these unfortunate souls to the city.
Carrying all those Matenga may have been the true struggle. The liberated prisoners are being transported to Rad's at hand for treatment. Alice and Stolar will oversee the administration of the tempering treatment, with support from those who know a healing spell or two. We'll go and join them in the city once you've had a moment to catch your breath. You may now enter the towers with the party of NPC avatars. To make use of this feature, open a chest interface. Tancred is rested and ready to set out. Heading off rest, have you? You never won for being idle. Right. Orshan bade us come to Megaruda at our earliest convenience. The others will join us there once they have finished tending to the prisoners. Ah, wait. On second thought, you and Estinian should go on ahead. I need to make a quick detour about a great work. We left Graha and the alchemist care, you see. Best to fetch him before he's crammed into a specimen jar. Just you and me, then. The guardsman at the gate should wave us through. When we delivered Grahat to the alchemist, they were not a little excited. Perhaps it was Nidhana's rescue that brought them joy, but given their fascination with Justinian, I'm not quite sure. Ooh. Jam looks like I might be spoiling for a fight. I guess not. With the tower gone, I expect that the state of alert will be lifted. Ah, honored Scions, you are free to enter at your leisure. As I cannot leave my post, I'm afraid you must make your own way. Should you require directions in this city, the sentry stationed at the fountain atop the steps would be glad to assist you. Kind of reminds me of going into that floating city in Final Fantasy XII, really. I've been to Rajahad before. This place is a veritable maze. Rather than risk getting lost, we had best ask for directions from this sentry at the fountain. Lead the way, and don't expect me to act as your tour guide like certain others. Master Beckley, I presume. I understand you're here for an audience with the satrap. If you require directions to Megarada, I should be glad to provide them. The satrap's residence is situated in Dharma, the highest part of Rajasthan. To get there, I would ordinarily recommend a route that takes you by the bazaar in the city's north. Due to the state of alert, however, most businesses are currently closed and the 8th right disabled. As such, I will provide you with an alternate path. First, please ascend the steps next to this fountain, then continue left. Okay, that way. There will be more steps, and upon ascending them, you will emerge on Paxa's path. Proceed to the large door on the right, and you arrive at Rodelia Fibers. Within, you will find another sentry who will give you further guidance. In other words, we had it. Sounds straightforward enough. In here and into here, and there should be a another phase. Watchful Radiant. Heading to Megadata, are you? In that case, please follow this hallway to my right and go through the door at the top of the stairs. You'll emerge at the entrance to the airship landing, where another sentry should be on hand to assist you. Incidentally, if you ascend the steps to either side of me, you'll find the workshops of Radu fibers. Though you're free to observe the artisans, take care not to lose your way. Oh, look at this place, eh? I'm lost already, but that's fine. I don't imagine this is where I'm supposed to be at. I'll head her back a ways. Guess those stairs right there. See you in back. If you're here for an airship, I'm afraid all flights have been suspended until further notice. So the state of alert is still in effect. Perhaps it's for the best. That aside, we're not here for an airship. We have business at Megadata. Oh, in that case, permit me to direct you. From here, it's quite simple, really. Ascend these steps, and then continue straight ahead and across the bridge. You cannot miss it. I have an internet shard right here. I will peek and poke around. I remember passing by here with Barshan. The situation being as it was, he regretted not being able to show us the sights. Life has yet to return to normal here, but when it does, you ought to pay another visit. Though the city is confusing, the food is quite good. I'm partial to hamster myself. The meat's surprisingly tender and flavorful. Squawk, squawk! Greetings and welcome to Megadata. May I inquire after your business? We are members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, come at the invitation of His Excellency. Oh, of course, we have been awaiting you. I will show you into the audience chamber if you would please follow me.
last to arrive. I hope we've not kept you waiting.
Not at all. Your comrade is feeling better, I trust.
Much better, thank you. Harness remedies are certainly potent in more ways than one.
One becomes accustomed to the taste, although I hope you never have cause to do so. Pray, take your ease.
Full glad I am to see you all unharmed.
Valiant scions, for your heroism, you have my boundless gratitude.
Looks like an injury on his side.
You cast down that dire tower and set free its hapless captives. You cleanse their souls of its corrupting influence. No words of thanks will suffice. In place of platitudes, I offer a bounty of warding scales. Pray accept your due reward, along with the goodwill of Radzatan.
Alchemists throughout the land were put to work in the forging of your talismans. The finished ones have been collected, and now await you at the High Crucible of Alchemia. Present this letter when you are ready to take them into your possession.
We are humbled by your generosity. Know that the inventive wisdom of Radzatan will be vital in restoring serenity to our star.
Every single one of those scales came from you, didn't they? You must still be in such pain.
'Tis of no moment. A mere annoyance compared to the dreadful suffering inflicted upon this land and its people.
Albeit brief, my involvement in the Dragonsong War afforded me a glimpse of the myriad sorrows which consumed both dragon and man. Though you were half a world away, such tragedies as befell your kin must have affected you deeply. And yet, you chose to live among men.
In the age when that conflict first bloomed, my choice had already been made. In some distant place, man slew dragon, and dragon slaughtered man. Yet no hate could I muster for those smiling faces which did look to me for guidance. Not even my brother's righteous rage could rally me to his cause. I huddled here, secret and still, hoping against hope that which I had built would remain untouched by the chaos and carnage.
Twould seem we share the same desire for peace, great Vritra. To that end, I wonder if we might trouble you with another question. The Telophoroi are intent on recreating the final days, an apocalyptic event which we know to predate the sundering of the star. As the longest lived among us, know you aught of this terrible cataclysm?
Nay. When war and strife drove my sire from his home, he crossed the great expanse with only our unhatched eggs as company. He alighted upon a shattered source, its 13 reflections long since scattered beyond the rift. Of events preceding his arrival, he knoweth naught, save that which Hydralin hath deigned to disclose.
I see. So again, 'tis the inscrutable Hydaelyn to whom you must look for answers.
to divine the will of this star? If so, I have a tale which may afford you some small comfort. 'Tis a story from my youth, many, many years ago. To my sire, I once posed the question, of all the stars in the sky, why didst thou settle upon this one? To which Midgardsummer did reply, 'twas the last bastion of hope. He believed so long as Hydaelyn endured, so too might dragonkind. Solemn and portentous were his words. What deeper meaning they held, I could not, dared not pursue. 'Tis a stone I've left unturned ever since. Yet take you solace in the knowledge that whatsoever Hydaelyn does strive towards, 'tis an ideal which hath earned my sire's conviction.
Thank you, Vritra. You've given us warm reassurance in a world gripped by cold uncertainty.
While I'm sure we all have a great many questions, I think it's time we collect the talismans and be on our way. Our fight against the Telophoroi is far from finished.
We must take our leave, but please do inform us if we can provide any further assistance.
Prithee, a moment. There is one whom my sire hath judged worthy of honor and respect. The one known to men as Eorzea's champion. This hero of renown and rumor, 'tis thee.
I only wish he could be here with us now.
I know of his clash with Omega, and the long slumber which was his price. Yet even closed in sleep, my father's eyes are far from blind. He is watching over thee, watching over this world. 'Twas a revelation most pleasing that thou, a child of man, had gained Midgardsummer's trust. But alongside mine elation runneth a rivulet of dread. For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, weal enmeshed with woe. Amidst this tangled knot thou shalt know no rest. 'Tis an endless confluence of forces, a struggle without surcease. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation. The hope thou wilt need come the end. Even cowering behind my curtain, I know the suffering of the powerful. I have watched my siblings driven mad by loss. Thus do I exhort thee to spare no effort to keep thy loved ones safe.
Apologies. We hadn't meant to interrupt.
It's just that we do have a history of suddenly collapsing, and when you didn't follow us out...
'Tis I who must apologize. I have detained your champion overlong with idle chatter. Go. At war's end, I pray I welcome thee back into my hall, where together with thy joyful comrades, you may toast your triumph.
Alright. Wow. Our apologies again. I hope we didn't force you to conclude your conversation prematurely. So what were you in the future talking about? Nothing? Very well, if you say so. The others have gone ahead to the High Crucible. Let's catch up to them. Like his sister Tiamat, Futura is possessed of a gentle soul. I'm glad they're on our side. The attendant was kind enough to give me directions to the High Crucible. First, let us return to the mulberry orchard. Oh, I'm hiccuping. I understand the mulberries are for the silkworms, grown a stone's throw away from the satrap's residence. It gives it the quintessential Thavarian flair, don't you think? From here, we're supposed to follow the path left and past the mulberries. The word used apparently means bind in the local tongue, and this district is so named because it connects all the others in the city. If we managed to come this far, we shouldn't have trouble finding the High Crucible, or so I was told. Where the street turns, enter the door straight ahead and then descend the steps. I thought the Crystarium was confusing, but it does compare to rods at hand. The architecture and decorations make it even harder to get your bearings. Anyway, let's see where this door takes us. It seems we're on the right track. And here's the Aetheroid Plaza. So far so good, and there isn't much further to go. From here we just need to cross to the other side of the hall and then pass through the larger of two doorways. The High Crucible lies beyond. I suspect the others have already collected the wording scales. Come, let us join them. Tancred and Eliange. You took your time, got turned around, I take it? Though this land hath been afforded a respite, in turmoil do many others languish still. Our work is far from finished. I'm quite well now, I assure you. As they say, the stronger the taste and stranger the color, the more effective the remedy. With my body trying to replenish the aether I spent, however, I'm feeling rather famished. I think a sampling of the local delicacies is in order. Hamsa cuisine would be a good place to start, perhaps? The students have previously turned to Raja Han's alchemist for help with the analysis of various artifacts. That is how we became acquainted with Nidhana. I'm glad we could rescue her and pray she makes a full recovery. What an immense laboratory. How many such places were enlisted to help forge the warding scales, I wonder? Excellent. You're in time to hear the latest good news. We're last, of course, but at least we found the place.
These are the talismans we were promised.
Yes, and I made a quick count. There are far more than we could have hoped for. Enough to outfit an entire company of soldiers, in fact. Considering the involved process, that they were able to manufacture so many in such a short span of time is nothing short of a miracle.
Once we have distributed them to our allies in Eorzea and the Far East, we'll have a fighting chance to bring down the other spires, just as we did with the Tower of Zot.
Or we could use them to invade Garlemald proper, and strike directly at the Telophoroid's base of operations. Of course, we would need to consult with various Alliance leaders before such a drastic measure could even be contemplated. To which end, I could set out forthwith and present the idea to each of our allies in person.
Pray allow me to undertake some few of those journeys. I find myself restless and in need of purposeful duties.
I can head eastward. Bosnia and Dalmasca are just a short hop from here. And Doma's shinobi network should come in handy for passing on the word.
We shall share the burden then. Meanwhile, I think it best that you and the others take the talismans back to the Baldessian Annex. We must keep them safe and secure until we've decided upon a course of action.
Please, I must speak with you.
Oh.
Nidhana, you're awake.
Yes. When I spoke with the carer at my bedside, she told me that one of the scions, a young woman, had cleansed me of the tower's corruption. It seems I'd been asleep ever since the treatment. But when I awoke and learned you were all still here, I knew I had to come.
As you said, Nidhana was captured only recently. Such a brief exposure is swiftly cured, so I tended to her before we gathered at Megaduta.
And I am truly grateful that you did. I cannot thank you enough. All of you, for everything you've done. Destroying the tower, rescuing our people. You've saved Thavnair from an awful fate.
Yet who hath truly saved whom? Due in no small part to thine inspirational courage, the alchemists were successful in reproducing warding scales of proven efficacy. Replications of thy work now stand ready to travel across the seas, unto the hands of those who might wield them against this rising evil.
Talisman? Is this true? Oh, I was so groggy from sleep. I didn't even think to ask. Oh, our great work sent across the seas. It was worth it. Oh, it was all worth it.
Look at that. Its color is completely changed.
What do you have there? How unusual. I wonder if the effect is a reaction to Akasha.
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that term.
Akasha? It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feelings.
You imply that it is distinct from ether?
Foreign scholars often conflate the two, but we see them as separate concepts. Ether is an energy which permeates the land. It exists within animals, objects, even the air we breathe, affecting all through which it flows. Akasha, on the other hand, exists in a domain beyond our reach. A gift bestowed from on high, or torn from the heavens in some traditions. Akasha can neither be created nor destroyed. It is beyond our power to purposefully alter or manipulate. The only thing observed to influence it is an abundance of, I want to say, spiritual emotion. As a veteran of the battlefield, surely you've experienced moments of desperation or exaltation when you've transcended the usual limits of your capabilities. That is a manifestation of Akasha, the invisible essence harnessed by heart, mind, and unyielding spirit.
I really must hear more about this theory. Our disciplines are based entirely upon the idea that ether is the fundamental form of all energy.
I'm glad my haphazard explanation has piqued your interest. But even for us, Akasha is a somewhat abstract field of study. A lack of practical application lends itself poorly to formalized research. Which is why my analysis of your flower can amount to little more than idle speculation. I am sorry.
Nonsense! You have nothing to be sorry for. Your insight is much appreciated.
Shall we depart for Charlian then? I will see to it that the talismans arrive at the annex.
And we will be in touch once our talks are concluded. I suggest you rest while you can. From here onward, sleep is bound to be in short supply.
The last thing I remember before being absorbed into the tower was youth rushing towards me. I can only imagine the hardships you and yours must have had to overcome to rescue us. No amount of words will suffice to express my gratitude, but I hope the flowers ready and close says everything I cannot. Ooh, am I ever hungry? Seems to be a rather large room. Seems that coming to this room is the point of... there's much possibility here. Hale. Ryle. It's good to be back, and with the fruit of our labors safely in storage. For now, we have but to wait for the others to return from their respective meetings with the Alliance leaders. As Tancred suggested, you should get some rest in the meantime. Welcome back, Dackley. Cryle has appraised me of your recent accomplishments. What an amazing feat to eliminate a tower and pave the way to deal with the rest. While it isn't much, I've changed your sheets and plumped up your pillow. After all, there's nothing like collapsing in a nice clean bed after completing a major milestone, be it penning a thesis or defeating Dayform entities. So, would you like to take a look at your new and improved lodgings now? Turn to the chamber. Oh, yes.
Take heart and protect them well.
Gotta roar myself awake.
Good, you're here. You haven't eaten yet, have you? We've bought quite a spread if you're interested. Only the finest dining from the last stand.
Massive burger.
Lest you wonder, we invited Estinian as well. But he refused with a rather grim-faced, "No, thank you." I suspect Charlian cuisine is not to his liking.
Oh, I don't know about that. Perhaps our lone wolf just needed some time apart.
What? To perfect his brooding stare? Next time, I'll drag him out by the ear, sit him down in front of a Charlian feast, and see that he eats every last bite.
An excellent idea. Of all people, warriors must take proper meals and rest if they are to maintain a healthy constitution.
Poor Estinian, beset on all sides.
Speaking of one's physical condition, Mistress Cryle, I hear you recently played literal host to Heidelin herself.
And what an experience that was. Tiring, yes, but no lasting harm done. If anything, I should have liked to speak with her longer. I've not felt a hint of her presence since.
Heidelin instructed you to carry that flower, yes? Twill be your guide, test and proof of your conviction. And then something about seeking joy in darkness, was it? Come to think of it, isn't that what happened with Nidana back in Rad's at Han?
The flower did seem to radiate a joyful glow, as if reflecting the elation we all felt, the relief of a people with renewed hope.
Indeed, and in turn, I felt buoyed by that radiance. 'Twas akin to spotting a beacon and knowing we were on the right path. I know we've not yet triumphed over the Tloforoi, or learned the full breadth of the Forum's plans. But even within the midst of our struggles, we find small moments of joy to sustain us. Rare and hard-won perhaps, but it is this pursuit of happiness that gives us the strength to carry on day after day.
I'm hungry.
Hey, that's mine.
To the swift the spoils. Though I recall that levitation spell of yours was quick enough.
Only barely. And even at my best, I'm still too slow to wield it effectively in battle. Mayhap I simply require more practice with this new magic.
You unearthed it from the depths of Numenon, I presume?
Aye, and from a veritable mountain of arcane tomes at that. 'Twas necessary to facilitate my solitary explorations.
Or, to put it simply, you used it to sneak around the Forbidden Archives.
Yes, well, after a fashion.
After a fashion.
They're tall, you see. The shelves, they're too tall for me. And I could hardly move the library's platforms without attracting attention now, could I?
Oh.
Are we pushing on until dawn?
I'm not that ambitious. But 'tis pleasant to idle away the hours every once in a while.
Enjoying the bracing cold, I see. Do you not own a warm coat or a cloak? Something in fur? Or fashioned from the skins of your enemies? Or... well, never mind that. I come to you once more as the bearer of bad news. Our tower in Thavner has been toppled. And I need not tell you by whom. Given how many we have at our disposal, the loss of a single spire is hardly fatal to our plans. It does, however, slow the rate at which we siphon ether. If they continue to preoccupy themselves with the towers, then all will be well. But should our foe prove bold enough to strike at us here, then the timing becomes questionable.
Our foe is bold enough. Of that, I can assure you.
Yes, very well then. I suppose I must prepare a proper welcome. Honestly, talk of your nemesis is the only thing you seem to enjoy. Does nothing else spark your interest?
No. All else is... equal. Equally tedious. Equally disappointing. The world is a tepid bog into which we sink, too weak to thrash as the mud clings to our eyes and fills our throats till we blissfully choke. But then came the light, blinding and pure and hot, so very hot, enough to set my soul aflame. I basked in the afterglow, until the void yawned once more. And then I knew the muck would never claim me again. There was naught for me ahead, so I drew the curtain on all that had come before. Burn. Burn. Let the whole star burn. I will have my contest. I will reclaim my moment.
Just an addict.
How wonderful that the emptiness of death has not dissuaded you from committing your life to its pursuit once more. I don't know whether to envy you or pity you.
You question my disinterest, but what of yours? Despite your noisome antics, I sense you take little pleasure in this endeavor.
Mercy, my lord. Such pointed barbs from one who barely acknowledges my existence. Nevertheless, you are mistaken. For I do find this part somewhat enjoyable. You see, when I was mortal, I would always have the same dream. It was a fragmented thing, disjointed, All the faces incomplete. The setting too was unknown to me. So I thought it simply a fantasy of my sleeping mind. Until one day, I realized it was showing me the truth. Much as your dream of the final days enlightened you. And soon, very soon, the rest of the world will see the truth of my dream too. Yes, I think that is something we can both enjoy.
Oh. I hope you didn't mind us barging into your room for our late night feast. For what it's worth, it did me a world of good to put our troubles to one side, if only for a moment. Oh, there you are. Feeling refreshed, I hope? I was about to make my way to the stadium, as it happens. I wanted to try and speak with Scholar Shane and thank him for coming to our rescue in the restaurant. What the time? As it turns out, he'd come here to see us following the hearing, only to find that we'd already departed for Davner. Knowing him, he is probably hoping to trade a card with his former students. Since we're still waiting for Istola and the others, I thought now the perfect time to pay him a visit. Care to join me? Then it's settled. The twins will be coming too, assuming Alphinaud can tear himself away from his new toys. I'll let you rally the troops while I go on ahead to the phenomenon. Considering my recent impropriety, perhaps I should avoid showing my face around the studio for a time. That might be for the best. If the others should return, tell them we will not be long. Unlike some of the Scions, I'm not an alumni of the stadium. As such, I have no acquaintances there I'm obliged to visit. While I would love nothing more than to pore over the many great tomes of phenomenon, I fear my presence there would stir up more unwanted trouble. So, for now, I will be patient, much as it pains me to do so. Heading out for a stroll. The Scholar himself is there. In that case, what are we waiting for? Oh, I didn't what the? Oh, there's Alphinaud. I didn't need him. I too am eager to see him, though I somewhat dread the thought of visiting the studio. I dare say our notoriety precedes us. Alphinaud, of all people, worrying over his reputation, and at our alma mater, no less. Well, wonders never cease. You'll understand soon enough. Off we go. Feels like only yesterday that I first walked through these doors. See that sculpted picture above the entrance? That's the mark of Dahlia, the Scholar, bearer of the waters of knowledge. It's no exaggeration to say that Charlie on itself is one enormous shrine to him, and that's especially noticeable here in the studio. Here it is, phenomenon. Well, I expect you made note of it before. One can hardly miss it. This is the first time you've been here on official business, correct? While most of the space is taken up by the expansive auditoriums, it also houses numerous laboratories, testing grounds for experimental magics, and a host of administrative task offices, and so forth. As the center of what would later become the studium, it was established to promote the study of ethereological phenomena, hence the name. Though with aether being a fundamental aspect of nature, its scope expanded to include every conceivable facet of life, and even the universe itself. And then, in the 432nd year of the 6th Astral Era, Phenomena was decreed complete and the studium officially opened as a place of learning. With a long and storied history, it is without question the world's leading authority in aetherology, the arcane, the occult, astromancy, and countless other fields, standing proud as Charlayan's foremost educational institute. You always did enjoy giving the grand tour to new students. Indeed, I've long since lost track of how many times he has recited that same pompous speech. Such is his undying love for his old stomping ground. He was in top form back then, youngest to enter the studium, graduated with highest honors in magical arts and aetherology, undisputed champion of the debating chamber. Hold on, you've both joined the studium at the same age, yes? And from where I stand, you're equally prodigious as scholars. Nice of you to say, but Alphinaud actually entered half a year before me, nor did I do well enough to graduate with honors, and I am certainly not the studium's most notorious master debater. In all respects have I ever been in his shadow. If nothing else, just remember that this was where the legend of Alphinaud Leveilleur began. We should expect everyone to be fully aware of our recent escapades. Hopefully we'll be somewhat more welcome here than we were at the last stand. I know better than anyone the adoration the student body has for Alphinaud, and with a bit of luck it might work to our advantage. Well, there's no time like the present. First things first, let's look for Scholar Kmansa Singh. Other faculty tend to frequent their offices, but unfortunately for us, he's fond of wandering wheresoever his whims take him. Let's split up and ask the students if they've seen him. Wow. Alright, already got that one. Alright. That was Alphinaud Leveilleur, wasn't it? The Alphinaud Leveilleur. And he's with his sister and Master Baldezian's granddaughter. This can only mean one thing. An event of epic, shattering proportions is fast approaching. Spread the word! Oh, sorry, you said you're looking for the scholar, yes? Knowing him, he could be anywhere, but Miss Ellie Poe should have a better idea. Things are bad enough during our school days, and Alphinaud's time abroad has only heightened his fame, or should that be infamy? He had his rivals and detractors, of course, though most of them gave that up after his adoring fans set upon them like ravenous dogs. Alphinaud, on the other hand, never paid them much notice. They were simply beneath him. I assure you, I'll tell you about it after my business with the scholar has concluded. The scholar, tell me, my good fellow, does this have something to do with saving the world from catastrophe? Might we turn our attention to Master Leveilleur's graduation thesis? I too have my doubts regarding our policy of non-intervention. Is it true that your experiences overseas are the reason you have incurred the ire of the forum? Oh, what I wouldn't give to see you butt heads with those old codgers. Where be that cry, lavender? Are you lost? Wandering off the street, perhaps? Wait, don't tell me. You're a trainee gleaner fresh off the guild ship. I'm right, aren't I? Oh, how silly of me. An orientation is in order. Allow me to bid you a warm welcome to Searcher's Meet. Let me start with the question. What is the most important thing you'll find in the studio? That's right, books. And what's the second most important? Why, that's simple. Everything else. That's what we deal here at Searcher's Meet. Whenever the students or tutors find themselves in need of equipment or materials, they come to us. If we don't have it in our stores, we send the gleaners off to find it. Honestly, you wouldn't believe some of the requests we get. Eye of Paisa this, tongue of Gigan Todan. It's enough to make your hair stand on end. Which is possibly what some of our students are trying to accomplish, this being a school of magic and all. As our newest gleaner, you'll have your work cut up for you, but I think you'll find it quite rewarding. I've tracked down many miscellaneous knickknacks, but I'm no gleaner. So what you're telling me is, you're not a gleaner? Yes, that's exactly what you said, isn't it? You're looking for a scholar. I'm afraid we don't have any of those in stock, but I can... Oh, you mean him? He was here, but now he's not. I did speak with him shortly before you arrived, though. He said he was on his way to Maker's Meet. Back the way he came in, and you'll see it on the opposite side of the entrance. It's a laboratory of sorts, home to many rare and expensive curios. Not to mention alarmingly frequent accidents. If you lose your way, just follow the blood-curdling screams. Ha! In the time it's taken me to tell you all of this, the scholar has probably already left. Best of luck finding him. I have a feeling you'll need it. Yes, the scholar was here a short while ago. He offered me advice on my current research project. Though we spoke at length, I don't recall him mentioning where he was planning to go next. When we parted ways, he went down the corridor, perhaps to one of the auditoriums?
Remember you?
I pray we have not caught you at an inopportune moment. We wanted to offer our thanks for your kind words in the forum.
Well, I could hardly let that inquisition go unchallenged. I've always believed that curiosity should be nurtured, not stifled. Thankfully, a majority of my colleagues agreed. A slender majority, aye, but a majority nonetheless.
Had the vote not gone our way, we would be having a very different conversation, if any at all. Though I'd like to think you would have not given up on our cause. I'm told you paid a visit to the annex afterwards.
Yes, that's right. I was hoping to speak with the grandchildren of my dearly departed friends Galuf and Louisoix in a less dour setting. But it seems I just missed you. I still can't believe how much you've grown. If only your grandsires could have seen the way you presented yourselves to the forum. Why, it fair brought a tear to my own eye. You must have the patience of a saint, putting up with this lot and their antics. Never mind Matoya's prize student. Luckily, I know a thing or two about managing unruly younglings. If you ever need advice, don't hesitate to ask.
If I may, there is a rather more pressing matter we wish to discuss. What can you tell us of this duty that the Forum must fulfill?
Nothing, I'm afraid. Like all humble servants of the Forum, I am sworn to secrecy. Or rather, I couldn't tell you if I tried. Our duty is of the gravest importance. Furthermore, if the particulars were made public, it would incite widespread panic. As such, those entrusted with this duty have been bound by an enchantment, which prevents us from speaking of such matters without the express permission of the Forum.
How is that even possible?
It's been some time since I last gave a lecture. Please, take a seat. We shall begin by reviewing the fundamentals of etherology. The ether, which imbues us with life, can be categorized into three forms. Two are of the incorporeal sort, the soul and the memory. Can anyone tell me the third? Yes, very good. This is the form with which the layman is most familiar. Consumed by even the simplest of daily activities, and replenished by the food and drink that sustain us, this form of ether is in constant flux. In contrast, the ether that comprises the soul is rarely subject to dramatic change. The same can be said for memory, as the two are intrinsically linked. Picture the soul as paper, and memories as words written upon it. Now, what would happen if that paper was doused with ink? The same type of ether as comprises the memories.
It would blot out everything that was written.
Precisely. We would be unable to recall the memories, and any activities that depend upon them would be hindered as well. In fact, this exact phenomenon was observed on a vast scale not so long ago. And what might that have been?
Tempering.
The seventh Umbral Calamity. The people of Eorzea vividly recall Bahamut breaking free of the Lesser Moon and raining hellfire down upon the realm. But no one could seem to remember the events that followed immediately afterwards.
Indeed. To this day, we have yet to determine whether it was an unintended consequence or a deliberate act. The enchantment which binds me and the rest of the Forum is based on a similar principle. And yes, it is a contravention of the Sharlayan prohibition against the practice of memory manipulation. Only when the new member is inducted and told of our great duty, are they subjected to the process? A necessary evil. You have my word that it would never be used to manipulate the populace?
I should hope not. But can this enchantment be dispelled and your memories restored?
If 9/10 of our members give their approval, then the process may be reversed. Then, and only then, would we be able to speak freely to others of our sacred duty. Barring that, we must wait until we return to the ethereal sea. For there we will be purified, the blots upon our souls washed clean. And our memories drift apart and dissolve, rather defeating the purpose, I suppose. But there are those memories that are indelibly etched upon our souls, some believe.
What happens after that?
We are reduced to pure ether, coalesce with that of others, and create souls anew. Alternative schools of thought assert souls remain whole and return to the corporeal world, reborn into another form. Both theories have their proponents. Personally, I consider each equally probable. Well, I think that's enough education for today, now that I've given you some food for thought. Or rather, an entire banquet. I would remind you that although I'm unable to assist you with certain matters, the resources at my disposal may still be of use to you. I'll arrange for you all to be given the run of Phenomenon. Of course, as associate to our alumni and the students of Baldessian, this privilege is extended to you as well, my friend. Oh, and I suggest you speak with Ki Aliapol. She's well known among the artisans of Sharlayan, and her network of contacts may prove useful in your search for knowledge. I wish you all the best in your pursuits, wheresoever they may take you.
So my earliest memories of Scholar Kamatashan, actually, is a close friend of our grandfather. He would come for tea and amaze us with his tricks, much like his demonstration with the paper and ink. He's a huge part of why I wanted to enter the studium in the first place. While Scholar Kamatashan is best known for his role as head of the studium, he is said to be one of the finest mages Sharlayan has ever produced. Having seen for myself the ease with which he weaves extraordinarily complex and powerful magics, I have no reason to doubt the claim. Well, that's given me much to mull over. I feel as though we're one step closer to understanding the form's true motives and the mysteries of life itself for good measure. It's funny, I came here with the intent of expressing my gratitude, only to leave more indebted than before. I have a feeling his friendship and support will be a great boon to us in days to come. And on that note, let's head back to the annex. Perhaps on the way you could better acquaint yourself with Qui Alipio as the scholar suggested, while I share our findings with Raha. Yes, I certainly would like to get to know Qui Alipio a bit more. I guess I have no opportunity to do so. Totally lost. I guess I could just feeling of darkness. That's frightening. When I transferred my Aether before. Whew. Having spent most of the time at Thavner, I've yet to fully grasp the lie of the land here in Cerulean. Even finding my way to the annex proved a challenge. Estenian returned not long after we had departed for the studio. A shame that he missed the chance to attend our lecture with the scholar. Or perhaps not. It seems I've done an adequate job of relaying Scholar Kmatashane's lecture to Raha. Given his experiences in the field of souls and memories, he had no trouble understanding it. You'd better not let your guard around Qui. One small favor becomes another, then another, and before you know it, you'll be running to the other side of the world in search of a bottle of wine or some other rubbish. Then again, it might make a welcome change of pace from your usual heroics, and as the scholar said, it could also lead to interesting discoveries. I guess I should get class up to level 80. Welcome back. From what I hear, your trip to the studio proved most educational. While you were away, I received word from our fellow scions. As expected, news of the warding scales was met with much joy. Preparations are now underway to bring the leadership of the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance together to determine a way forward. Our friends have asked that we bring the scales in their possession to Limsa Lominsa. So the time has come for us to go on the offensive. It's too early to say for certain, but that does seem to be the way the winds are blowing. I for one can think of no reason to oppose such a plan, but let us see what awaits us in Vilbrand. Let's start by getting the scales out of storage. Give me a hand, would you, Estinian? I didn't realize these crates were so heavy. I shouldn't complain though. Beecher and the alchemists of the great work put their heart and soul into each and every one of these scales, so you must treat them with the utmost care. Are you not coming with us? As much as I would like to escape the forum's watchful gaze, I have little choice but to stay behind. We're already on thin ice, and if I, in my capacity as our official representative, were found to be consorting with foreign powers, well, you can imagine how that would go. I shall remain here and do my utmost to avoid ruffling any more feathers as I await word from Master Matoya and our other allies. With luck, we'll soon have good news of our own to share. The tide is about to turn. I can feel it. To Limsa Lominsa. If you learn aught of interest, be sure to let me know. In the meantime, I will do what I can to aid our cause, though I fear that will be precious little given the circumstances. Is this what they had seen? The ethereal sea? Looks like a door of Alec. Starry Eagles. Garuda? Enter the command room in Limsa Lominsa. Ooh. Fuddy, 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 fuddy. This is the way that I must go. I was told to expect you. As you may or may not be aware, the Admiral is at present entertaining the Elder Seedseer and the Sultana, two of the most powerful women in the world in one room. Do you need a moment to prepare, or shall I show you to them? My apologies for calling you away from Charlion at such short notice. On the contrary, we are honored and grateful, and pleasantly surprised to be joined by such esteemed company. 'Twas only right that discussion be conducted in person. We are locked in a war of attrition, our forces struggle to contain the threat posed by the towers, and it is only a matter of time before we are overwhelmed. Victory will only be claimed through decisive action, and we have taken the initiative to set the wheels in motion. It is reassuring to learn we are all in accord. But might I ask what your plan entails? It hinges entirely on the warding scales and our ability to utilize their potential to the fullest. During your time at Charlion, the allied nations have been engaged on separate fronts, with no end in sight. To make matters worse, a surge in abductions of kobolds, Sahuagin, Ixal, and Ananta have given rise to an increasing number of primals as well. But your triumph in Rad's at hand has given us cause to hope once more. The time has come to free ourselves of this menace, and it is you, the Science of the Seventh Dawn, who have shown us the way. While the bulk of our forces will continue to hold the Talaferoi at bay, we will dispatch our finest to strike at the enemy's heart, Garlemald. These brave few will be the Ilsabard contingent. To think such progress has been made in so short a span. Its objectives are twofold. The first is to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. As previously reported, countless Imperial soldiers and civilians have been tempered. Robbed of their free will, they served the Talaferoy's every whim without question. They too are victims. It is our duty to deliver them from their suffering, not for strategic or political gain, but because it is the right thing to do. I do not ask that we set aside the decades of conflict and conquest, that we simply choose to forgive and forget. I only ask that in choosing to remember, we do not also forsake our compassion and morality, for without that there can be no reconciliation, only death without end. Aye, on that we can all agree. Our second objective is the colossal tower that Thancred and Ariange observed in the capital. Though its purpose remains unclear, there's reason to believe the smaller spires are merely a precursor of what's yet to come. Till the Tower of Zot was toppled, we'd failed to make any headway, though the same could be said of the Talaferoy. They're certainly in no rush to press further into our lands. I'd wager the spire's primary purpose is to divide and keep us occupied, while they work towards our annihilation. This would appear to be substantiated by Ustola's analysis of the tower's influence on ethereal currents. Based on our observations inside the Tower of Zot, the spires siphon aether from the land, consuming it to maintain their form. However, they draw forth far more than is required for this task alone. The excess of aether remains unaccounted for, but we can be sure it is not being harnessed for our benefit. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if it was being redirected to the larger spire in the capital. There's a logic in that. Regardless, once we have uncovered the truth, we'll bring their schemes crashing down, along with their infernal towers. That's all well and good. But what would you have us do? I assume it's more than handing over the scales and being on our way. We want you and your scales to join the Ilzabard contingent. Consider it an official request from both the Grand Company of Eorzea and the Eastern Alliance. Do you accept? Perhaps you should be the one to answer that. For the people of Garlemald. Could not put it better myself. Ustola, Thancred, and Ariange have already pledged their support and are on their way to meet the rest of the contingent. They were positive we would come to the same decision as they did. Luckily for all involved, their prediction was correct. Once you have delivered the boarding scales to Alamigo, the contingent will embark on its journey to the Ilzabard. Raban and Lord Hanak are overseeing preparations, so I suggest you make yourselves known upon arrival. Pack warm clothing, furs, and the like. Without it, the cold will do you in before the Talaferoy. So much as draw steel. As for us, we'll keep the enemy busy while you're gone. They're not the only ones who can create our diversion. Now go, safe in the knowledge Eorzea will be as you left it, or better, upon your return. Still staring up at the sky? Anything to see up there? Nothing staring at the sky for 2 expansions now. It'd be faster for me to, I can't quite remember the way you do that. Faster to fly. What's this? What's going on here? Oh. A lot of people. Anyway. Fancy meeting you here. I trust your mutual friend is settling into life as a scion. Collaboration never was his forte. The moment the fighting ended, off he'd go like a galley cat swept up in a strong breeze. But rest assured, he will always be there when you need him. Probably. The Dermic asks after me. Say I'm getting on fine and leave it at that. Don't you dare breathe a word about the cord. I must quiz Thancred and Ariange on the conditions we can expect in Galamond. I know it's cold, but how cold? Will I need to keep my ears covered? It can be a bit sensitive at times. I'll admit this is all rather daunting, though not quite in the way I was expecting. We'll be standing shoulder to shoulder with our alliance's finest. The best of the best. The warrior of light, and well, me? It's silly, I know. Perhaps this is my way of distracting myself from the part I should be worried about. Marching in the Garlemald. You know, I'm quite looking forward to seeing who's being selected for the Ilsabard contingent. I have a few people in mind. Care to make a friendly wager? Wanderer's return. You've been busy bringing down a tower and producing the keys to destroying the rest of them. You should be proud. Those warding scales of yours are what's made this whole venture possible. Will you and Lord Imeric be leading the contingent? Regrettably, no. Our role is to organize the various delegations into a cohesive unit. Once we have seen you all off, it's back to our respective posts. We dare not neglect our duties for too long, lest our defensive efforts fall into disarray. And just between us, there was a fair amount of opposition to the formation of the Ilsabard contingent. The very suggestion that we send out some of our finest troops behind enemy lines to render aid onto the Garleans has made me rather unpopular in certain quarters. Can't please them all. Sadly not, though I do my best. Truth be told, I'd much rather be at your side, charging into the fray. Alas, I've battles of my own to fight for. Words may serve me better than any blade. I hate to say it, but Lord Imeric struggles here. For the time being, the best we can offer you is the peace of mind while the heirs is in safe hands. As you fight the good fight in Ilsabard, I and the other commanders will do what we can to convince the naysayers that our cause is just. Thank you, both of you. Meet again. Much has occurred since we parted ways in Ireland. From what I gather, the protective talents will facilitate the formation of this expeditionary force. My contribution on this occasion is but a minor, that being the information I have shared with Maxim. For the sake of the people of Ghana, may the fates be on your side. So you're not coming with us. Strange, I thought you'd have a stake in this. I do. The Talafra laid waste to my homeland and enslaved my people. Though every mode of my being has for vengeance, I cannot be long tolerate. My presence alone will place the entire mission in jeopardy. I stand accused of murdering Emperor Varus and plunging Garlemald into chaos. Were I to travel the Ilsenberg contingent, it would give my countrymen ample cause to question our beliefs. Conversely, those who believe me innocent may instead celebrate the return of a former legatus and attempt to raise me to a position of leadership, further destabilizing the region and complicating the contingent's mission. Whether I am branded a villain or hailed as a hero, I would only hinder your efforts. I understand. Berlin is in your hands. And I will defend it to my dying breath. After the sacrifices my sons and daughters made, I can do no less. I and the government of Berlin intend to offer refuge to those fleeing Garlemald. Should that time come, we will be ready. In light of Venus' rather unique circumstances, I instead will assume the role of your guide. Though I may have defected for political reasons, my love for Garlemald theirs. I would stop at nothing to protect her and her people. Well said. Might I ask you to escort our friends inside? You might even bump into an old acquaintance or two, and if I don't see you again ere you depart, may the Fury guide and protect you, all of you. I too stand accused of Ferris' letter, but now they're less recognized. Still, it's something to bear in mind as we reach there. I neglected to mention earlier that we received a report from our troops that may be of interest to you. While engaged with the lunar primal, a great worm swooped down from the skies and came to their aid. The worm is described as the splitting image of Tiamat. It would seem she too continues to wage war against the collective. So let's guy spouse out the horrors he must have seen. Many of his own making I do not doubt. If the knowledge of our allies will hold the line in our absence, we may devote our attention to the Ilsbardian front. Once we've seen the contingent on its way, I will return to my duties here in Alamigo. As many of our most capable will be traveling with you to Garlemald, we who remain are likely to fight that much harder to make up the difference. But let no man say I do not welcome the challenge. Aye, this old bull isn't ready to hang up his horns yet. I suppose it's easy for some people to forget there are civilians in Garlemald too, when the only Imperials that will have known are soldiers. Regardless of how my countrymen receive you, the cold will not treat you kindly. Underestimated at your peril. Other members of the Ilsenberg contingent are gathered in the royal palace. I shall inform you of your arrival, so please make your way and see this inside as soon as you are ready. This rogue with the handsome hair. The remaining members of the Science, my friends and most of the Ilsenberg contingent can meet you with them. Would you like me to see you too? This must be one heckin' long. Judy then.
By the 12.
Glad you could join us. I hope you don't mind, but we went ahead and started without me.
As you can imagine, our traveling companions were eager to become acquainted. 'Tis a rare thing indeed to see such a diverse and talented group of individuals assembled for a single purpose. We fight not only for the sake of Eorzea, but for the entire world, including the people of Garlemald. Much rides on the efforts of the Ilsabard contingent.
Yeah, I know a lot of us. Say not them all.
Indeed, which is why I am glad to find myself in the company of many trusted comrades, yourselves included.
Lucia!
I have come at the behest of Lord Emmerich, who has honored me with the role of Ishgard's representative. And for the good of all nations, not least my former homeland, I am determined to see this mission through to its end. We have a hard road ahead of us, but walk it we shall, together.
We too welcome this opportunity to work together once more. I have faith that, if there is a way to resolve this conflict, we will find it.
Allow me to introduce you to the rest of our company. Everyone! If I may have your attention.
No, come on! Holy Fist, eh?
Might I ask you to speak first?
Under the seat, serious.
If I must. I am Arun Senna, spokesman for the Gridanian delegation. Here on behalf of my esteemed sister, the Elder Seedseer, we shall provide support and protection to those in need during our time in Garlemald. To that end, I am joined by healers selected by the Conjurers Guild, with the Order of the Twin Adder's Finest serving as our escort. Of course, with an experienced white mage such as yourself accompanying us as well, those requiring more involved treatment will be in safe hands. Raya O sends her regards, by the way.
Suppose I'd better say my piece.
Wait, I know you.
The name's Sicard, in case you've forgotten. Truth be told, I'd rather you had forgotten. Any road, the Admiral asked Captain Hillfear to send his best, and for whatever reason, he picked me. Of course, if I'd refused, I'd be the laughing stock of the bloody executioners, and my reputation's taken enough of a keyhauling as it is. But more importantly, like any pirate worth his salt, I know when you're staring down a storm, you gotta trust in the commander of your ship. So if the Admiral wants us to go to Garlemald, not for plunder and glory, but the promise of peace in our time, then that's what we'll do. Since we all know how much the Empire loves its steel, we thought we'd bring along a few smiths to make the most of it. Give them a pile of scrap and they'll cobble together anything you fancy. Of course, just like the Gridanians, we got fighters of our own. We might have come with a more constructive purpose in mind, but we're more than capable of cracking skulls, believe you me.
This actor had a fun time.
Well, you're certainly raring to go. But then again, so are we. The most dependable warriors of Uldar and Alamigo have assembled at the Sultana and General Aldin's behest. If Garlemald has truly fallen, then the whole place is likely to be crawling with Telophoroi. We'll need plenty of troops to clear and hold a path for others to follow. That's where we come in. Naturally, Marshal Tarapin and I will be leading from the front.
It's been some time since I last saw you in your element on the battlefield.
From what I've heard, you've become pretty fearsome yourself. Master Latoya, the avatar of destruction. With comrades like these, I know we'll succeed, no matter what awaits us. And then we might finally get a chance to enjoy a good long rest. But until then, let's give it our all.
As for Ishgard, we Temple Knights have come in force to uphold our nation's commitment to the peace and welfare of our allies. The bitter cold of Garlemald is a formidable enemy in of itself. Our experience fighting in ice and snow will prove invaluable in the days ahead. Accordingly, I have been designated commander of the Ilzabard contingent. I will do all in my power to provide you with the leadership and guidance you require. The four high houses, House Hylinart foremost among them, have arranged for a host of machinists to join us on our mission. Their knowledge of Imperial Magitech is sure to be a great boon. They will address any problems of a technical nature, together with the smiths of Limpsa Lomitsa. There is another awaiting introduction.
Oh.
Lord Emanolaine!
Ah, yes. Emanolaine de Forton, at your service. Though, lest there be any misunderstanding, I should stress that I've not become a fearsome warrior while you were away. Rather, far from it, actually. My brother, in his infinite wisdom, decided this would be an excellent chance to make something of myself. Oh, and fight for world peace and all that. But, should the opportunity arise for a spot of ballroom dancing, I will be your twinkle-toed gentleman of light.
Your graceful prancing lead the way to victory.
Huzzah! I cannot wait to regale Honoroa with my tales of derring-do.
I believe that concludes introductions for the Grand Company of Eorzea. Our allies from the Eastern Alliance were due to arrive some time ago, but it would appear they have been delayed.
Would that be the shinobi of Doma?
Actually, they've been tasked with relaying messages back and forth between the various Eastern nations. According to Lord Hien, however, an equally capable company of warriors has been sent in their stead.
Out of my way, you preening fool!
Cordova? Oh!
Forgive us for coming late. We are the delegates of the Eastern Alliance.
Cyrena, and you've brought company.
For battle and blood we come, as a step is sorely lacking in both. No towers befoul our lands, so we marched on those of Doma, only to find them beyond our reach. But now our thirst for slaughter will be slaked. No quarter to the enemy! Sadu Hatun, no. We go to make peace with the Iron Men, not war.
Warriors of the Steppe, we've heard many tales of your bravery. We welcome you as allies. And these other ones you have brought are...
Members of the Dalmascan resistance group, Lente's Tears.
And the Bosnian resistance. Between them, they have a wealth of experience in espionage, and are particularly adept at infiltrating Imperial facilities. Which is fortuitous, since Garlemald's domain is so vast that I could never hope to handle reconnaissance duties all by myself.
Dalmasca, Bosnia, Alamigo. All lands which have suffered the tyranny of the Empire. I would never presume to question your motives. Nevertheless, I must reiterate that our goal is to aid the victims of the Telophoroi, the common folk of Garlemald. And they are victims, make no mistake. Though I understand that many may struggle to see them as such.
You're more right than you know. For every one of us that answered the call, there were a dozen that refused. Not only in Alamigo, but everywhere we went. And who could blame them? The Empire's always been the enemy. But after seeing what we've seen, fighting and working against and with Garleans, there's no denying the simple truth. They're just people. No different from you or I. They've got their share of liars and murderers, but so do we. So do we all. Fordola, who once swore herself to Garlemald, has proven herself a trusted ally time and time again. Every Eorzean here knows Cid Garland, the Imperial defector who shared with us countless technological wonders. Gaius bloody Balesar himself is working to help rebuild Werlid, a nation he once conquered. So you can believe me when I say that every fighter here understands and accepts that the Imperials are not monsters and are deserving of help. Or at least that they were able to put aside their feelings for the greater good. It won't be easy, but we're all determined to make this world a better place.
What lingering concerns I may have had were clearly unwarranted. I agree with everything you said wholeheartedly.
Then we are in accord. Now, let us review our strategy. To reach the Garlean capital in northern Ilsabard, we must cross the central mountain range. Fortunately, Garlond Ironworks can provide aerial transport, sparing us this most treacherous part of our journey. However, attempting to fly any closer to Garlemald would attract the attention of the Telophoroi. As they appear to have seized control of the majority of the Imperial military, we must assume that includes its fleet. In addition, Garlemald possesses devices that can interfere with airship navigational systems, further discouraging an airborne approach.
Given the circumstances, the closest we dare deploy our contingent is an area between the range and the capital, the Magna Glaciers. From there, we must travel the rest of the way on foot. We will also need to bring the airships with us to ensure we can withdraw with haste. Although much of the terrain will be blanketed in snow, we should be able to make use of local roads and shipping facilities.
Right, we just can take the
vast
Phantom
ice
train.
field will afford us an unobstructed view of the surrounding area. On the other hand, it will also allow others to easily spot us. So, it is imperative that we only make camp in positions where we can easily defend ourselves. And the airships, which must be kept safe at all costs.
We cannot account for every possibility, so we must be prepared to think on our feet. We will be tested. Sorely tested, I expect. But for our homes and for our people, and a people not our own but in need, we will succeed. Spare no effort in your preparations. Once we depart, there is no turning back.
Maybe they didn't have Meg Nye's voice actor for this part, guys. Miniatia. Oh, excuse me. An empty stomach hurt. We've been part of joint military operations like this before, with far greater numbers, but for some reason this feels different to our previous experiences. Despite having shared little more than introductions, there is already a palpable sense of camaraderie. I was half expecting to find the man who taught me red magic amongst our number, but he's nowhere to be seen. I suppose he's had his share of unpleasant experiences with the Empire, but so have we all. Perhaps there's some other reason. Well, in any case, I'm I have a feeling I'll see him once this is all over. I'm sure he'll be pleasantly surprised by how much my score plays improved since we last met. Blessed are we to have made countless steadfast allies over our journey's course. Indeed, we are joined today by many new acquaintances who in time shall we come to call our comrades and may have friends. This is extraordinary. To be in such company, the finest our allies have to offer. With comrades such as these, we are bound to succeed, I'm certain of it. I did not expect to see the other former Azure Dragon here of all places. As he well knows, I'm not one for verbose greetings. We shall instead let our lances do the talking once we are on the battlefield, and we'll see if the other has been diligent in his training. I care not for the Iron Men or their troubles. It is the destiny of the weak that die in ignominy. Even so, I will do as I have agreed. I volunteered to join his band at Serena's request, and if she thinks it a worthy cause, that is reason enough. Though we hail from different tribes, our bond has grown strong of late. She is much better company on a hunt than any of the steppes oafish men could dream to be. With the Mole, champions of the Nadam, and the Dotharal having sent so many here, I had thought to defend the steppe in their absence. And I would have done so were it not for my stepbrothers. They urged me to grant our allies the sun's might, that his radiance may deliver unto them victory. Though I must tolerate the presence of this feral Dotharali dog as first among my brothers, I could do no less than accept this challenge. My deeds will become the stuff of legends. I'm so glad to see you well, Deckley. Grandmother was worried for you. The night I agreed to come hither and join the contingents, the god sent her a strange dream. 2 suns, one burning red, the other frozen black. Closer they circled, closer and closer, and as they danced, the world fell to ruin. In binding chaos, he spied blackened silhouettes, knew at once that one was yours. Yet we knew not how to interpret this dream, save as a sign that greater danger awaits. But whatever lies ahead, I will walk with you, traveler. Alright, Oban student. I hear from a certain student of mine you've been kept rather busy of late. You might be wondering why a Bojan would want to aid the Garleans. It's simple. I'm a gunbreaker, and my duty is to defend. The way I see it, the civilians in the capital are in need of protection, so that's what I'll do. Let me have a look at you. Touch nervous to enter the battlefield, perhaps? Well, I shall be out there alongside you as a temple knight, serving with your fine band. Though I may not look it, I was the Azure Dragon once upon a time, so you can rest assured I will give all that I have in a final fight. I certainly won't be shown up by you or Estinian. If it isn't Deckley, it is thanks in no small part to you that the manufactory's furniture is looking brighter than ever, my friend. I am pleased to report that I and a handful of my colleagues have been selected to join the contingent. Ere the expedition has ended, even the Temple Knights will be singing our machinist praises, once they have borne witness to not only our mechanical proficiency, but our combat prowess too, of course. Well, well, if I'd known what a social gathering this would turn out to be, I'd have dressed for the occasion. Still, this seems the perfect opportunity to mingle with the other guests. Could I be correct in assuming those ladies over yonder are Serena and Sadu of the steppe? Perhaps I should introduce myself, though I don't much like the look of that fellow with the enormous axe. It cost my lot with the Poplars to bridge the divide between Garlemald and their territories, that all may be united in common cause. But we were disparaged as a radical element, dissenters looking to destabilize the Empire from within. Many friends and even my parents perished in unfortunate accidents. I too would surely have met the same fate had I not defected. Nevertheless, I still dream of equality and peace for us all. As the world itself stands on the brink of collapse, I hold out hope that one day the dream will become reality. I've led troops in the battle many a time, but never a unit with such diverse range of talents. While I've been briefed on their capabilities, I expect you can provide additional insight into their strengths and weaknesses. I appreciate any advice you may have. It seems so long ago we were sailing across the Ruby Sea and charging about the Azim steppe with Serena and the others. I I'd say we're long overdue for another adventure. That brings back memories to see so many familiar faces. We've been through so much together. Good times, that's okay. I expect Garlemald will be mostly the latter, but I'd like to believe I'll look back on these days with fondly in the years to come. But for that to happen, we'll have to make it out of this alive. Don't you die on me, eh? I'm so glad I found you. I have a letter. For you, a letter from Master Howland. Let's read it together, sir. Well, let's see here. I'm very confident as your fish I'll bring the Telophoroi to their knees. And should you espy any beautiful maidens thereabouts, perhaps sing to them my praises. Charming, Master. Oh, more fool me for thinking the letter would contain something actually inspiring. Let's just, forget this note exists and focus on the battle ahead. Often, as Father told me of the struggles faced by Alamigo in the days of the occupation, and I too have crossed swords with the Empire in many occasions. But Garlemald has long been our bitter enemy. Her grace is elected poster that Hillsburg contains with members of the Immortal Flames. As representative of the Sultanate, we are one in our commitment to the cause. Came as quickly as we could. We would follow your example and devastate the Telophoroi with the full extent of our powers. Worry not for your brothers. You see, we'll return soon enough. Greetings, Dr. Lee. The time has come for us Marines to show our valor upon the battlefield. All who see us will know our name and quake before our might. The victory come hell's our high water. Though the Empire fellow galleons are the only ones we was allowed to impose tariffs upon at sea. Weren't easy pickings, but I made myself a pretty deal. Since they've been so generous to me and mine, perhaps it's time I returned the favor and gave a little something back. From Amir representing the Marauders Guild, it's my job to keep the Smiths out of harm's way. Mind you, with their hammers of theirs, they can put up a fair fight themselves. With a bit of luck, this will be over and done with before you know it. Maybe when this is all over, you could pay the Axe Master a visit. Still tells all the new about the time he killed the Judah and head snap with his parents. I remember like it were yesterday. I should have pitched up with that back. I should have spoken with that one since he's the oldest. Spoken with him first. In case you were wondering, Miss Tiva will be staying behind to defend the 12s with my sisters. She was of the opinion she would make a useful addition to her contingent and was eager to make good on her vow to accompany me as well, which was flattering, but ultimately it was decided that her skills would be better put to use keeping our homeland safe. I'm of course obligated to share with her every detail when I return. Can't lie to you, Dacley, it wasn't entirely for this whole thing when Sansa spoke to you, but it remains being your brother in arms to me why that petty dog. Should be so hard on him, I suppose. This party is quite impressive, really. Yes, one must give credit where credit is due. Rather cute for one to do otherwise, after all. The prowess has finally been recognized by the Order of the Twin Adder. Naturally, Guidel is also here helping us. Also, his ability as a bard is unmatched, so don't worry about his judgment. Wherever you need that. I shall be keeping a close eye on him, I promise. That's basically everyone. Rescuers. Besides the delegates assembled here, the Amalja and several other tribes offer to send troops of their own. Unfortunately, due to their physiology, many would struggle simply to survive in the harsh climate of Hillsbarg. They would also likely prove tempting targets for abduction by the Telophoroi. All things considered, they can better aid the cause by bolstering our defenses in the Eorzea, though their eagerness to do more has been noted. We few shall have to suffice. Ere we embark, we must distribute the warding scales to our comrades. Care to do the honors? Warding scales for the Asgardian delegation, I take it. These disenchanted talismans, or should that be talisman, would probably require considerably less time and effort to produce if the alchemists of the great work were not so preoccupied with making them look pretty. Many thanks, these talismans may prove to be the deciding factor in the battles to come. I find myself conflicted by this foray into Garlemald, sent by the Empire to infiltrate Ishgard, only to throw my lot in with those whose secrets I was supposed to be stealing. And now I lead a mission to save the countrymen I had betrayed, but that is doubtless why I was chosen by Lord Emirk. He would have me put my extensive knowledge and firmer ties to good use. I will not disappoint him. For the future of Ishgard, Garlemald, and the world at large, I will lead us to victory. I have a set of wording scales, I spy. Not that I would know what they'd look like. Wow, look at these. Even a layman like me can tell they're bursting with faith. All the better to fend off the tempering waves. Is that the right term? Anyway, these will give us one less thing to worry about. This just leaves the other mountain or whatever else is waiting for us in Garlemald. Only one way to find out, eh? And nervous if not, I'd march through all 7 hells if it gave me a chance to put Zenos back in the grave where he belongs. We've got something for us. Ah, them scales everyone's been talking about. Pretty little things, ain't they? They'll be worth a kill or two when this is all over, but we'll hold on to them for now. One more thing, I know what you're all thinking. This instead. Better to find all the Admiral and Captain Hillfield told me was they needed someone to help safeguard the future. Here I am. Can't say they haven't got a sense of humor. For some of you might be wondering what good a pirate is on dry land, in the middle of all the sod and snow of all places. Oh, me and my crew will do whatever needs doing, so let's set sail, or however the saying goes on our ships. Yes. So these are the famed wording scales. Enough for me and my men, I see. I myself am especially grateful for this opportunity to visit distant lands. I wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Heitua and learn all there is to learn of the star we call home. Indeed, that is the primary reason I volunteered to join the expedition. To journey outside the Tallswood, much less entering the Imperial territories, a rare privilege afforded a Patsy. Not that I'm taking along to see the sights. The Garleans would benefit from my healing magic, as would our comrades, should fighting break out. We heard it would be cold in Garlemald, so we came prepared. Oh, the talismans! We are to keep these close at all times, yes? I will see that no one misplaces theirs. Oh, and before I forget, I have a message from here. In distant lands in times of strife, together stand, together fight. In darkness shines the light of life. I hope I have done his words justice. Doma, like much of Othar, has been plagued by the towers. Yet while he could not be here, he wished to express his shared conviction. Kian and Ugeri labor without rest to unite the people, and with their aid will we keep the enemy at bay. And we have to step in the Eastern Alliance will repay their efforts by ending this war. Distracted by the evil. You're the bunny girl. You have a wording scale for me too? Thank you for this. We're going to such incredible lengths for the sake of my people. Though I have little to offer in return, I would impart some advice, if I may. You have been told by many to wear the cold of Ilzabard, and I cannot stress enough that this is no token warning. I will be distributing specially made warming tinctures, courtesy of the Alchemist Guild, but understand that they are no substitute for proper protection. I leave the provisioning of said protection to your discretion. Now let us proceed to the Alamegan border. When you make your final preparations, I will have the pilots ready to airships. Whew. It's something of constant refrain that we require former clothing. My present garb may be lacking for collar notwithstanding. Concoctions to fortify the flesh against wind and cold are commonly sold in the Oldawan markets, though they are of dubious provenance and efficacy. It is said, however, in recent days that the Alchemist Guild have produced a tincture capable of such a feat. Mayhap the achievements of the Taverni and cart departs did spur them to action, that they not be ashamed. This coat is quite warm, but I have something rather thicker for occasions like these. There's no telling how long we'll be out in the open, and you can't go starting fires willy-nilly if you want to avoid detection. If anything you still need to take care of, you better see to it now. Since my revival, I've been lax in expanding my limited wardrobe. I think we have time for a trip back to Old Charlian and recall a rather fetching coat. Preparations. I've got my armor and my lance. What more could I need? This is our last chance to make ready before we set forth. You needn't worry about Ariange and I. We still have what we wore in Garlemald before. Estenian claims to be quite warm and toasty beneath his armor, and since he spent a fair time up north recently as well, I have no reason to doubt his words. Most of the others will be more in Grand Company stock. The rest of you could do likewise, I suppose, provided you're not overly concerned with style. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I wouldn't be seen dead in one of those ridiculous overcoats. If only I had time to find something to my liking. Hark! Is that the cry of science in need of a tailor I hear? Uh-oh, is this redolent rose? Or is it a masked rose? Oh, it's a tattoo. But how? I have my ways, oh yes indeed. You thought you could sneak off to Ilsbard without telling me. Ha! Nothing escapes my notice. Now you will wear these garments I've made for you whether you like it or not. You never cease to amaze. But why do you need a new outfit as well? Wait, are you coming with us? What? No, of course not, silly. It's all in the name of fashion, rather the pursuit of the highest quality fashion. Besides, how can I expect others to wear my creations if I've never worn them myself? I did have one other thing to share. I'm guessing Louis and Rita have finally returned from assignments in faraway lands. They'll be staying at the Rising Stones for a while to keep an eye on events throughout Eorzea. Since they'll be running things back at headquarters, I was wondering if I could lend a hand in Charlian. Oh, why not? You can keep Crown company in the Valdesian Annex. Yes, we'd love to have you there, and I heard Angus and Bluimda did a fine job carrying on in our stead while we were laying comatose. With them in charge of the Rising Stones, we've nothing to worry about. My thoughts exactly. Also, while I'm confident you won't go collapsing again, because a certain some of us now renamed nameless is in the position to transfer your souls to another world, if anything similarly disastrous were to happen, I'll be well positioned to do something about it. Anyway, I've got a few things to take care of, and then I'll make my way to Charlian. I really do hope these new clothes are enough to keep you warm in Garlemald. It's not much, but it's the only thing I can do for you, other than pray for your safe return, which I will, every day. Let's not keep the contingent waiting any longer. Here are your winter willies, handcrafted by yours truly. Katari is desperately trying to retain her composure as he prepares to see off on another perilous journey. The Kogi airship pilot has been sent to meet you. Ah, there he is. Alright, this is where we go our separate ways. You be careful, won't you? It's an honor to finally meet you. We of the Garlemald Ironworks will be ferrying you and your contingent across the mountains and into Garlemald. For many of us, it will be something of a homecoming. Our illustrious founder was only our most notable Imperial defector. For that reason, the company is committed to the success of this expedition. Our resources are at your disposal, and if there's aught we might do to be of further assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. If you're ready to depart, I will ready the engines. Whew. This might take a while.
Ilsabad, divided in twain by a vast mountain range. Those who would traverse its jagged peaks face peril at every step. But why go by foot when one can simply fly? On the outskirts of the Imperial capital, in the frozen wastes of the Magna Glacius, the winds howl in icy protest, as if to warn against further trespass.
We've received word from Thancred's reconnaissance party. They've sighted a detachment of heavily armed Imperials.
Survivors of the Civil War, perhaps?
Perhaps, but there is more to it than that. Maxima reports that they're led by Vergilia, legatus of the 3rd Legion, which comprises the bulk of their number. However, they are also joined by several members of the 1st.
From what I recall, the 3rd Legion fought for Nerva in the War of Succession following Varus's death. The 1st, on the other hand, were under the direct command of the Emperor and rejected Nerva's claim to the throne. These legions were enemies.
Indeed. In fact, our sources claim that it was a conflict between them that sparked the Civil War. Yet now, these former foes cooperate to defend a ruined Garlemald from invasion.
Then it is all but certain they have been tempered.
So, what's the plan? If me and my crew is out reaving, we charge straight in, no messing about. But that ain't what we're here for.
Quite right. Soldiers or no, they are people of Garlemald, the very ones we have come to aid. Direct confrontation is unavoidable. Nevertheless, we must make every effort to limit casualties on both sides. Rather than kill them, I would remove them from the field.
How so? Savage beatings, disarmament, and imprisonment? Not impossible, but easier said than done in the heat of battle.
Having observed the opposition, I imagine Thancred had something to suggest?
He did. He and the other scouts have already infiltrated a supply depot some distance beyond the Imperial detachment's current position. Stored within is a stockpile of Magitech armaments, and once we give the signal, Thancred's team will destroy them all. In so doing, we will deprive frontline troops of materiel, and likely force the detachment to send men to investigate.
Divide and conquer. Not a bad idea.
Once the scouts have finished their preparations, we will split into two groups. The first will form the vanguard, while the other brings up the rear with our supplies. As for the Scions, I ask that you lend your assistance where you deem it needed most. I would prefer, however, that you accompany the rearguard and be prepared to join the van at a moment's notice. Kept in reserve as our trump card, so to speak.
I don't know how many times I gotta press the button.
Your proposal was well received. More specifically, they asked that we destroy the Imperial's toys in as spectacular a fashion as possible.
Stoller always did have a flair for the dramatic. She's not an easy woman to please, but I shall do my best to satisfy her thirst for fireworks. All right. Once more for my peace of mind. Our first objective will be to rig the enemy's Magitech with explosives. After we've withdrawn to a safe distance, we'll detonate them remotely. Our second will be to issue a deactivation command to the automated units via the control terminal. If our calculations are correct, this signal should reach those deployed on the front line, giving our friends a much-needed upper hand. The blizzard will help us stay hidden, so let's aim to get in and out before it passes. Trust in the plan, and we should all live to see tomorrow.
In the meantime, I will relay messages back and forth as the situation unfolds. You'll forgive me if I ask again, but are you certain you wish to play the lone wolf?
Wouldn't have it any other way. Call it foolish and reckless if you like, but I'll get the job done. I always do.
Very well. I wish you the best of luck.
Create a magic tech.
Keep your wits about you.
It's time. We only have one shot at this, so let's make it count. This is Thancred. The explosives are in place.
Very good. All is proceeding as planned. Head to the control terminal. It should be to the northwest.
Understood. Have the others wait at the rendezvous point.
all are returned, and none the worse for wear, to my considerable relief.
What news from our comrades?
They stand at the ready.
Excellent. Then let the fireworks begin.
A few moments later, at the rear of the Ilzabad contingent supply caravan.
The blizzard's beginning to clear. The Vanguard should be engaging the Imperials any moment now, if they haven't already. Ishtola and the others are with them, so I'm sure they'll be all right, but... Wait! Something's coming!
Oi, oi! Looks like we ain't the only ones who sent out scouts. Keep them away from the carriages! We lose those, and we're as good as dead!
Fighters! Protect the others!
Brief respite, but stay alert. Keep the carriages safe.
What impeccable timing! Fear not, friends! The savior of Ishgard is here!
A fine display, but the other carriages are still in danger. Go on ahead. We'll hold the line.
We're the only ones still stuck! Time we put our backs into it!
Oh, what the hell is that?
You lot all right back there? We're fine and ready for more. Hear that? Get to the front, turn the tide.
Meanwhile, on the front line.
Removed from the field was not a euphemism for enthusiastically murder.
It's nothing that won't heal in time. The trouble is, their tempering has made them utterly fearless. Subduing them would be easier if they had the capacity to submit in the first place.
Well, this is the path our young charges would have us walk, and that we all agreed to follow. You knew it would be hard, yet still you pledged your lance, did you not?
That I did.
That's Vigilia. Damn it. I need to help the others take her down.
There's no end to them.
I was wondering when you'd turn up. There's no stopping us now. Come on, let's show them what we're made of.
We have them now. Forward!
behind!
Before the sun!
Sadie Heavensling. She never stops being entertainment.
A worthy adversary! Rest Recover! Reclaim yourself! Then we will fight again, to the death!
Sadu Hatun!
That was the last of them. The day is ours, thanks to your timely arrival. What of the supply caravan? Outmaneuvered, but not outmatched. Good. Let us take the Imperials into custody and rejoin our comrades. And soon we shall arrive at the capital.
This is a bit of an overpowered... overpowered group.
So cold and unforgiving. Thus spoke Emperor Solus as he gazed upon his barren domain. "800 years it had been since the Garleans first set foot here. Bested by the Kavosi, after centuries of war and driven from fertile southern pastures into the blasted northern wastes. In that garden of desolation, they clung to one another for warmth, freezing, hungry, desperate, hated. The chosen forsaken. In the year 1513 of the 6th Astral Era, a young legatus named Solus single-handedly sparked the Magitech Revolution. How did he conceive the machina that feed on ceruleum? Once a common, soft-spoken soldier, how had he so quickly ascended through the ranks? Like so many others, those who knew the truth are gone. Taking in the capital with his eyes for the first time, I recall thinking to myself, far colder on the earth than in the heavens. Yes, far colder indeed. Bitterly so.
Not so much as a whisper.
The roads leading beyond the city walls would have been used less in recent years. Nevertheless, this was one of the most important gateways into the capital.
A buzz day and night with activity, aye. Merchants passing through the checkpoint, many of them stopping at the local hostelries.
Surely they cannot all have been tempered.
We can consider the question after we have made camp. If we spend any longer outside, we may well freeze to death where we stand. The tempered Imperials, too.
This will be our temporary base of operations. Secure shelter for ourselves and the injured, and dispatch scouts to survey the surrounding area.
If we're planning on staying here a while, we ought to give this place a proper name.
Well, the constant sound of ice cracking underfoot makes me think of broken glass. An apt name, perhaps. But enough of this. To work, everyone!
spite of the obstacles we faced, our plan proceeds apace. Just a little farther and we will reach the capital itself. Still, we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. As soon as the camp has been made fit for purpose, we are to discuss the course of action with Lucia. Would you mind asking Yustola and Graha to join us in that building to the northeast of the camp? Alice and I will meet you there. Oh, I didn't even notice her there. I'm gonna try that shit out. Virgilia is in our care along with the rest are tempered. Glory to Garlemon, they still whisper in their sleep, even as they writhe in pain. Raban taught me a lot about military strategy during exercise in the fringes, coordinating units with wildly different capabilities, surveying and securing hostile terrain, that sort of thing. Now I have a chance to put his teachings into practice. We've asked the Ironworks members and some of our other comrades to stay with the airships. In the event we are discovered, we must be ready to move them swiftly to a safer location. This is all that remains of Lecterum. Homes become empty husks. If this is the state of the outlying villages, I dread to think of what has become of the capital. Once everything is in place, we will discuss our next move. The temperate soldiers are sleeping soundly while they undergo treatment. There are too many to attend to at once, but I and the other healers will see to all eventually. Hell's bell, this place is bloody freezing. Rather be tied to the topmast in the storm than suffer this cold any longer. Anyone what could spare us wiggle room? That'll sort me right out. A meeting? Yes, I'll make my way over once my head has cleared. In truth, I've been feeling out of sorts since we arrived. The air is thick with a palpable aura of malevolence. 'Tis the monstrous tower on the horizon. Jagged, hideous, unholy. Even at this distance, its presence is overwhelming. Much like the sensation I felt in the Tower of Zon, only far more terrifying. Aether flows unceasingly towards it, converging into a swirling mass of unfathomable power. For a blessing, the constant chill in the air is helping to anchor my senses in the here and now. Tell the others I will be with you in a few moments. You'll be pleased to know most of the temperate have been quartered inside the nearby buildings and are receiving treatment as we speak. I do, however, feel no small amount of guilt for commandeering civilian homes. The occupants may be long gone, but everything is exactly as they left it. Considering the length of time that has clearly passed since, one would expect to find them ransacked. Strangely, there are no signs of anything having been stolen. It's possible that everyone fled at the first sign of trouble, though it seems to me they left far too many useful possessions behind. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I strongly suspect they were tempered. Sorry, I was merely thinking aloud. You mentioned a meeting? I will make my way there. been guarding their supplies and keep an eye on the temperate as they undergo treatment. We've certainly kept busy. Thank you for informing the others of our meeting. When everyone is here, we will begin.
Our present situation is as follows. Efforts to aid the people of Garlemald have begun in earnest. Moreover, having entered into the capital, the Imperial Palace is within our reach.
But before we proceed further, we must learn what has befallen this city. For therein lies the key to understanding and combating the Telophoroid's designs.
I have a suggestion, if I may. Several of the Imperial soldiers we captured on the Magna Glaciers are members of the Populares and acquaintances of mine. Once we have cured them of their tempering, they should be able to give a reliable account of the events leading to the capital's downfall.
A promising idea. I will assist the healers and their ministrations. Of course, I will require a porxy of my own, assuming you can spare one.
Would you like a hand?
No, I am sure we will manage. Better that you take my place in the field. The noxious ether of this place disagrees with me, and as I shall need to draw on my own for the treatment, 'twill be prudent for me to remain within the camp.
This talk of curing the tempered is all well and good, but I reckon the cold is a more pressing concern. All the houses round here are fitted with ceruleum heaters that could keep us warm and toasty. Problem is, the machines seem to have given up the ghost, and if we keep sitting around, freezing our asses off, we'll be next. My smiths reckon that with the right parts, they can have them working again, but it won't be easy.
Understood. The machinist will assist them in the repairs.
Ow!
The rest of us should either stand watch or survey the area.
We've made our presence known to the Telophoroi. They will be searching for us, if they have not already ascertained our position. That we have seen no sign of them since the battle suggests they have yet to do so. However, I suspect they may be biding their time.
Or perhaps we are beneath their notice.
In any event, we'll find no answers standing around here. Urianger, Estinian and myself have visited Garlemald recently, so we'll lead the reconnaissance efforts. Perhaps bolstered by a few Bosnian and Dalmascian scouts from my previous excursion for good measure.
Don't forget about us Alamegans. We have experienced scouts of our own.
Well now, this is turning out to be a rather sizable team. With such numbers, we should be able to cover a wide area with relative ease, including that surrounding the Imperial Palace. How about you, Graha? I have a feeling we'll find a use or two for that vanishing spell of yours.
Twould be my honor to be of service, though I doubt that you of all people need rely on my tricks.
That leaves us with guard duty.
As a matter of fact, I have something else in mind for the two of you and Alphino. Between here and the center of the capital lies the Eblan Rhine. I would have you search the area for survivors. Your keen sense of direction, honed in your extensive travels, should prove useful in navigating the ice fields.
Ice fields, ice fields. I love ice fields. Oh no, I don't.
I have faith that you will, and look forward to greeting you on your safe return. You all have your duties. Let us make haste. May the Fury bless and keep you.
Yawning. I've never thought myself much of an explorer, though I suppose my adventurers have taken me to all sorts of strange and distant places. With that in mind, traversing an ice field should be a simple feat. Gods be good. If it's this cold with Tatteru's clothing, I dread to think of how we'd fare without it. I must remember to thank her when next we meet. It makes me realize, too, that while the people of Garlemald have spent their whole lives in conditions like these, even they'd be hard-pressed to survive away from the warmth of their homes. If there are any survivors, we must find them, and quickly. So it's into the Evelyn Rhine we go, but where do we even start looking in such a place? What ho, chums? Been given something to do, have you? As it happens, I too have been ordered to make myself useful. Sounds like rather a tall order. Since you ask, where to scour the Evelyn Rhine for survivors? What? Wander around ice fields on the off chance you'll find someone? You'd take forever to finish the job without the benefit of my expertise, or specifically my telescope. Come, friends, I know just a spot to begin our search. I'll probably regret this, but we may as well humor him. I knew you were looking at me in a funny way. Eyeballing me. The few buildings I can see don't appear to be residences. They may still warrant investigation, though. I'm surprised by how many wild beasts there are roaming about the place. Perhaps now that the soldiers have gone, they're free to wander and forage as they please. I spy with my little telescope. A massive sheep thing? Or maybe it's a cow. Not what we're after either way. Is that an aether current? Oh no, just a wind sprite. Other than that, it's all snow, snow, snow. Below, what do I see over yon? Hey, look! There's no mistaking it. That's a girl. A survivor? Show me! Over there, behind that tree. It looks like she's running away from something, though surely not us. She wouldn't even know we're here unless she had a telescope like mine. All I can tell is that she's wearing a pale green dress, a rather fetching one at that. She won't survive out there like that. She'd be long gone by the time we get anywhere near, but we should be able to follow her footprints. I'll let Lucia know where you're heading. Oh, and take these warming tinctures with you. The poor girl must be chilled to the bone, if not on the verge of freezing to death. That's actually very thoughtful, thank you. But won't you need some for yourself? No, I'll be fine. As a man of chivalry, my honor demands I do no less. And lest we forget, the very reason we are here is to protect those in need. Now go and Godspeed. Why are you still here? If you dally any longer, you'll miss your chance to play the hero. Footprints, and they lead towards the building. According to the label here, this place was used by those involved with extracting ceruleum. We're getting closer, I'm sure of it. At first we thought she'd gone inside the building, but the door doesn't look to have been opened in some time. She might still be nearby, so we'll keep looking around here. Then again, it's also possible that she ran right past this place. Would you mind searching up ahead? The heck is that in the distance? Oh, The girl in the green dress anxiously surveys her surroundings. Were you to call out to her from this distance, it might attract wild beasts to your location. It would be safer to get closer first, but you must do so without drawing her attention. Sheep. Thought I was supposed to catch her, which I did. Phew, still in one piece. Who are you? Stay back. This house is packed with explosives. Take another step and I'll blow this place sky high. Please, we just want to talk. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alice and our good friend Dakali. We have no intention of hurting or taking anything from you or anyone else. I give you my word. We and our comrades have come to provide aid to the people of Garlemald. Aid? You savages are the ones responsible for all this. You did this to us. We didn't, I promise you. One of the other reasons we came was to find out what happened here, in fact. The Talaferoi are the ones to blame. They're the ones who laid waste to Garlemald, and they won't stop until they've destroyed the entire world. They're the enemy. Our enemy. On our way, we encountered Imperial soldiers who had been made their thralls. Those poor souls are now in our care, and we are starving to cure them of their affliction. You're the first person we've met who wasn't already enslaved. How were you able to escape the Talaferoi's influence? Are there any others like you? I'm sorry, I don't mean to overwhelm you. Let's start with introductions. Can you tell me your name? My name's Lincinia. As far as I've managed to stay sane, I've been asking myself the same question. Ever since that night, and the roar, that terrible roar, and then the screams. I was screaming too, I think. I'm not sure, I can't remember. Then came the silence. Everything was still. It was like waking up from a nightmare. I thought that maybe the fighting had stopped, so I stepped outside. Ooh, this is spooky. If your hells are real, I saw one that day. I ran past friends, people I had known all my life, eyes vacant, dead, staring at the sky. Others were mad and violent. I saw them struggle with soldiers but didn't stay to watch. I fled as far as my legs would take me. Ooh, brr. Do you have family here? Is this their home? No, this is Victor's Spoils. A mansion for retired soldiers. Or it was. But now me and a few others are, borrowing it. As for the explosives, I was making that up. I just wanted to keep everyone else safe, and I didn't know if you were... The truth is, our supplies are running low. You said you're here to help, can you? Of course, whatever assistance we can provide, we will. Thank you. I'd better tell the others first, though. Wait here. This is everyone. Lincinia says you can be trusted, but these are desperate times. We'd be fools to let foreign troops in our home. Having said that, were you to provide us with the means of heating the place, as a sign of goodwill, perhaps we could take you at your word. If that is too much to ask, then leave us be. Time to put my firewood gathering skills to use. Could you provide the spark with a little magic, Alice? We'll have a fire burning in no time. Maybe we build it under that gazebo. The what? Oh, you mean the bower. Yes, yes, do as you will. Sorry, I'm still finding it hard to come to terms with all that's happened. Now that you're here, though, I'm hoping things might change for the better. You know, I've worked up quite a sweat from all that running about, so I'll leave space around the fire for the others. As you can tell, they're in far worse state than me. We were planning to look for somewhere warmer or with more food, but they're not going anywhere until we nurse them back to health, which I don't know how to do. Is there anything you can do to help them? What they need most is a decent meal. We've food back at the camp, but there's the distance to consider. All's well, with food in my belly and a song in my heart. I can feel my fingers again. I can treat their frostbite and their wounds, but it will take time for the fire to do its work. Now would be a good occasion to make use of Amalalane's tinctures, the ones that can warm the body from the inside out. Would you make sure everyone gets one? The numbness is beginning to subside, though I suspect once the fire dies, it will return with a vengeance. Being gifts from the notoriously unreliable Amalane, it is highly doubtful this concoction will have the intended effect. If only there were willing and, more importantly, unwitting volunteers on whom to test it. Warming tincture? I've never heard of such a thing. No harm in trying. But tell me, have you heard aught of the city? The calling it that seems absurd after what's happened. It's nothing but ruins now. The few buildings still standing offer no more than meager protection from wind and snow. Food, production, water purification. The magitech that sustained us has come to a grinding halt. What machina that remains operational cannot be run back for lack of ceruleum. Of course, Cerulia Ingens is full of the stuff for all the good it does us. No one here knows the first thing about extraction or refinement. All is well. Yes, never better. Oh, what sweet libation is this? Is it poison by any chance? 'Twas a joke. Ah, if I laugh, 'tis that I may not weep, so said the poet. And alas, my tears would freeze on my cheek ere they fall. We are the blessed damned to bear witness to the fall of the great empire, while our brethren lie dead, or live on as puppets of flesh. First came the war, then came the roar. When morning came, Garlemald was no more. In a cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and screams was our beloved capital razed to the ground. From the rubble rose the disheveled remnants, their lavish finery caked in ash as they shuffled mindlessly towards the palace, each bearing a fragment of stone or metal, an offering perhaps to the architect of our destruction. I hope of few tried to reason with the Doraines, only to be beaten for their kindness. But I knew better than to plead with the horde. I fled with my health, with not my conscience preserved. Now I wait with my fellow cowards for a final judgment. What do you want? Tincture? May as well drink it, I suppose. This? It's a radio. You don't have them where you can't come from, I take it? We use them to listen to messages sent by others, even over great distances. There are different types, but this model is by far the most popular. Made with quality components crafted with the finest ore. Sourced from Locus Amanus, it is. Not all that useful since the capital fell into ruin. The people at the broadcasting station must have either fled or ended up like all the others, because all we've been hearing is the same music being played over and over again. Home beyond the horizon. An ode to the brave men and women sent to reclaim our ancestral homeland of Locus Amanus. We may have founded an empire in these frozen wastes, but we always hope to take back what was once ours. It is a solemn reminder that though we must suffer great hardship, better days will surely come. Despite everything, I believe that Emperor Varus yet lives and that he speaks to us through our radios. It was a cunning strategy, faking his murder. He must have foreseen this catastrophe and chosen to conceal himself, that he may one day make his triumphant return. Yes, I'm sure of it. Emperor Varus would not be defeated so easily. What's that? So this is what you gave the others? Thank you. I'll save it for later. Actually, I have a few things to ask you. Are you part of the group staying in Laterum? I saw Legatus Virgilia's troops heading toward the Magnus Glacius a few days ago. Are they the ones you encountered? Camp Broken Glass, you call it. And Virgilia and her men are all there now. So how did you reach the Magnus Glacius? Did you cross the mountains on foot? Airships. Then there might be a way to... Lycinia, where is everyone? Is something the matter? A voice from inside, you say? You must be imagining things. Everyone's out here. Perhaps a baby Almasti has found its way into the house. It wouldn't be the first time. Without the soldiers to scare them off, wild animals have been roaming closer to the settlements. Some have been known to attack people too. I've just had an idea. If you and yours are strong enough to defeat a Legatus, then surely a few beasts shouldn't pose a threat. If you mind to continue to helping us, perhaps you could head over to the other side of the lake. There's a small group of tappers living there. People whose job is to extract ceruleum. They still do, from what we can tell. I've already tried asking if they would share their fuel with us, but they're not willing to give it away. They want food in exchange. Lots of food. And that's something we don't have and can't get on our own. On top of that, to even reach their den, we'd have to make our way past all those creatures. Would you be willing to go in our place? We only need enough ceruleum to last until the others are strong enough to travel to your camp. If the offer still stands, that is. Oh, and I don't expect you to give up your own supplies, but there might be another way to pay the tappers. If it's ceruleum you need, then ceruleum you shall have. Thank you so much. To reach Tappers, then, you'll have to cross the lake. The ice is thick enough to support a person's weight, but you better not take the risk. But if you'd rather not take the risk, you'll need to take the long way around. Finding the entrance can be a bit tricky too, so it's easier to just look for someone standing guard outside. Wherever you decide to head there, please be careful. thingies over there. It's Barty and Tersus. Kind of in the way. Who goes there? How did he find us? What do you mean I stand out like a sore thumb? The purebuds over at Victor Spoils hadn't given her away a location. You'd never have found us. Those stuck-up arseholes thought they could come waltzing in here demanding cerulean with nothing to offer in return. Ah, looks like the boot's on the other foot now that the capital's gone to shite. So they resorted to send you to negotiate? I know your game, Sellsword. If they think we'll give in to intimidation, they got another thing coming. Stop! I'm intimidated. Am I dead yet? There you are. Just after you left, Licinia asked me to go and catch up with you in case you needed a hand. Someone must have let slip I have a little experience in transporting barrels of ceruleum. So this is Tappers then. Well then, after you. Who are you? What happened to the guards? The Eorzean and rebels here to save the people of Garlemald. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why in the hells would you pass up this chance to put those Imperial bastards to the sword? Let me guess, none of you are Garlean? You were brought here from other lands? Gilbania, Yansha, Boza, Dalmasca to name but a few. Some dragged here against their will, others fed bullocks about a better life, all put to work extracting ceruleum. All given the extreme title of honor, placing us firmly on the bottom rung of the ladder. But the old hierarchy means nothing in the new Garlemald, says we. But the only thing that's escaped more or less unscathed is Cerulia Ingens, still sustaining us even with our paymasters out of the picture. We hear you're experts in drawing up ceruleum from the bottom of the lake, but how can you do that if it's frozen over? Huh, wouldn't you like to know? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. At any rate, it's not if ceruleum is used for much these days, what with the city in ruins. We take enough to power our heaters and save the surplus for later. And though it helps us stave off the cold, it does sod all about our hunger unless we can trade it away. Speaking of which, be sure to tell your contingent we've got ceruleum by the barrelful. If they're interested, we'll exchange it for whatever provisions they're willing to spare. We can certainly ask, but you're all free to go now. But if you're all free to go now, why carry on living here? Free to go? Go where? Even if we manage to make it back to our homelands, there'll be nothing left for us thanks to the Empire, and the knowledge and skills we acquired working here would be practically useless outside of Garlemald. So we're staying for the time being. As long as there's a need for ceruleum, we'll find a way to get by, even if Garlemald as we knew it is gone for good. Gone for good? If you're wondering why we post guards outside, it's because we've had trouble with other refugees, and I don't mean the ones at Victor Spoils. Some of them come bearing weapons and won't take no for an answer. As for the 2 guards you met on the way in, I'll tell them what we've discussed. Once they've recovered from the beating you've gave them. Come to think of it, maybe we should ask your contingent to send some bandages and healing balm. Regardless of what the Ilzabar contingent does for the people of Garlemald, the Emperor itself is already a thing of the past. For many, that would be a cause for celebration, while for others, their whole way of life will have been turned upside down. After all of the atrocities committed in the Empire's name, perhaps it is for the best that it is consigned to history. But what of the ordinary people? Their lives, their stories, should they be forgotten too? I suppose there'll be plenty of time to ponder that later. For now, let's see about getting some ceruleum. So you've come seeking ceruleum, have you? What? Those purebloods up at Victor's Spoil sent you to turn to their enemies for help. They must be more desperate than I thought. Then again, Lincinia's got her little sister to think about. A sister? But we only saw Lincinia and 3 men. It's possible she died from whatever was ailing her. If she needed treatment, I doubt there'd be any way to get it around here. I may have refused Lincinia at first, thinking she'd come back with something in exchange, but I can spare them a bottle's worth of ceruleum. Consider it a reward for introducing me to the rest of your contingent. Be sure to send them our way, you hear? I can't for the life of me think why Lincinia would keep her sister a secret from us, but we can ask about that after we've delivered the ceruleum. Come on, let's hurry back. Bow, 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 bow. I like that look you're giving me, man. I don't really need skill speed anymore if I don't have to worry about that, whatchamacallit. What do you want? Tired of having your breath. Ah. guess taking the Phantom train in would have been impossible. And, some of the trains had to decommission. Out of commission. This isn't right. It's too quiet. I would have thought Alphanode would still be treating them by the fire, but they're nowhere to be seen. I'll look inside the house while you search outside. They can't have gone far. Damn it! Damn it all! They asked me to help carry supplies, but when I followed them back here, they attacked me. Caught me off guard, forced me to defend myself. I feared they fared rather worse than me. You can't fool us. We know what you're about. Vultures, that's what you are. Waiting in the wings for us to show weakness, then in you swoop. Here to help? What rot? All a ploy to make us lower our guard. Let you in, put ourselves at your mercy, put us in chains, steal our lands, get your revenge. You're wrong. That's not what any of us want. Save the arguments for later. We've got bigger problems. I found empty medicine bottles in a bed that was still warm. It's true. Lincinia was hiding her sick sister inside the house. But now there's no sign of either of them. Where are they? Where did they go? Away from you and yours. And if you think I'll tell you, you're a fool. I'd never give up my people. We're trying to help them, you idiot. Her sister's ill, the empty bottles prove it. So the medicine ran out, or she put it in her pockets to make it easier to carry. Or to avoid the sound of clinking glass. There are beasts everywhere. How could you let them go alone? To protect them from you. You invade our homeland, taint it with the same sorcery used to slay our countrymen. A Garlean should soon die than suffer the insult. Better for them to flee, keep their purity intact, than be corrupted by your vile magics. We were waiting for a chance to free them since the moment you arrived. This is getting us nowhere. I cannot say how Lincinia and her sister will react when we find them, but find them we must. Go on without me, both of you. I first need to tend to my injuries, and theirs. I will join you in the search after. Alright, be careful. We'll do our best to find them quickly. There's only one path out of here, so that's where we'll start. Rob us of our land, rob us of our pride. No, I'll not allow it. Better to die free than in servitude and shame. The girls would say the same. We'll follow as soon as I can. After I give them some basic treatment, I'll take the men inside of the house and use a light sleeping enchantment to help them rest and ensure they don't cause any more trouble. I'm sorry, but this is something I must do. through here, or do I gotta go through the gate? Two sets of fresh footprints. Young women, judging by the size. This is definitely them. Come on. Hey, I wonder if I can... Oh yeah, I can. Nice. I don't know what collection is. Yeah, I thought there might be this over here. Oh. Ah, nice. Alice. The trail stops at the frozen lake. Perhaps they chose this route so as to not leave footprints. I can't think of any other reason. Look at this place. It's crawling with beasts, and I can only imagine how hard it must be for her ailing sister to cross the ice. I could really do with Alphinaud's help, but we can't afford to wait for him. Let's pull it up and look for clues. Huge area to survey. Holy! That was close. Almost blew my nose off. Yeesh. Oh, look at this. The empty bottle smells faintly of alcohol. The thin coating of dirt indicates it has been here for some time and is unlikely to have any connection to Lincinia or her sister. Are you sure? Never know. Lincinia's sister might be a bit of a lush. The blood staining the snow appears to be fresh. Judging by the amount, the victim may have been severely wounded. The trail of blood leads southeastwards. Yeesh. Oh! Hey, I think my tail must have got stuck in that. My tail must have still have been in the AoE. Oh my. The two bodies are already cold. So they've been here for a while.
Blood trail. We found one. They were attacked. No. Why wouldn't they?
Safer to brave the wilds than trust in our magic. We should have... I should have... We can't leave them like this. We have to take them home.
What if we're only making it worse?
Maybe we don't belong here, but neither do they. Not out here in the wind and the cold. I heard the story about Varus's voice from beyond the grave. Of course, I didn't believe it, but Licinia and her sister did. Perhaps there is something to the tale after all. I want to understand, so I'm going to borrow this for a while, if that's all right. You had every reason not to trust us. We came as trespassers, invaders. But I pray that in time, we will be more than that to you. That we will find a way to help your loved ones. And see that no more children are left to freeze alone in the snow.
Damn ninjas cutting onions again. There must have been something we could have done. But what? Should we have never come here? Would they still be alive if we hadn't? Alphinaud's resolve may be shaken, but he has not forgotten his duty. We have already caused enough harm here. Let us return to the camp before we cause any more. As for those inside the house, we should send someone to take care of them. Someone who isn't us. All we can do now is make our report to Lucia and do everything in our power to prevent further tragedy. So let us linger here no more. Come. Domin ninjas cutting onions. if this is traversable. In real life, that wouldn't be traversable. I know I've slipped down a few hills in my time. A few snow-covered hills in my time. When the snow's that thick, it's hard to get up the hill unless you have like a pickaxe or something. A big old stick that you can shove into the ground and almost slalom your way up the hill somehow. Forgive me for saying, but the three of you appear rather drained since your return. Is there aught I might do to be of assistance? Is something the matter? The twins look out of sorts and you too seem a bit off. Oh, that's not a NPC. Treatment of the temperate is proceeding as well as can be expected. If there's anything to report, you will be sure to know, though I gather you have a report of your own to deliver. We mustn't forget to send some of our allies to Topper's Den. We still owe them for the bottle of ceruleum. Would you mind giving Lucia a full report? Send her here. Alice and Alphanol tell me they have finished a preliminary search for survivors, but refrain from saying much more than that. Clearly they are reluctant to provide details. Might I ask for your account?
Thank you for your report. We shall inform the troops of these developments and instruct them to proceed with the utmost caution should they encounter any survivors.
Allow me to go and speak with the ones at the victor's spoils. They may be more willing to listen to a fellow Garlean and accept our offer of assistance.
I pray you are right. And though I am loath to burden you any further, should there be an appropriate occasion to speak of Licinia and her sister, please do so.
I am sorry to have put you through this.
My distress is nothing compared to their suffering. So tell me, what else have we learned?
As you may have already heard, we have succeeded in curing the members of the Popularis, Maxima identified. They have provided us with some intriguing insights into the current state of Garlemald. The assassination of Emperor Varus was the catalyst for the civil war. Nerva declared his claim to the throne, and his opponents refused to recognize it. Fighting broke out in the capital, where Nerva's 3rd Legion clashed with the 1st, who remained loyal to Varus even after his death.
Of course, even Imperial warmongers would balk at the idea of turning their shining city into a battleground. Like burning down the wood to spite the wasps. Neither side would be so mad. Unless something or someone inflamed their animosity to such an extent that they could not help but act against their better judgment.
It brings to mind events at the Gimlet Dark, does it not? The Emperor's sudden withdrawal from the front lines, specifically. Nerva and his father, Titus, Varus's then political rival, took advantage of rumors that Crown Prince Xenos had been possessed by a demon.
Elidibus, what better way to disparage your enemies than with the truth, or a close enough approximation?
Indeed. But before their accusations could be substantiated, many of Titus's followers were silenced. While some were merely stripped of their status, others died under curious circumstances. One after another, suddenly and suspiciously.
Again, Elidibus, Like as not, he had a hand in it. No evidence was found to implicate Varus, certainly. Nevertheless, Titus, Nerva, and the Third Legion would have judged it a brazen attempt by the Emperor to rid himself of his political enemies. And then, in the midst of this growing turmoil, Varus Sosgalvis is murdered.
It's like, trying to read into a crime scene, pretty much.
And Garlemald's own prodigal son, Gaius van Belsar, is named the murderer. Shortly thereafter, Nerva claims the right of succession, and in response, the First Legion claims the assassination was part of a coup d'etat orchestrated by Titus and Nerva.
So no one is at fault, and everyone else is to blame.
I should add that both parties received substantial financial backing, presumably to provide them with the means and encouragement to pursue a swift victory, and that these contributions came from the self-same benefactor.
I'd heard House Brutus had been filling the Third Legion's coffers, but the First as well.
It would seem so. Though the Populares determined that the First Legion received funds from a variety of organizations, all had connections to House Brutus.
So Fandaniel, in the guise of Asahi, was playing both sides against each other the entire time.
The information we gained from my friends does not end there. One night, shortly after fighting broke out, the capital was shaken by an immense tremor. From that point onward, they have no memories, no recollection of any events, including our clash on the Magna Glaciers. But when asked about the Imperial Palace and its bizarre transformation, they somehow recall Emperor Varus giving them orders in their dreams. May the Tower of Babel stand as testament to the glory of Garlemald.
This sounds awfully familiar.
We have something to show you all.
Varus spoke to them through this radio. Perhaps it was a recording, but if not, that would be inexplicable.
Primal? Oh, are those body parts Emperor Varus's?
We are of one mind, then.
In the, towers, then?
The ether that permeates the ore used in this device is almost identical to that of the talismans.
I see it. While it is likely more by coincidence than design, these devices might also ward against a primal's influence. A picture is beginning to form. If the tremor felt throughout Garlemald was a wave of ether emitted by a primal, then while those within range would have been tempered, those huddled around a radio desperate for news concerning the Civil War would have been spared.
No wonder Licinia kept it close.
My friends, I must speak with you. A young man was caught trying to steal our supplies. He is a soldier of the Iron Men, we think, but one who has not been made thrall. Thankfully, Magni restrained him before blood was spilled. The stranger is outside, if you wish to ask him questions.
I think we do.
Oh.
Who do we have here?
Garleans?
Traitors to your homeland! Have you no shame?
I am Lucia Junius, a Temple Knight of Ishgard. And you are?
Iulus Pier Norbanus. And that's all you invaders will get from me.
We are not here to invade Garlemald. Far from it. Like you, our allies in Eorzea and the Far East fight in defense of their lives and their loved ones even as we speak. But it is the people of Garlemald who have suffered most. This we know. And that is why we have come to offer you our aid, that we may unite against our common foe. Whether you believe me or not, those are the facts. Now, answer me this. Why would a proud soldier of the Empire be reduced to stealing? The situation must be dire indeed for you to go to such lengths. If it is supplies you seek, we would gladly share ours, or turn a blind eye while you leave with your spoils.
I will not negotiate. My commander will determine how to deal with you and yours. If you wish to treat with him, I will take you, but no more than 3.
I don't much like the sound of that. But if we do accept his proposal, I suggest the 2 of us and...
Lucia or Maximus?
Please allow me and Alize to act as envoys.
May I ask why?
We have seen with our own eyes the hardships the Garleans face. How their futures and lives hang in the balance.
It's not the warmest invitation, but it's an opportunity to prove our intentions true. Maybe not a chance to make things right, but a chance to make them better.
I'm going with you.
I can see that persuading you otherwise is a lost cause, but you will proceed with the utmost care.
Couple of children and what? A sellsword? Is this an insult?
Not in the least. You will find that they are more than qualified to speak on our behalf.
There are many dangers on the road ahead. I will need that back.
I was one short of the 2002 error disconnect achievement. I only got the 9. Let's make 9 out of the lowly task of keeping watching over provisions would not normally befit the son, but these being unusual circumstances, I will not let no man take that which is not by right theirs. Said your farewells, have you? Ah, who's who? Okay. I worry they were not in the best state of mind to volunteer for this undertaking, but what's done is done. I know you will take good care of them, and yourself as well, I trust. They are resilient in the face of hardship. You as well. But good intentions and stubborn determination alone will not be enough to bring our mission to a successful conclusion. Be on your guard. Ah! We captured the boy as he was about to make off with our food. He must be very hungry to take such risks. Maybe we should give him something to eat, reward him for his boldness. Julius Pierre-Nobanus. It is unusual for someone to achieve such a high rank. Very unusual. His uniform identifies him as a member of the First Legion, which has a particularly fierce reputation. Whoever his superior may be, I advise you to approach them with caution. Oh. Perhaps it is unwise to volunteer for a mission so soon after the previous disaster. Nevertheless, I shall not squander this opportunity. I know. This won't bring back Licinia or her sister. Taking the same risks, making the same mistakes, it's possible, but better than try than to give up every time. You will be received as invited guests, and so I urge you to observe proper social etiquette and conduct yourselves accordingly. Your safe return takes precedence above all else. Remember this. Thancred in particular would be worried sick if you're gone too long. May the Fury watch over and keep you. Are you and the children ready? I'll explain the route once we are outside your camp. If anyone attempts to follow us, we will judge it as an act of hostility. We will not hesitate to take appropriate measures. I would not expect I would expect nothing less. You have our full cooperation. As I said before, Thancred can be quite the warrior, but rest assured he only has your best interests at heart. So I guess Thancred's gonna be following... Hey, Albert. What the heck? Several of the Temple Knights are off on a reconnaissance at present. We Asgardians have seen our fair share of frost in the past year, so we're more than ready for this icy bout. The Hrothgars from Boja, on the other hand, are having a devil of a time adjusting to these chilly climes. The warming stones we lent them seem to have helped, though. Where do you think their headquarters are? I assume there are a few others beside him and this commander he mentioned. We will only do as instructed. After all, this is what we have been striving for ever since we arrived. Alright, this is far enough. Listen carefully. We head over that hill, then follow the road until we reach Liminal Station 4. Children in the lead. I want you where I can see you. We do have names, you know. I'm Alice and he's Alphinaud. And last but not least, there's Thackeray. Thackeray. Where have I heard that before? No matter. Alphinaud and Alice will watch the road ahead while we bring up the rear. I wasn't lying about there being many dangers, so you're to run, not saunter. Run towards the station. If you even think about going for your weapon, the deal's off. Should any creatures bar the way, we go around them. Once you choose to depart, Julius will accompany you. Alphinaud and Alice will then begin moving towards the destination. Make your way toward Liminal Station without falling behind. If you leave Julius behind for any reason or lose sight of Alphinaud and Alice, you may try again by returning to the starting point. Ready to make a dash for the station? Yeah. This must be the road he mentioned. If we follow this, it should lead to the station. Not the easiest surface to run on. It'd be slippery as heck with that powdery snow. Be like ice and we'd better not draw attention. There's the station, I presume. The Jotun. I've got to run this far away. Must decide that those that these two are not we're here, I think. It's nothing like the ones in Thanalan. This is it. The first stop, that is. Good. It looks like your friends knew better than to follow us. Are these your headquarters? No, we're stopping here so I can check for pursuers. Since it appears you've kept to your side of the bargain, we can carry on. Yeah, but Thankard's not going to be... We're getting closer to the Imperial Palace, if one can still call it that. It truly is a terrifying sight to behold. I wonder what sort of conditions Julius and his comrades are living in. If they've any sense, they'll have pick somewhere like Victor's spoils to take shelter. North of the station is Reggio Demorum, one of the main residential areas, or at least it was. The afflicted roam the streets in packs. They'll tear us to shreds if given the chance. Keep close, no wandering off, understood? Julius knows only too well that danger lurks around every corner. From here, we'll be heading northeast, keeping to the left of the railway. While the route itself is straightforward, getting past the hordes unseen is anything but. Keep your weapons at the ready. They would attack their own countrymen? Aye, they spare their own but slaughter the rest without hesitation. Though we'll try to avoid detection, the chances of sneaking by completely unnoticed are slim at best. We'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, here to fight them off. I should change that to chat. Got distracted by the chat. And we'll lead the way, but in the event we are seen, here to fight them off. Those two will follow us, provided they can refrain from drawing their weapons. While I doubt they would be foolish enough to stab their guide in the back, I will not take that chance. With that said, let us proceed. God damn it, we're perfectly capable of holding our own. We must stay alert. I see why your comrades chose you. Julius, our contingent has a cure for the afflicted, or tempered as we call them. Your people would need to be taken into custody that we may administer the treatment, but they would eventually regain their sanity. Is that so? For all I know, your treatment would simply force them to forsake one master for another. As far as I and my legions are concerned, they are no longer our people. They're beyond saving. Those who thought differently and tried to resist them were butchered for their bleeding hearts. Come, we have to keep moving. Haha, little car. hate to watch you bear this burden alone. Looks like we're not being followed. We will continue onward. He truly believes there's nothing that can be done for them. No wonder he isn't afraid to get his hands dirty. The surest way to limit casualties is to reach our destination without drawing attention to ourselves. Perhaps afterward, we can again try to convince Julius that the Tempered can be saved. I meant what I said. These people deserve only death. I stayed my hand before only out of a desire to remain undiscovered, and that is still the higher priority. We should continue to avoid any unnecessary confrontations. Keep following the railway. But what can we do? The great serpent Vronka can hardly disguise his wiggles. As he wiggleth, the earth trembleth. Pretty close to 83 down. Saiga! What the? I don't think these guys can be saved anymore. Such a transformation is likely irreversible. To think they were once ordinary people. Look at what they have become. Would you still stand there and claim that they can be cured? Those exposed to a vast quantity of primers of ether may suffer severe corruption. Even with treatment, such victims are beyond salvation. Then you admit it. Now that you've seen the monstrosities for yourself, perhaps you will think twice before speaking of a cure. Though I wish there was another way. I thank you for keeping us from harm. Even here in the outskirts, it's plain to see how vastly different Garlemald is compared to other cities. We're almost there. You have kept your side of the agreement, so I will keep mine. This way. This is Tertium, one of Garlemald's largest stations. It now serves as our headquarters. I've already sent the twins ahead. I will be with you soon, so wait for me at the bottom of the stairs. Go on down the stairs like I told you, or is this your first time into an underground station? They're all over Garlemald. Even during severe blizzards, we could use them to travel from one end of the city to another. Back when they were in operation, that is. Theodore. That sounds like a familiar name. What? There's nothing wrong with speaking with me. I had no idea they had such expansive structures built underground. Oh, an aetherite crystal. It's plain to see why they chose this as their base of operations. They could have done a lot worse. Even so, I imagine it's not the easiest place to live. Indeed, and if duelists were willing to make the perilous journey to Camp Broken Glass in search of food, their own supplies must all be exhausted. Must all but be exhausted. They may be shielded from the wind and snow, but it's still bitterly cold. Much like Victor's spoils, it must be a constant struggle to keep their people warm. Lower your voices. While you may be here as my guests, the others will not take kindly to your presence. My commander is in the locomotive over there. He certainly looks the part. Now comes the true test. Anyway, see what he looks like. All these chocobos are in the way. I will deal with you in a moment.
These are their chosen representatives.
Very well. Let us hear what they have to say.
Yes, sir. I present to you our commander, Lord Quintus Vankina, Legatus of the First Legion.
The first? I had no idea you had survived.
We lost our emperor, our city, more than half our troops. For my wounds, I may never take the field again.
But we survived, aye. In a manner much to your liking, I dare say.
We have no intention of adding to your misfortunes, nor do we bear you any ill will.
Spare me. Though you children may speak in earnest, overtures of peace ever ring hollow in my ears. So long as man stands to profit from his neighbor's suffering, war is inevitable. Driven from our ancestral homeland into this blasted waste. Yet still you yearned to rob us of our paltry scraps. 'Twas only with Magitech that you learned to keep your distance. Though we knew it was only a matter of time before you regrouped and returned. Conquest and Empire were our only defenses. Emperors Solus and Varys understood this, and through their campaigns saw us grow and prosper. Much blood has been spilled in Garlemald's name, aye. But if it is a choice between yours and mine, then it is hardly a choice at all.
I do not deny that a great many conflicts throughout history were driven by the desire or necessity to gain by another's loss. That is not why we are here. Nor have we come to petition your aid in the war with the Telophoroi, grave though that threat may be. Our purpose is simply this. We wish to help you. Let us help you. If there is aught that can be done to ease your plight, we would be glad to do it.
Perhaps you would. But regardless of the ideals you espouse, your leaders would not send an army into Garlemald if they did not stand to benefit. If we accept their aid, they will expect their efforts to be rewarded once the Telophoroi are no longer a threat. And after compensation and concessions, the great empire would be brought to heel. Her enemies rejoice at her downfall. Our third eye, a mark of shame.
We won't stand idly by and let your people be humiliated. And we're not alone in that. We only want to make a difference. To make this world of ours better. Surely you can understand that. What I'm trying to say is, there are so many people who just don't care about making you suffer. And maybe that's almost insulting after all the suffering you feel the world has subjected your people to, but believe it or not, that's the truth. And now we're here, and all we're asking is for you to tell us what you want, what you hope for.
So much blood has been shed, so much lost. All because of this endless war. Who wouldn't want to end it? Can we not work together to face our problems as one?
Answer me this, young peacemakers. If a world without conflict is your desire, why reject the unity and prosperity of Garlemald? Is it because we do not share your faith? That we do not share your heritage? That our ideals and virtues differ? That we cherish and hold in the highest that which you do not? Disparity is the root of discord, and peace built on compromise is flawed and fleeting. Happiness for one and all is a dream, and the reality is that to the victor go the spoils. That is why we Garleans will never submit nor surrender. For freedom and for pride, we will remain true to ourselves until the bitter end. That is my hope. It seems there is nothing more to say on the matter. You will remain here while I decide what is to be done with you. Do not be alarmed. No harm will come to you if you cooperate.
We will not resist. However, as your guests, I ask that we be allowed to speak with the other members of your group.
As you wish. I had no intention of locking you up, as by dawn you would be frozen stiff and you're no good to me dead. You are free to move about the encampment, but there is one condition. Collar them.
This is dishonorable.
What are these?
Incentive. You'll be watched at all times. Stray too far or act suspiciously, and we will administer a rather painful shock. Stop. Keep away from that one. The champion of Eorzea is not so easily cowed. Even if he allowed himself to be collared, the shock would be no more than an itch. No. If he refuses to obey, we will activate the twins' restraints instead.
You needn't worry about us.
We'll forget we're even wearing them soon enough.
Even now, you still... Why go to such lengths? What is it all for?
And the coldest, blackest of nights, meager though it may be, we must share the warmth of our fire.
You are a curious one. A far cry from the merciless barbarian others paint you to be. You will be their warden. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
It will take more than a trifle such as this to deter us. Compared to what Garlemald's people have suffered in recent days, these collars are a minor inconvenience. I have to remind myself not to touch it, even if it starts to itch. I'd rather not set it off by accident. Anyway, enough about that. Let's learn what we can from the refugees. Julius has his orders, unpleasant though they may be. As per Lord Quintus's instructions, I am to supervise you during your time here in Tertarium. Before you ask, no, I don't have a key or any other means to remove your collars, nor would I tell you if I did, and if you try anything, you'll soon wish you hadn't. So do you truly intend to speak with the others, or was that merely a ruse? We're in no hurry to disobey Lord Quintus if that's what you mean, or perhaps you doubt the wisdom of this decision. Do as you will, but remember, I'll be watching. If I catch wind of you doing anything untoward, trying to trick our people into turning their coats and the like, Those shock collars will be the least of your worries, understood? Though we're somewhat compromised, to put it lightly, let's not waste this opportunity. I suggest splitting up and learning what we can of their situation, and above all else, don't use magics of any sort. You, on the other hand, may go wheresoever you wish, even outside the camp. I know full well I couldn't stop you if I tried, but do not forget, if you do anything to endanger us or our interests, Alphonse and Alice will pay the price. You came a duelist, didn't you? Well, whatever business brought you here, you'd best keep your hands off that Aetheryte. It's deactivated, but I'd rather you didn't mess about with it. There are others throughout the city, built by Garleans for Garleans. Could teleport all over in the blink of an eye, provided there was a terminal nearby. These days, however, we use the Aetheryte's power to keep this place lit, though that comes at the cost of its normal function. So cold. This young soldier is on the verge of losing consciousness. It's you, Dakali Mirla. I served under Lord Gaius in the 14th Legion. I was there on the night the Praetorium fell. You and your adventurers, you killed them, my comrades, my friends. Swept them aside in their dozens as though they were nothing to you. And maybe I am to you, just another faceless enemy to be cut down. But it won't be long until our countrymen return, until you get what you deserve. Mark my words. I know who you are, the so-called champion of Eorzea. Come to gloat, have you? I'll wipe that smirk off your face. Let the blood of our fallen compatriots elsewhere. Damn, tore the sutures. Of all the times, the worst of the lot within striking distance, and I can't even muster the strength. If it weren't for the third bleeding us, we'd be the end of you. For Gilia's treachery nearly cost Lord Quintus his life, but we made our escape. Took shelter in a mansion, tended to the wounded as we prepared to strike back, and then night fell and we gathered around the radio. Then the roar, the terrible roar. The capital was in chaos, but we were spared. If you can call this mercy, mind intact but body broken, a soldier in name alone, I'd cut you down where you stand if I could, murderer. The radio is the same model as the one used at Victor's spoils. Perhaps it is what saved the soldiers here from being tempered. How long are we going to be stuck down here? This is no way to live. So cold and probably hasn't had a proper meal in days. If only we'd brought some food with us. But perhaps I could use a little magic too. No, I mustn't. Gosh, this is so frustrating. Did you learn anything of note? Then your findings are consistent with my own. Their plight is desperate indeed. The sick and injured are at greatest risk. Without warmth and proper nutrition, I fear they will soon perish. I realize there is precious little we can do for them at present, but I cannot bear to see them suffer. Please, will you help me tend to them? Who's there? My eyes, I can't see all that well. Thank you. The numbness has subsided a little, but I know I won't last much longer. You should look to the others who can still fight. Give them my ration. If me going hungry means someone else lives to see another day, so be it. At least I can still serve in that way. So those you met fare no better. I was afraid you would say that. I know we were warned against meddling in their affairs, but we can't leave them like this. Perhaps we might gain permission to have the contingent deliver supplies. Quintus may have made his feelings on the matter quite clear, but even he must recognize they are not in a position to refuse help. Maybe Julius could persuade him, though we'd need to persuade Julius first. Well, seen enough? Julius, the people here have barely enough food and fuel to survive. Have you and the other soldiers been able to procure any more supplies? We've been scavenging provisions from the nearby houses as most families kept some stored away in the event they were snowed in. Still, going out and getting it is dangerous work, and we've a lot of mouths to feed. Fuel is the greater concern, though. We had some cerulean set aside until it was stolen. We haven't identified the culprit. Could have been other refugees, or one of the afflicted for all we know. Either way, we're down to the last dregs. Without the heating they need, those in poor health are only going to get worse instead of better. If it's ceruleum you need, our contingent has secured a ready supply. We can have some sent over. We will not accept your charity. If we can hold on a little longer, the situation is sure to change. Aye, everything will change. One of your comrades mentioned something along those lines. Heard something of it, have you? Well, from what I've seen, there's little you could do to interfere, so there's no harm in telling you. One of our scouts spotted a hooded man issuing instructions to the afflicted, or in the bastard's words, loyal servants of the Telophoroi. Then he made his way inside the Imperial Palace, or what stands in its place. We'd identified the seat of the enemy's power, we realized. Lord Quintus dispatched a message to the 10th Legion saying as much, and instructing them to join forces with the provincial legions to prepare for a combined assault on the Telophoroi. Once our allies arrive, your contingent will be sent running for the hills. Then we shall reclaim the capital by our own hand. And how do you intend to survive in the meantime? At this rate, many of your countrymen will perish long before reinforcements reach Garlemald. You need help now. Say the word and we'll bring you ceruleum. I will speak with Lord Quintus. So, did he agree to it? No. He will not place Garlemald in the debt of her enemies. I have, however, been ordered to search for ceruleum outside. As you are under my watch, you will come with me. Very well. After all, many hands make light work. You lot are more trouble than you're worth. Once we are outside, you will follow my instructions to the letter. We depart shortly. Without our healing magics, there's little we can do for these people beyond offer words of encouragement. But this way we'll be able to offer them tangible assistance. Although this is hardly the solution we had in mind, it will suffice for the time being. Julius finds himself in a somewhat bizarre position of leading ambassadors of an enemy contingent on a salvage mission. We will begin our search for ceruleum in Reggio over Veneto. urbanissima. The first location is Forum Solius, a park to the northwest of the station. You are to remain close at all times and act only as ordered. Follow me. Hey, ether current. Look at that. Way up there. How can I get up there and up there? Judas. This is the place. I think this macabre graveyard for War Machina was once a park. So this is the park. I'm surprised they found space for one amongst all these buildings. Actually, the recreational areas came first. The houses were later built around them. A healthy society requires communal spaces for children to play and adults to socialize. This park was named after the founding father of the empire, the great Solus Galvus. Did we come to extract ceruleum from the wrecked magnetic armor? No, we've already drained it dry. Same goes for the rest of the Machina in the vicinity. But as our ceruleum has been stolen, we must scour the city for every last drop. And while I don't expect to find anything here, I've decided to try one more time in case something has been overlooked. I see. Then with your permission, we will commence the search. Rather small by Garlean standards, the structure is reminiscent of a merchant's stall. Perhaps it is built for children to play at shop. There's nothing inside resembling Magitech or any other devices that would be fueled by ceruleum. Grab that aetherite. Or not aetherite, that ether. Several points of interest are marked on the map of Forum Solus. The pond, children's play areas. To your knowledge, however, none would require the use of ceruleum. Contraption is built in the style of Imperial War Machina, armed with a battery of weapons and capable of transforming into different configurations. But on closer inspection, it appears to be nothing more than a children's slide. say? What do you say, Alice? This, whatever it is, appears to have been some sort of symbolic meaning, relating to this park. Even though the place is named after Solvus, it doesn't seem to be a statue of him. Well, at least not anymore. Maybe as once a fountain? Or somewhere the man himself used to sit? Not that it would matter, even if we knew, but I can't help wondering. Seems to have some sort of historical significance then. I don't imagine there would be much need for Magitech in a park of all places. But then again, I wasn't raised in Garlemald. They may have uses for ceruleum that I've yet to consider. A cursory inspection of the wrecked Magitech armor confirms that the fuel canisters have long since been drained of ceruleum, as Julius said. I'm gonna have to venture further afield, Julius. Oh, he's still just a kid. Oh, it's you. Any luck? There's no sign of any ceruleum. Hardly surprising, but disappointing nonetheless. I couldn't help noticing you gazing at the pond. Is something the matter? What? Yes, I mean, no, It's just, I used to bring my brother and sister here to play. The pond was heated to stop it from freezing over, so like all the other children, they just had to wade in and splash about. Would have stayed there if I didn't drag them out. We'd be sopping wet when all was said and done. Every time. And every time when we'd get home, Mother would scold us, saying we'd catch our death walking around like that. The pond was heated. With a ceruleum-powered heater by any chance? I suppose it must have been. Come to think of it, I remember seeing engineers changing out a tank beneath the hatch. But that was long ago, when the water still flowed clear and wasn't this brackish muck. We can't see a thing, and I can't remember where the hatch might be. With the machinery most likely broken, the amount of filth in there is probably the only reason it hasn't frozen over. I'd wager it's still unbearably cold, though. Gillis, what are your thoughts on magic? The average Garlean would jump out of their skin if they saw it, but the first has a few foreign signiferi and medici, so it doesn't scare me. Then I take it you won't mind if I employ a little now. Alphinodas, you have a knack for finding dry wood. Why don't you bring me some? Once that's done, a blast of fires should do the trick. Leave it to me. You're not planning to go in there, are you? Of course I am. That tank isn't going to fetch itself. There's nothing so involved as extracting unprocessed ceruleum from a frozen lake, like how the tappers do it. We're talking about a shallow pond in a park, and we have a way of warming our syrups up after. But that's insane. So fancy a dip? Yeah, I can go right now. fancy catching a cold, I'll go. If you're that concerned for my well-being, you can dive in and help me look. The quicker we find that ceruleum, the sooner we can get out of here. I can't believe what I'm seeing. You delve into the murky water, but come up empty-handed. To add injury to insult, the icy window to your damp clothing chills you to God, should it be good? It's cold. Perhaps we should have listened to Julius after all. It'll be the last one. Every time you come into the spawn, it'll be a different one. Matter about my clothing, look at it, it's all torn apart anyway. Well, it's Sam Bianchi's. Beneath the water, your fingers catch on what you think might be a handle. Open the hatch and retrieve a ceruleum tank. However, your grand discovery comes at a great personal cost as you become acutely aware of the freezing cold and the rancid odor emanating from every ailment of your body. Julius will doubtless feel compelled to pinch his nose shut when you deliver to him your prize. Did you find anything? I hope you did. Uncovering hidden treasure is an adventurer's bread and butter, though one is not normally required to go elbow deep in ice-cold stagnant pond water to retrieve it. Nevertheless, many would choose that over mowing down hordes of slavering beasters solving annoying puzzles. That's it. And there's still some ceruleum left. Ah, the fire is still not ready. Hold on, I'll give Alphonal a hand. Oh, starting to warm up to us. Call me an Alduin because by the fire I am reborn. And my clothes are mostly dry now too. I appreciate you recovering the ceruleum. I wish you'd taken the time to discuss the plan with me beforehand. Despite the way you've been treated in Lord Quintus's eyes, you're still envoys deserving of protection. If you were to die on my watch, he would be most displeased. Your concern is duly noted, but all's well that ends well. Julius, you mentioned coming here with your younger siblings. Did you grow up in Garlemald? I did, not far from here. My father was an accomplished researcher in his youth, and for his contributions to the Empire awarded the estate. We lived well, better than many. What was Garlemald like in those days? Everything. It was everything you could imagine, and so much more. Even during the coldest winters, we always found warmth and comfort at home. Coming in from the snow, taking off your coat and sitting down for a hot meal with family. Visiting friends and relatives, receiving that same welcome, knowing they had everything they needed. Walking down the street, seeing the lights in all the houses, hearing the faint sounds of laughter and song, of happiness. And although the summers came and went all too quickly, in that brief respite, the ice would melt and the forgotten grass make its triumphant return. Gray clouds give way to blue skies. Some mornings we'd climb to the top of the tallest building we could find to watch the sunrise. Never again. Those rooftops are rubble. Those friends dead. And those memories. But if I could reclaim even a fraction of what we once had, soon our chance will come. We just need to hold on a little longer. At least my clothes are finally dry, but it could still do with a proper wash. Owing to the wealth of experience I've accrued in gathering firewood, I was even able to provide Julius with some basic pointers on the subject. I thought it might help to further build a rapport and to distract him from his other concerns. He must be a level 90 botanist by now. Now that the fire is burned out, Julius is ready to move on. Alright, now that you've recovered from your escapades in the pond, there's another location I'd like to search just outside the park. Jeez, we don't need firewood, we could just bring that, Oh no, it's gonna attack me still. Everything was built on an enormous scale and with thick, cleanly cut stone, much like Amarat. Given what we now know, such similarities are no coincidence. The war monument appears to be patrolling the area of its own volition. I wonder whether it is simply following its original orders, or if it now serves the Talaferoi. As you can see, this place is littered with the remnants of various types of war machina. While my comrades and I have already recovered the tanks from the less damaged units, those that took a more severe beating are harder to scavenge. We decided to save those for another time, that time being now. Rather than prize them apart piece by piece, it would be quicker to remove the outer casing using compact explosives. With luck, we'll gain access to the tanks without rupturing them. Though the force generated by these devices is relatively weak, I would advise you to stand well clear to avoid being hit by any shrapnel. Before even bothering, though, you should check the Machina's beryllium gauge to see if there's any left. It should still provide an accurate reading even when the tank unit itself is inactive. If the gauge is broken, I'll let you decide whether to use an explosive or not. Should you need more, come to me. Understood. Let's get to work. Still have the explosives to give you, yes? Remember to check the beryllium gauge before attempting to remove the outer casing. The gauge has been damaged and you can't determine if there's any fuel left. Use your best judgment. According to its beryllium gauge, this unit's fuel tank is empty. The beryllium gauge on this unit appears to have been broken, giving you no way. Let's check around first. Gamble if I gotta have that. destroy working Machina. One that obviously still has fuel tank left in it. Actually reminds me kind of Nier. I wonder why they had crossover. Wanted to get people in mind for it. And for what we would find next. Sometimes it sounds a bit like Dragon Quest music. Two, eh? So, got choice of three. Maybe I'll find at least one tank. Half full. Better than nothing, I guess. More explosive? Wait, is that what I think it is? Not only did this tank survive the attack that disabled the war machina in which it was installed, it also escaped the blast of your explosives unscathed. If medals for outstanding service were awarded to inanimate objects, this champion among cerulean tanks would surely deserve one. Look, it's Cerulean Tank! People of the Year, Cerulean Tank. Oh, they were about to show the Cerulean Tank. You've done it again. Truly, luck is on your side. With this, we should be able to review quite a few of our heaters. It's time we headed back. Wait here while I go and see how Alice and Alpha No are faring. It's like before a... What's your mark call that starts?
Finally escaped the watchful gaze of your keepers, have we? Don't react. You'll only draw attention to yourself. Just carry on as you are and listen. After you left with the Garlean lad, Lucia bade a few of us scouts follow you at a discreet distance. We observed you being led into the station, but decided against venturing inside. When you emerged sometime later, and we saw that the twins were sporting Magitech collars, it was clear what had taken place. Now, as quietly as you can, tell me everything. The Legatus himself, eh? Now there's a surprise. This is also the first I've heard of a plan to join forces with the 10th and storm the Tower of Babel. An interesting development, and perhaps the opportunity we've been waiting for. Our comrades back at the camp also received some rather promising news, but it's still too early to get our hopes up. For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them. With luck, this will all be over soon. Until then.
They had not gone far.
We searched high and low, but no luck, I'm afraid. I might have guessed you'd be the only one to find anything.
I wasn't expecting much to begin with. Eventually, there will be nothing left out here for us to safely salvage. For now, this will have to suffice. We should return to the station.
Ah, there you are. Heard you'd gone hunting for ceruleum above ground. Brought back a king's ransom?
Hardly. But thanks to these three, we have enough to last a little while longer.
Well, well. It's not at all as I was expecting, these ones. For savages, they seem positively docile. It's a poor attempt at humor. In all honesty, I'm grateful for your efforts. But even with another night of warmth, there are those among us who may not live to see the morrow.
I trust your expedition was fruitful.
Lord Quintus!
Use what you procured to refuel the armor.
But, sir, what about the heaters for the camp?
The time for action is upon us. My men and I have matters to discuss. In the meantime, you are to wait here. Do not forget, you are being watched.
The time for action. What did he mean by that?
I can only speculate. Clearly something requiring their magitech, given what we just heard. Whether they plan to utilize it now, or after they join with the 10th, is another question. Will they ever escape this cold? Return to and reclaim the idyllic spaces of which Euless spoke?
Euless.
Finished your war, Council?
Alphino and Alizea to stay here as our prisoners. They will be released once your comrades have relinquished their supplies and withdrawn from Garlean soil. Until our terms are met, they will be detained at a separate location.
This is dishonorable.
After everything we've said and done, this is how you treat us.
allies have but limited supplies. They may stave off cold and starvation for a short while, but what then?
For now, keeping yourselves out of harm's way comes before all else. Whatever demands the Garleans make, indulge them.
Everything will be alright. Have faith.
Get them out of here.
Alphanil and Alice will be fine, providing they do not resist. Once again, Julius has been entrusted with an unenviable task. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there was something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrender will need to be transported here. That task falls to Legionnaires Marcellianus and Octavia, who will pilot magic armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the eel for further details than those words. Once you've seen to that, meet me by the exit. What do you want with me? Ask the eel. Sir Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless, merciless creature, and to defeat him we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. You again. Ask the eel, he said. So that's to be the way of it. After all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. Quistis must realize that his soldiers have no chance against us, even with the hostages. I think he would have discerned that we would have scouts observing us, and his boy wouldn't have been able to detect our scouts. Going out with their honor is all they have left. Have you done as instructed? Your duties involve more than the transportation of supplies, don't they? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been giving additional orders, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like or not, we have to cooperate. There is one other matter. A place I'd like to visit on the way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Short walk. A light jog, maybe. Automated death machine. Turn on. No, that much. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. I'm gonna get attacked here, aren't I? Is this his home?
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. I promised. Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen. Our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
It's no use.
Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do.
Aw. Cute little kiddos.
It's so cold.
Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people. One race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos. Searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be. We all have a stake in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics. To see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course. Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight?
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
Estinian.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop! Both of you!
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzea. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure. Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzea for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just hope we get there before he and his men do something rash.
Stupid, stupid bloody pride. We will make no attempt to resist. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As for determining what comes next, we must speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their care were left to go hungry? A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would incite only panic. Or perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station to have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take all I can get. Alpha and Alice and the scouts sent to extradite them should be already at the station. Extricate them should already be at the station. I will also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. I will have food and bedding prepared for the refugees. Getting them here safely, however, is my immediate concern. Rum, rum, rum. Interesting. My hands are all sweaty now. Really cool earlier, not anymore. Oh wow. Never realized how probably cut through here. Probably don't have to go all the way around. Hey. Check this highway out, this fallen highway. Are you sure? Oops. I guess not, eh? There is another area that looks like it may be of interest. You know, I think in real life you should never walk under a bridge that's in the process of collapsing. But for now, I will. I'll never get to see Garlemald in all its glory. didn't seem to work out. That didn't seem to be anything. Oh, did they create fake Odins? Looks like they created fake Odins, eh? A nice charge. So poke through the runes then. Oh wait, no, I should be hurrying up. I got distracted. Which isn't to say that, oh look, there's some aether current up there anyways. Looks like they... Oops. No ether current up on this bridge. Actually went over there. Found it. Suspected it'd be up in the bridge, but I guess not. Go under travel, ether currents. However many there should be here. There's 5 story ones. All that up to in the end. Suppose this is all. This is what will be left behind. What are you doing back here? Where are Euless and the others? Oh, I did not you'd expect to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you'd best see for yourself. It is a comfort to see thee none the worst aware. for thy recent ordeals? Thackeray and Eunice. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? Slurry Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Tancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duty. He wanted us to be free, free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken at Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Broken Camp Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Songs and standards be damned, we just want to live. We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have to decide for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over for them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see they reach our camp safely. After what happened to his family, the first was all Euless had left. Even that's been taken away from him. He's not alone in that either. There's a comfort in having someone to follow, someone to lead. I do hope the ills of our contingent actually makes some kind of difference around here. Chichoto, Chichoto. We've the roads covered, don't you worry. Things may get chaotic out there, but just take it as slow and steady as you can, alright? No matter what may betide, I have my daughter, and that alone should keep me from succumbing even to the darkest of nights. Our pride, our culture, our knowledge, all of it gone. At least the pain proves I'm not dead yet. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst attest from thy experiences at Victor's spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate Aether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do Magitech. Since hearing about Lord Quintus, I confess I've many and more thoughts on the subject. Few can deny he was a man of principle, misguided though he may have been. everything's going to be alright now. Lord Quintus was our rock in a storm, and now we are without a leader, without direction. Nevertheless, we must live on, even if that means consorting with our former enemies. Well, if you want. I am Decimus, Centurion of the First Legion. It is my sworn duty to defend Garlemald from barbarians such as you, and your very presence here is an affront to my honor. I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'd gladly oblige. Get out of my ear, will you? I'm exhausted and the last thing I need is you and your drivel. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me with you, please. Our leader may be gone and the world may be falling to ruin, but my duty to my people will never change. Such is the life of a soldier. My wife and my daughter too, they both. Gratia. Try as we might, any words of comfort we may offer are like to fall on deaf ears. We are but strangers from foreign lands, and perhaps in their eyes the very cause of their suffering to begin with. Nevertheless, we mustn't give up. Oh yeah, they said they already buried him. Well, got the Aetherites sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Lantern is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now that most of us are packing up and leaving this place, I reckon there'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Ah, gee. The one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others that you're not from around here. Thought you were one of us? Not that that makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate, and I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attack on Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all of that can wait. More urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Think the 12. Think the 12. You and I should go first and secure the route back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's chain, courtesy of our Lominsan friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll mark a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll move back at our camp. So many people on that. It takes a moment to get the So I'll save all my side quests for another class. Don't none of you go dying on me. Or disappearing. That'd be even worse. All of a sudden, that's an experience I'm not getting. Maelstrom Delegate. Oh, I almost thought I had Kokobuki. Leave these fiends to my brothers and I. We will raze them to the ground with our most devastating magics. What the? That's interesting. Train platform. Whew. Well, I guess I go back to the main story. Holy. We're going almost 12 hours. Maybe I should take a break soon. After this mission. Meat-eating deer anyway. They'll lick the salt from my bones if I let them. Even their regular standard opponents, eh? Over at the Luminal Station. See? Emperor's Rose. Ooh. Oops. Three other areas too. Hey, look at that. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 more to find. Oh. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The Tempered proved somewhat troublesome, but those changed to keep them under control and our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and then return to the station. At least you did that. Would you mind apprising Lucia of our progress? As it happens, I have some rather pertinent information from a recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. great serpent of Ronka wiggleth. Others are sure to follow. No, let's rethink that. Luckily, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. That so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate this situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troops who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugees, perfidy notwithstanding. After all, even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of their legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he would be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I didn't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Be close to running out of inventory space. No, not at all. Nice. Lisa has further notes. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much needed warmth. Furthermore, we've prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you to seek out Yustola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. What's Maxima got to say right now? News regarding the tents came shortly after you first left at Euless. From that, we were able to deduce that the first were somewhat within the capital. We were, however, only able to verify this once you had made contact with Thancred. Yes, I have been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the warrior of light? You and the twins have an established history of reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourselves in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with, between the tempered and the first wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experiences have taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sakes, we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day line, and in doing so invite disaster. On settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I was going to take a break.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it?
Am I lying?
All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf, I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
Well, be that as it may, we single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did! We were there every step of the way.
We? You barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
Here.
At ease, man. There's nothing funny in it.
Alan Egan.
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
Mmm. It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same.